Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time. Jumping into the very first round of the Genesis Retold tournament hosted by EGC TV. If you guys are new here, welcome. If you guys are long-time viewers, I recommend checking out the EGC TV channel. Age Mythology Retold, $15,000 on the line, I believe. This is the qualification day. Day one. There's 2 days of qualifiers. There's 16 players to get in. But to kick this one off in the blue color, spawning as the Gaia player, his name is Matthew. His opponent today in the, I don't even know what color that is because it is gray. I've never said that before. I think I have literally never said that before. His name is 50 Shades of Hades. We've got a Hades versus Gaia matchup here to kick this one off on the map, Blue Lagoon. Is it meant to be Blue Lagoon? Or is it meant to be Alfheim? Never mind. I don't know what the rules are. We're just here to enjoy the day. Let's go over the relics to kick this one off and see if they're going to have any impact on this game. We've got that Arrows of Heracles here. This is going to be giving your ranged soldiers and heroes ranged attack an extra 5% damage. This can be a really big relic for the Greek player to pick up because their archers are already really strong. So getting an extra 5% on that is going to help them out a lot. Also, it could equalize that whole situation with the Gaia player going for the Terma or whatever happens with that. In the corner of the map, we do have ourselves the Thundercloud Shawl with that vulnerability to pierce attacks going down by 5%. That can counteract this 5% increase here. So you got a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, can be a big assistance there. On the right-hand side of the map, we do have System of Bast. That's going to be 15% cheaper villages in every single category. So a great booming relic there. Super great for the Gaia player who's going to be producing those villages a little bit faster. So it's just that little bit better for Atlanteans because the resources you need to spend them a little quicker just means spending less a little bit quicker can be a bit better for you. At least that's my guesstimation on it. You guys let me know what you guys think. Over on this position here, we do have ourselves the Kithara of Apollo. Wow! We've got a double economic relic over on the right-hand side of the map, and we've got double archer relics on the left side, or counter archer relics, so to speak, with this one here. So that can be very, very big. Now, talking about the matchup, what we've been seeing recently out of Hades players is no longer the tried and true Athena. We're starting to see these Hades players really, really enjoying their Cyclops. Cyclops really, really strong. They do have some serious counters though. While they're incredibly great, they can erase an entire, if you have like 3 Cyclops and you throw a whole bunch, and you throw three Deuterinos at the enemy archer line, for example, you can wipe out an entire group of archers with those, right? But the counters to this are things like Stymphalian birds, things like lots of heroes that get converted and being prepared for this situation. So we'll see what 50 Shades of Hades is going to come up with. We are seeing the gods coming through at the moment as we've got Matthew going here through Oceanus, and 50 Shades of Hades is actually opting into Athena. So no Ares. We're not seeing any Cyclops in this game. Not happening today, not happening at any point. We've got the Vaults of Erebus tech also coming in for those of you playing at home. This one gives an extra 2 gold a second. So that's a big boost here for 50 Shades of Hades' economy. But he does have to chase up that Gaia economy here as well. As you can see, we've already got that economic guild already with hand axe and with not shaft mine, but pickaxe already in here. Meanwhile, over onto this side, we do have the Caladrius spawning out. Going to start scouting around on the map here, checking out the players' perspectives. We do have counter barracks coming down, double counter barracks coming down. So not going for a single Murmillo to kick this game off with. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, 50 Shades of Hades, it's looking to me like he wants to go for a fast second town center. He does have, it looks like he's got no heroes in just yet. No heroes in just yet. Over on this side, we've already got Matthew here. He's picking up that relic. He wants Arrows of Heracles. It boosts his Terma, which is going to be building right off the bat. and that's going to be huge. Meanwhile, 50 Shades of Hades has hit that second age. He's got himself the Achilles here. Granary is coming down and all the good stuff. Ajax is now out. Relic has been picked up. 2 relics. I missed them all. System Robust and Cathar of Apollo. So he's going to be getting a lot of helpful villager movement speed here and gather time and cheaper villages and all the good stuff. So going for a second town center makes a lot of sense here to get even more value out of that relic. But meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Matthew's picked up 1 relic. I'd love to see him get into that corner. Does he know about it? He doesn't know about it. That's so disappointing. He's so close. I think he sent a goat over there, but was not happening as the Termo now starting to move across the map, searching for something. But 50 Shades of Hades already onto the town center. So Matthew here, he's going to need to spot this and react to it immediately. If he doesn't, then 50 Shades' economy is going to get insane, and he's going to have a lot of work to build up to that. Meanwhile, at the bottom side of the map, just simply grabbing that Rhinoceros behind the town center. Look at this. He's got the Rhinoceros behind his town center as well. So very, very nice spawn here for a far second town center. The problem, in a way, for 50 Shades of Hades is going to be on that second gold mine. That's going to be the problem here, as we do see a stable is up. And take a look at this here from Matthew. He sees the stable and he goes, all right, immediately, a couple of catapulties. Now, we are seeing those heroes coming through, and while there are a decent amount of Terma here, they're doing only a small amount of damage, 3.2 pierce damage. A lot of pierce damage per shot here. You've got to kind of chase in the right way if you want to hit those units, otherwise they're just going to run and not get touched. But you can take the heroes down. It's just going to take a very, very long time. A better idea would be to simply just run into your opponent's base and get some damage done. But we've got an armory already coming up here for 50 Shades of Hades. In my experience playing and watching 50 Shades of Hades play, he is a really, really strong Hades player. Not necessarily because he does any of, like, don't want to say fundamentals, but I think I will say that maybe the fundamentals are lacking just a little bit. If he could get those up, he'd be an insanely good player. But what he does do is he plays into his strengths really, really well by using lots of great walls, lots of great building placement, lots of fantastic decision making. And that's where his strength lies. So you've got to really put some pressure onto him and force him to make some mistakes here if your name is Matsu. And he is playing the 1 town center play. He is spamming those units out. At the moment here, he still doesn't know that a second town center is up as he does push up onto this position. Village is going to be simply just garrisoning into that watchtower, or sentry tower, I should say, and moving to a different location here. He's got a very nice wood line on this side he can go to, or over on here. Wouldn't mind seeing that wall up the top side of the map here either, as the villagers are simply just going to be pulling back. And now we see, this has been basically a naked 2 town center fast heroic here from 50 Shades of Hades. He's got that Aphrodite coming in, and this makes a lot of sense because he doesn't really need gold. He's already got 400 in the bank. So he can start spamming units out. He's going to be pushed off of this gold mine for a little bit, but then Curse can come down. Nemean Lion can come out as the units are now starting to knock on the front door here. As we see Sentinels coming in, that's going to get a little bit of damage starting to cook here. Do we see a temple? I don't think 50 Shades of Hades is going to want to put another temple down because it does cost him quite a bit of gold that he doesn't really have, though his gold is going to be increasing. As do we see that? He spent some resources. There's that temple. He definitely wants that Nemean Lion out straight away. What he could do is just go, is he going to get it or not? I don't know. Also, dropping those relics out and moving them up to a safer temple would not be a terrible idea either. But now we've got the second town center coming up. The scout checking this one out immediately. And Matsu, armory down. He wants to go to the next age as well. But he will be at least a full 90 seconds behind here in the continuing moments in this game. Meanwhile, Terma running up onto this position. We've got the curse getting dropped down as those pigs remaining. Villagers coming through to get a big shank onto this one as well. As Matsu simply just going to be retreating back. No problems here. So a little bit of a lull before the storm as 50 Shades of Hades actually making some Prodromus. Now, why make Prodromus here? Well, Prodromus, they get bonus damage versus those Terma. So it does make a lot of sense. They've also got more speed than the Hippias. So they can get in and they can actually pick off those Terma very, very nicely. But they are already catapulti. So this is going to be a real big micro fight. The Hypaspists, they're out. Those are scary for those catapulties. But what Matsu can do here now is he can transition into mass archers and be in a really, really good spot. But this might be a part of 50 Shades of Hades' plan as Matsu runs his Derma forward. He's going to take a big amount of pain on that one as he has to retreat back here for the time being. Lots of damage coming through. Terma will be retreating back into the middle of the map here for the time being, as the villagers on this side going to be diving into the manor. And 50 Shades of Hades getting a little bit of economic damage done. He is in front on the village account, which is a really big advantage. A curse was already dropped down here, so there's no sort of advantage for 50 Shades of Hades anymore. It does have restoration, which you have to be worrying about, as the catapult is going to be rushing forward. Great control here from 50 Shades of Hades. He gets those Apaspists directly onto the catapulties, sniping even more of those units off there. But at this moment, Matsu needs to know that he really does not need to be making himself any sort of catapulties anymore. He just needs Arcus. And we're also seeing him preparing for Poseidon's Secret. Now, I don't mind these techs coming through. They are expensive, but they're only as expensive as, say, medium infantry. So in order to get all these techs, medium infantry, maybe getting like a heavy upgrade or something out with getting heavy cavalry. He does not need to make these cavalry just yet, but having the idea of going into them after he forces the 50 Shades of Hades away from Prodromus would be a good idea. Now, he has scouted his opponent's army out, but what's happening next is the big question. Third town center for 50 Shades of Hades, taking it very, very slow. I love this sort of gameplay here from 50 Shades of Hades. I think you don't need to force anything here against Gaia. You got the stronger army in the late game. Just playing a solid game is going to be enough here 9 times out of 10. There is a couple of timings you have to be very, very worried about in this matchup, though. For example, Atlas coming in to pick off all of your units and all that other good stuff. So the way to play around that is just to get your economy so big that losing an entire army to a god power or half an army to a god power isn't going to be game ending for you. Or get enough defenses up so that you can rebuild those units, no problems. As the Nemean line coming through, we do have that Carnivora getting dropped down onto this position. Those Terma here, they are getting some good damage done, but as the Prodromas come through, look at that damage that comes in onto them. We've still got those arcs on the back. Restoration going to be huge on the fight, and now we've got the Dryad coming through, and I think maybe, just maybe, 50 Shades of Hades has overextended just a little bit too much here. Grabbing a third town center, trying to make an attack here is just not going to cut it when your opponent's got all of the military out. Now we need to be seeing Matsu getting this third town center and trying to keep himself in this game. He's going for a palace on the front here to grab this forward gold mine. And look at this, walls already coming up over here. I love this, recognizing that this gold mine is very much out in the open. So putting some walls up to defend that's going to be very, very big. But now the Stymphalian birds are going to be moving around the map, looking for a little something to target down, as we do have archery ranges up onto this position as well. Archery ranges on the back, stables coming down, more archery ranges all around the map there to boot, as those Stymphalian birds are going to be moving in onto the gold mine on this position. That's going to be some great bits of damage for the time being. 50 Shades of Hades does have his heroes out, so he can easily get over there and defend. It doesn't have his Chiron out just yet, it looks like, but that's not that important. But as this goes on, I'd love to see Matsu hitting somewhere else to kind of just distract ever so slightly more, as we do see those heroes now going to be making their move over onto this position. Very, very slow reaction there from 50 Shades of Hades, but the Stymphalian birds, they can simply just run away. Look at the damage that comes down. Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. And the Caladric can come over here and heal these ones up, as we see the Contarius coming in. And that's going to be pushing those villagers away from there. 50 Shades of Hades right now. No gold mines. He's got himself a third town center. He's got a fortress coming up over here. He's got himself 1,400 gold in the bank, but no gold mines at the moment. So he can get to the Mythic Age and go get that Plenty Vault out, as the Prodromus are over onto this position to just push these Contarius back. Wouldn't mind seeing maybe a couple of catapulties here just to deal with those Prodromus. But we'll see how things are going to go here, as those Stymphalian birds are going to have to come up onto that position at some point and start getting that damage done. Villagers on this location are going to dive into the palace, but those Stymphalian birds sitting, waiting, watching, ready to get that damage done, as 50 Shades of Hades He's not paying attention at all as he loses every one of those prodromus there. Hephaestus, the god of choice for 50 Shades of Hades, and a lot of Peltas queued up, a lot of prodromus queued up. He knows it's important to make the units which counter your opponent's units. At the moment, there's going to be Terma, there's going to be Arcus, there's going to be Pontarius, and that's about it. We also see Matthew doing something interesting. He's making Kyribalis. Now, I'm not sure about this. Kyribalis are kind of decent in certain situations. This is not one of them. Hoplites, if your opponent's making hoplites, I can see getting a couple of those Kyribalis into your army, but apart from that, not really. So the villagers are back onto this gold mine, and I reckon Matthew is giving a little bit too much time for 50 Shades of Hades here to grab this gold mine. He could be continuously pestering this, retreating back over here, defending with a Caladria by healing that up, and just moving back and forth on this gold mine just on repeat here, as both players are just kind of agreeing, okay, we've had 15 minutes. We kind of were having some sparring here, but let's have a little bit of a treaty for a couple of minutes. There's an economic guild coming up, and look at this here for Matthew. He is spreading lush everywhere. Does he? He does. No, he doesn't. Wait, does he? He doesn't have channels yet, but he's spreading lush everywhere. Getting channels, for those of you wanting to play at home, this one gives you an extra 15% movement speed on lush. 15%! I'll say it again, 15%. If that's not something, I don't know what is. Walls over here going to get torn down. Walls do go down very, very quickly, but as you can see, it gives 50 Shades of Hades the time to react here, to be in a position to defend. And he's just going to wall this one back up. And Matthew here, he's actually going to lose a lot of those Contarius if he's not paying attention. As Atlas coming through now for Matthew. We've got the Plenty Vault in the main base here for 50 Shades of Hades. 50 Shades of Hades, he's already got 10 villages on favor. He's already got 10 villages on favor right now, and you already know what is he saving up for? 200 favor. Second Plenty Vault. That's 10 villages. If you don't have enough economy, get more economy, says 50 Shades of Hades. He just does not want to lose this game. That's the style of gameplay he's going for at the moment. But Matthew going to be putting pressure on. We did say this, and it will be coming through. Atlas is big. Atlas takes everything out. How do you deal with that implode? Well, either you spread your army into a couple of different locations, or you get enough economy and enough defenses that it doesn't matter. What I want to see here from Matthew is, don't care too much about this position. This position over here, this position over here. That's what's big. If you can protect that, maybe wall those in, that could be a really nice way to play. As the Contarius break through, picking off a villager. This gold mine has almost expired as he's pushing off of that position there. The Prodromus, champion Prodromus to boot, going to come over here and defend. As Matthew going to have to retreat away from here. Look at the difference in score. This is all economy. This is all 50 Shades of Hades just doing the basics here at a really, really high level. As now we're starting to see a couple of units getting a little bit pushy here with the fight. Another Hesperid's tree coming through here. This is another big advantageous god power here for the super late game. If you've got 2 Hesperid's trees, that's 10 Dryads you can build. If you've got 3 Hesperid's trees, that's 15. As we do see the implode getting dropped down. The 205 population for 50 Shades of Hades dropping drastically at the moment down to 150 population. Is there any amount of pushing right now Matthew can do? Where is the siege? Where is the pushing power? He's trying to break through here. 50 Shades of Hades has got all the units queued up, but he doesn't have that many military buildings up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 military buildings. So it's going to take him quite a while to repopulate that army. And he needs to be careful not to take any fights at the moment until he is back up to full population. That is paramount here. Absolutely paramount. As the Argus going to take a couple of units down on the front. You do see the units on the back here trying to get some damage done, but no burning pitch here. He's got to be getting some... There's the siege we're talking about. Fire Siphon coming through. And we see it. Trade route is set up as well. Like I'm saying, that right corner of the map is very, very important in this one, as the Argus going to be trying to break through. Look at this. It gets a little bit of divine damage on him, if you guys didn't know. I'm not exactly sure what... That's a special ability, right? Yeah. A little bit of divine damage. If the unit dies on top of that puddle of acid, look at the damage that comes through. They all die. Look at that. They all die. Argus is so good if your opponent's not paying attention, as Matthew pushing through, breaks down the town center. Fire Siphon are going to be moving on to the fortress next. 170 of 190 population. at the moment. Colossus coming through into the party here. How are the armory upgrades looking? Only full bronze right now. He's got them all queued up though, going up to iron. What about Matthew right now? He's at full bronze himself as well, and he's also actually getting even more upgrades. The bronze upgrades coming through for our main man, 50 Shades of Hades here, but it takes a long time for these to come through. He does have 3 armories up. He just does not have the resources as he's finally starting to queue those through. As the Colossus here will be able to take out that fire siphon. A couple of towers in, going to get taken down very, very quickly as Matthew, he's got his foot on the pedal, but he needs to be aware that he can just get over onto the right side of the map and cut gold right now. Look at the gold income, or the gold situation, I should say, for 50 Shades of Hades. Matthew is letting him get away with it at the moment. We do see a cheeky little couple of Stymphalion burns over here to get a little bit of damage, but Ajax is on the case. And if you don't run away, Ajax will take these birds out very, very quickly as they're going to attempt to take these units down as best as they can. You can get a little bit of bleed damage going onto those that Ajax there as well, but the birds are going to get taken out. Town Center's going to come up, and I want to see 50 Shades of Hades get over there and defend that gold mine. He can fight this one, 2 town centers to 4 town centers. It's not that big of a deal, but I don't even think he has fortified town centers. Now he's going to grab it. Matthew, on the other hand, he's already got it. And I want to see Matthew now grab himself that market and start his own trade route. Why? So he can push that economy up above 100 villages. If you've got 260 population, that's 160 population military. That's too much. You can't support that as Atlantean, as anyone really. You need to get that trade route going when you have excessive amounts of population. As we do see the Contarius coming over here, going to start getting some villager kills here. And 50 Shades of Hades is in a very, very challenging position right now. As the Peltast and the rest of these units here for 50 Shades of Hades trying their best to micro onto the Arcus and get everything attacking the right units. But it's just an overwhelming amount of stuff here right now for our Gaia player Matthew. Colossus coming through as well onto both sides, and that's going to be it as 50 Shades of Hades decides to call game. Really, really well played there by Matthew. That was solid gameplay from Matthew. He took it slowly. He didn't put much pressure on. 50 Shades of Hades also maybe taking that one fight that he took early. That was risky. I don't think he needed to do that. I think he needs to like skyrocket towards that Iron Army. If he gets to that Iron Army, the Greek army just doesn't lose to this Atlantean army in any way, shape, or form. The implode was huge here to take out the entirety of 50 Shades of Hades, but he has plenty volt. He's got all the economy coming through. I mean, let's actually take a quick look at this and confirm or deny exactly what was going on in this game. All resources collected. Take a look at this. 50 Shades of Hades is way in front. So him losing an army, losing what would have been like 70 population of units, so 40-ish units, call it 100 resources a unit. That's 4,000. Is that right? I'm doing math on stream. I shouldn't be doing math. You know this. I'm going to call it 4,000 resources that got taken out on that army. He was in front at the end here by way more than that. So he should have been able to reproduce those units. He should have been able to be in an equal position here. Plus he's got plenty of ult to help him out. Plus he's got those cheaper armory upgrades. He should have been okay. But Matthew, the pressure, too good here. Gets that first win. If you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to check out EGC TV. They are streaming as well. And I guess we'll see you in the next one. Game number 2. Genesis Retold. AOL Matthew up 1-0. In the top of the map, he is now playing. He's Odin. His opponent in the now green color. Whatever you want to call this, I don't know. But he is now, I mean, God, I don't even know. To me, this is green. Like, it's not like the dark green. It's kind of like a light green. What do you guys reckon? Give me an idea on this one. But he is playing as Poseidon moving. Well, obviously, you can't play 2 gods in this tournament. It's a draft system. Matthew actually here, if for those of you who don't know it, turquoise is what we're calling it. Teal, I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't care. For those of you who don't know, Matthew, he is a legacy player from way back when. This guy played vanilla, I believe. And, you know, AOL, this is a vanilla clan. Vanilla meaning the base game of Age of Mythology Legacy. And he was a monster back then with his Odin. And playing Odin right now is no surprise to me. Very, very strong pick, especially on this map. You can get some great booms off. You can play some great aggressive raiding gameplay with Odin. Matchew's going to be really happy about his ability to play this god on this map. 50 Shades of Hades, though. I have not seen him play Poseidon. Now, Poseidon plays similarly to Hades and also plays really, really differently. Why? Well, it can be challenging to use the big bonuses of what Poseidon has got. So Poseidon, faster cavalry, so needs lots of good micro. Faster myth units, so again, that's all micro-based. Everything in that big advantage in speed is all about your own ability to control units. You don't get any like tangible boosts of stats to your units that impact a fight in any serious way unless you control those units really well. So that's where the advantage lies with Poseidon. He's also got some economic advantage with the trade. He's got some like speedier caravans and all the other good stuff, but that's kind of where it ends for Poseidon. So if you can't get that advantage out of the speed, you're just better off playing Hades. But where I think it will matter is the fact that Hippias have got 5.9 speed, raiding cavalry got 6.0 speed. So raiding cavalry, the Norse cavalry unit. That gives a very, 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 very big advantage in terms of defense. However, we're seeing Ares come through, not Hermes. I love this here from 50 Shades of Hades. I'm excited to see what strategy is going to go for. Let's check out these relics as the players are going to be getting to the next age. You've got Ring of Nibelung here with a bit of a gold trickle there of 50 or 0.50 gold a second. Scales of Echidna. Oh, cheaper myth units. Are you kidding me? And we already see 50 Shades going for it. If this... Wait, is he? He's not. Okay, never mind. If this isn't going to be mass Cyclops, I don't know what is. Over on this side here, we've got the Gambitine. Oh my god! This game is screaming mass Cyclops to me. You got cheaper Cyclops tech. You got cheaper Cyclops. Are you kidding me? On this side, we've got Rhea's crown here for the town center being a little bit cheaper there as well. Sick relic. I love this relic. On this side, we've got the System of Bast, a double booming relic over on that side as well. And over here, we've got Arrows of Heracles, giving those ranged soldiers a little bit of bonus damage. Now, we are seeing the Freya coming through. Hersa is starting to come in as well. Matthew needs to get out on the map and get those relics. I can't believe right now that these players are ignoring these. Yeah, there's 6 relics. That just means more of a reason to get in there, as 50 Shades of Hades, he's going very aggressive at this moment. But look at the map here for Matthew. Great temple placement. Great hall placement here. That gold mine is 100% safe. That wood line is 100% safe. That food line is 100% safe. And even if it's not, he's guaranteeing it with a longhouse coming onto this side. I love this play here from Matthew. He will have to deal with a pestilence at some point, which will slow down his production, but no problems. As the Atalanta now, see, I'm trying to pronounce that one correctly, going to be chasing down the Valkyrie on this position, moving around up to the top side of the map here. That Gambitine wand getting spot. I can't believe this. As Atalanta here going to be getting a couple of spots on as Matthew just gets a little bit of scouting around onto the map here. Hippias now coming in as well. We take a quick look at the map. We do see some Ravens just checking out onto this position. The more and more I kind of play with these Ravens, the more I'm actually thinking that this auto scout here actually isn't a terrible idea. Nonetheless, maybe we're not going to be seeing Cyclops coming in anytime soon. Maybe it's not that important. Longhouse up on this side here for Matthew. Up on the temple over here. The Hippias trying to get a little bit of damage. Wall in this position just going to get knocked down. We'll open this up. Now, a very sneaky, simple way to play this for Matthew is just another wall over here. There's nothing wrong with this sort of an idea. Hersa coming in, and they're going to be able to catch out that Cyclops. Big amount of damage getting into that one as Cyclops down, Tango down. Not a lot of value for the Cyclops, unfortunately, for 50 Shades of Hades as Matthew gets that damage done. Theseus going to be retreating away. Hippias just simply running of their own accord, just trying to get out. And look at the difference in population right now. 62 to 43. And the Hippias do decide to turn around. I do talk a little bit about this in terms of a guide for players and a goal for players in terms of macro. 60 population by 6 minutes. That's good macro. And you even see that you can look at all the resources in the bank here for Matthew. You could have definitely got out a lot more in this game and be in a much, much better position militarily wise. So he is spending all of his food and wood, just has excess gold in the bank, which sometimes happens as the Norse player. One little tricky way you can get away with that is you can just throw a market down and buy some food or buy some wood. No problems where that's concerned. Meanwhile, bottom of the map here, we finally starting to see relics coming in. Scales of Echidna. That's in. And we look at this now for 50 Shades of Hades. Not one. Not two. Not three. Not four. But 5 villages on favor. Now, these villages here, it says we're getting 21 favor per minute. That's a Cyclops every single minute. Every minute that passes by here is going to be a big deal. Now, if we take a look here, we do see that the Will of Kronos is coming through to upgrade those Cyclops. Only 120 gold for that one. Oh, sorry, 150 gold for that one. And Matthew at the moment, he sees the villagers on that temple. He's got to be thinking something is happening here. Now, the big thing here for Matthew is he's gone through Freya, and Freya has this technology in the Great Hall called Sesrumnir. This is a 15% boost to the hero hit points. And that's going to mean a great answer to Mass Cyclops. Mass Cyclops, very, very good at taking out throwing axemen. Very, very good at taking out cavalry. Very, very good at taking out human units, especially when they're clumped up. Ursa, they're not very good at taking those out. As we see, 50 Shades of Hades is going to be grabbing that Rhea's crown here. Great little raid here, but good defense from 50 Shades of Hades. He's just going to be jumping in and away from that temple. Now 7 villages on favor. I'm not sure if 50 Shades of Hades is trying to get to the next age or what. Another really good answer to Mass Cyclops for Norse is Frost Giants. Frost Giants are really, really good. They can freeze the Cyclops, and then that Cyclops gets 0 damage done for the next 20 seconds in a fight. 20 seconds is a long time. That's a long time. Definitely a possibility for Matthew to go down that route. As the archer range going to get taken down. One other idea here for, as we do see the archer range coming down, a couple of militia popping out, can take those down very, very simply. One other idea here for 50 Shades of Hades is to get himself some barracks and actually make himself hoplites with divine damage. Ares makes them very, very strong. As the Hippie is going to be charging forward here. Matthew just says, all right, I'll retreat back. No problems. And 50 Shades of Hades still sitting very defensively at the moment. Does he have an armory up? There's no armory here. There's no market here. Matthew is in a commanding position, but he needs to convert what he's made at the moment. He's got a huge 2k army advantage at the moment. He's got a population advantage at the moment, but he's behind on villages. And the longer the game goes on, the more Cyclops come out, the more challenging it's going to be to get any fights here. As a Great Hall coming down on the front. 50 Shades of Hades, he should not be wanting to fight at the moment. One Cyclops is not going to do a whole lot when your opponent has got how many Hersa? 7 Hersa. It's not going to do a lot. So you got to take your time on this one, and he's definitely kind of overcommitted just a little bit, but Matthew lets him get away with it as another Cyclops joins into the army. Look at that favor in the back. There's just so much. Just has to continue. Look at all the relics he's got. As if that's not enough. I think that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 5 of them. Matthew just hasn't cared about relics at all. Forest Fire coming down. First Cyclops picks up one of those raiding cavalry. The Hersa coming around, going to try and take out the Elder Cyclops on the back at the moment. We also see that Bestilis getting dropped down onto the front of that position there. These throwing axemen, they're actually not doing too badly. They're archers, right? But they deal hack damage, so they're able to take out all of those cavalry. And in that moment there, 50 Shades of Hades does give up. I mean, he just had the perfect map, in my opinion, to sit back and just go mass Cyclops here. And it would have been a really, really interesting game here to see what Matthew would have done as a kind of defense against that. But he opted against it, and he's opted into going for a little bit more of an aggressive approach. And Matthew's map was just beautiful for the defense. I just can't get over this temple, Great Hall, Longhouse, the wall over here. This is just perfect defensive play from Matthew. And 50 Shades of Hades did not recognize it or did not scout it out, didn't recognize that how easy it was for him to defend his position. Probably shouldn't have gone for the aggressive play. Probably should have sat back, just mass up an army, and then maybe try and play for the second gold mine or something like that. But doesn't work out for this one. Matsu wins in 2 games, gets to go on to the next round. Congratulations to him. There's still a couple more rounds for him to go. A lot more rounds for him to go to get to the second stage of this tournament. So good luck to him continuing along in this tournament. If you guys are enjoying this so far, don't forget to follow. Don't forget to go over and check out EGC TV, who are the main hosts of this event. They'll be putting up YouTube videos. They've got that Twitch channel going on. Don't forget to follow them as well. We'll see you in the next one. Guys, what's happening? We're still in the first round here of Genesis Retold, but this is game number 2. We missed the first game. Unfortunately, we might be able to go back and squeeze in the recorded game and just pretend like it's all okay, but it's not. Shadowfax takes that first win. No idea what the matchup is moving into game number 2. In the bottom of the map here, we have Benny WR. He's going to be playing as Odin. This is the first game I've seen of Shadowfax here. For those of you who are Legacy fans, who watched a whole bunch of the Legacy tournament action of old, you will be very, very well aware of who Shadowfax is. This guy is an absolute RTS monster. One of the best out there in terms of Age of Mythology gameplay at the very, very least. But he's actually quite new. He's actually quite new to Retold. He has not played a whole lot. He did not play at launch. I think he was busy. He's only started training a little bit. So there's going to be some holes in his gameplay. I'm excited to see what he's going to come up with, but just because you've got some holes in your gameplay in terms of gaps of knowledge, maybe not quite 100% comfortable with the mechanics in the game or the controls in the game, fundamentals are fundamental, and he has them. I'm excited to see what Benny WR can come up with, though. He's playing his own, and he's up against that Ra. Now, Ra's got 2 options to go for here. Let's talk about both these sort of sides of this matchup. Ra's got the Tar segment option to get those Slings of the Sun Electron Bullet Slingers out, which absolutely shut down a very, very large portion of what makes Odin great, which is those Throw and Axemen. Not Odin, but Norse. Those Throw and Axemen are really, really good at taking out Spearmen, taking out Axemen. And both those Spearmen and Axemen here for Ra, they're very good against Norse. So if Shadowfax decides to opt into that route, then Benny WR needs to go something that's going to give him the advantage back, which is either going to be get straight into those Huskal so that he can deal with those Slingers, or go for Njord to get out the Ring Giver Jarls so he can actually take out those Slingers and potentially Axemen as well with those Jarls, while also being able to continue building Throwing Axemen to take out any sort of Slinger action going on. Can be very challenging though. Benny WR on the other side of the map here though. He's got some options here. You can go 1 town centered. There are some very, very mean Walking Woods timing attacks you can go for. You can go for 2 town centered. You can go for a 4 town centered play. I'm giving you guys the strats right now. For those of you playing at home, if you are a fiend of very, very greedy Age of Mythology play, well, when your opponent greeds, you greed harder is my mantra. And when you're playing against Ra, you know that the Ra player, he doesn't want to interact with you. So why would I say, let me interact with you if you don't want to play? Let me play my own game. Heimdall into Safeguard, into Town Center, into 2 Village Center. That's my dream right now. That's what I'm all about. That's my big fan, but we're seeing Freya coming through. We're also seeing Bast coming in here for our main man, Shadowfax. He's got himself 2 monuments up already. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3rd monument. This is going to be a style of play here that Shadowfax is going to be very, very used to. Getting those Sphinx out is going to be very, very big. So we see another Sphinx coming out. These Sphinx are only costing 120 gold, 18 favor. Just occurring to me that we did not look at the relics. Over on this side, we do have the Thundercloud Shawl. That's a big, big relic there as well. Over on the left side of the map, we're going to have that Sharon's Obel there, with the villagers getting a little bit of resources back if you lose them. Head of Orpheus on this side is going to be the building line of sight coming in. We do see a cheeky little great hunt being dropped down somewhere. I'm not sure where. As the Sphinx going to run through here. That's a great hunt in the center of the map there. On top of the obelisk. If I'm Shadowfax right now, I'm thinking barracks and full send here. Because my opponent has said, I'm just going to hang out in the center of the map. Thank you very much. But Shadowfax is going for that armory, and he's going to be going for some sort of a fast heroic behind all of this. Great Hall coming down, Longhouse coming down, Sphinx trying to figure out places to attack in this position. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we've also got Ankh-Ra. Oof. There's some great relics here, guys. Sharon's some very, very great relics. Meanwhile, villagers retreating back. Cryo Sphinx here, charging around the map. Second upgrade in for those Sphinx, by the way. They do get 2 upgrades. One of the very few. Might be the only mythological unit that has 2 dedicated unique upgrades for it. Gives them more speed, gives them more damage, gives them more HP. Yes. Look at us go. Now, the big counter to these Sphinx is obviously going to be heroes. Get yourself, or you can also get yourself myth units. So, Hearser are great. What else are great? Frost Giants. What else are great? I don't know. Frost Giants, Hearser, Goaty, Ringgiver Jarl. Lots of different options to go for to take out those Sphinx, but there's a lot of weak points against them as well. As Sobek is being clicked up, and I am wondering what this is going to cause. What problems this is going to cause for Benny WR in this game. You get that Locust in from Sobek, you get that Rock Scouting in, you get the Ptsukos to come through, Eclipse is still available. There's other options here as well for Shadowfax to throw a Migdol down and go to the Mythic Age through Osiris or Avengers. What's Avengers? Horus. And get a lot of pressure down. There's a lot of opportunity here for our main man, Shadowfax, in this one. Meanwhile, walls coming up on the middle of the map, the left side of the map as well. Raven's still alive. What's happening? This Raven's just get left there. Where's the priest? Where's the priest going? What's happening here? He wanted to kill it. Like he's like, yeah, that's enough HP. Let's just leave it. It's not gonna do anything. Just gonna leave it in the back of my base. It's fine. And we do see Njord. I love the Njord. I love Njord in Retold. Njord is so good. Get yourself down 3 or 4 of those great halls while you're advancing. Get Ring Giver. Man, they pack a punch. It's gonna be a great counter to, especially when you're Freya as well. Thundering Hooves plus Ring Giver Jarls. Are you kidding me? That's like 30. Is that 30%? 30% HP on your Jarls there in a big way. As we've got the Locust coming in. Oh, the village! Guys, I can't say I'm angry about this because at least it wasn't me that suffered this. Locust, what a Locust there. He just erases the villages. That's 7, I think that's 7 villages down. To put that into perspective, all Shadowfax has to do here is wait a minute and he's going to have himself 660 resource lead from that attack. That's gigantic. Absolutely gigantic. The Sphinx come in, they force Benny WR to have to retreat the other way. He can't walk into the Sphinx, otherwise he loses villages. He should have walked into the Sphinx. We already know this. Check out the short. If you guys know, you know. But Migdol is up. Sphinx are roaming around. We do see a very small amount of food economy right now for Shadowfax. As the raiding cavalry coming up onto this side, going to get a little bit of damage done over here. As on the bottom side of the map, the Sphinx is still looking for villages to take out. Forest Fire getting dropped down to open up this position. Walking Woods gets dropped down. Shadowfax here, he's actually in a lot of trouble at the moment. So as we see the Eclipse getting forced out, those Walking Woods, they're going to do some serious damage. There's not enough priests in at the moment. There is a Pharaoh to help out. We're taking out those Walking Woods over here, but this gold mine is exposed. This gold mine is exposed. Benny WR is going for the kill right now. He may have lost a ton of villages, but it doesn't matter if the gold mine gets cleaned up here. Migdol's stronghold will be falling. Hearser, they are in, taking down those Sphinx. Even in the Eclipse, it doesn't matter that much. We've got the Mountain Giant coming through. Shadowfax here is about to lose a handful of villages as well. Got to move back into the main base. He's got no military buildings at the moment, and this game has just swung on its head as we see another Migdol stronghold coming down. Shadowfax He's in for a challenging position. He has to have been happy about how the game was going on. But in a moment there, Benny WR puts in his strategy and he says, it's time to be in pain. Feel the pain train of Odin. Gold Staff is on the way. Market is up. Still a full amount of trade available there. So you can sell wood, you can sell food, no problems. There is still a 6 villager lead for the time being here for Shadowfax. So he doesn't have to be in a rush to get out of his base here, but he does have to be putting pressure on and ensuring that he's getting some value. He's still got a little bit of gold left on that gold mine there as well. So it's not the end of the world at the moment. Another thing here that Shadowfax can do is get onto that monument to the villagers here, or onto the monument to the soldiers, no problem. And then he can empower up that Migdol stronghold plus everything else to get himself a whole bunch of economy, try and push back out. Shadowfax's rock right now is just scouting everything here and seeing what he can do. It's the priest now popping out. Villagers moving forward onto the berry bushes to see what's happening. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, we do have that medium cavalry. He's getting pre-queued. Makes a lot of sense there. We have to remember this is also Njord. He's got some Goaty out to deal with the myth units. I love that. But this is Njord, so we can make those Jarls. And in all honesty, as good as those camel riders are, with the 9.6 hack times 2 against cavalry, Jarl's fully upgraded. That's scary. Jarl's fully upgraded. That's scary. And look at this. There's room for another Walking Woods to come through in a matter of seconds here. 25 seconds and another Walking Woods can come down. No problems here for Benny WR. He is not ready to stop the pressure at the moment. Going straight after the Pharaoh on the back there. Throwing Axeman coming in. Shadowfax not paying attention. Ends up losing that Pharaoh. This is going to be a big second Walking Woods to come through for sure. Hersa swinging around. Going to be able to take out that Sphinx to boot. Will Benny WR be recognizing this? Sometimes this can be one of those things that's, you know, you go, I'll go second Walking Woods. Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. And Benny WR retreats back. Village differential is now equal. Raven on this gold mine. Shadowfax trying to sneak that gold, but he's going to have to retreat off of this one immediately here. He doesn't have himself that Skin of the Rhino technology to boost those villagers' not HP, but armor up. A couple of units in position here to defend that very low HP Sphinx there. Getting very, very scarily low HP. As Shadowfax defends, Benny WR simply just going to be retreating out of here. We'll see how things are going to be shaping up moving forward as the Valkyrie charges forward onto this position. Chariot Archer is going to be sniping down the Throwing Axeman on the back there. Villagers over here going to be moving back onto this gold mine. This is a very, very stock standard way to play around this sort of gold pressure, which is go to one gold mine, go to the other gold mine. Go to one gold mine, go to the other gold mine. And you just bring, while these villagers are running away, you send these villagers out over onto this spot. But Benny WR, he's already back over here. He's not going to be allowing Shadowfax to get away with this. At least that's what I'm going to have to hope for him. As in the main base here, we see the Pharaoh coming out. And the units here for Benny WR moving onto this position, ready to start taking villagers out. The villagers going to be retreating away, but too little too late. Population differential is still pretty close here. So you see another Locust coming down. Oh! And the Dwarves, they recognize, but the Chariot Archers are here. And they're going to start getting some good kills off onto those Dwarves. This is exactly what Shadowfax needs here. But Benny WR, I don't know how much he should care about this at the moment. Does manage to pick off one villager there. But great reaction from Benny WR in that one. Only loses a handful of Dwarves. The raiding... Oh. Guys, it's a rock raid! It's a rock raid. He can retreat if he wants to. Run to the rock. This is arguably the best way to use the rock. Get in, and he gets in, and the rock takes off, and it's safe. Are you kidding me? I haven't seen a single rock raid in all of my retold days. And tournament season comes around, and Shadowfax says, guys, the rock still exists. It's actually kind of strong. Just don't use it. Just don't use it to like raid with. Use it to get as a defensive position with Chariot Archers. Great play here from our main man Shadowfax, as now Benny WR has to chase this around. And guess what? Locust is going to be back up in 81 seconds, and those Dwarves are low HP. They're going to be dying to another Locust Swarm here if Shadowfax wants to make that happen, as the raiding cavalry are all over here. So I don't want to land just yet, but this is a great distraction. At the moment, though, the market is here. Look at that wood. That wood is gone. The trade has been done. Shadowfax needs a gold mine. He drops down. He's going after dwarves. He's taking the L on these chariots to pick off dwarves at the moment. Does manage to get quite a few before picking back. And he loses the rock! He loses the rock. It goes down. And the Jarls are going to take everything else out here. Shadowfax's rock raiding days are over. Shadowfax's rock raiding days are over. And Benny WR is back on the offensive. He's also got this Jarl here. He's got that Ring Giver. He's got Thundercloud Shawl. These Packer Punch to get that 2x versus myth units as well as the Herso do manage to snipe down the Sphinx. And Shadowfax here is in a very dicey spot as the Pharaoh getting taken down. There is an availability of that second Walking Woods like we've been talking about. He can drop that down whenever he wants to. Goaty in this position as well can take out the High Growth Sphinx. We've got ourselves the Mountain Giant here coming through for Benny WR. And in that moment, Shadowfax taps out. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a game number 3 coming for you. Let's go. What a game here from Benny WR. Under the pressure of losing all of those dwarves, he says, hey, if you don't have a heroic age god power left, I can put the pressure on. And he does just that. Well played there by Benny WR. Let's get into that final game. I'm sure it's already underway. Don't forget to check out EGC TV. If you're not watching them, get over there and start watching them. And we'll see you in the next one. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if this was Age of Mythology Legacy Edition, this would be a finals. But we're in the second round of EGC TV Genesis. It's Age of Mythology Retold. And we are now watching ourselves in the blue color playing as Thor. His name is Magic. His opponent today in the red color playing as Gaia. His name is Nullus. Why did I say that this is a blockbuster finals level game? Well, Nullus, he was one of the best, if not the best, back in that. He actually won Champions League Season 3, which is kind of the biggest tournament that Legacy had in the final kind of years. Magic, on the other hand, I mean, his resume speaks for himself. He's won so many tournaments over the years. He's done so well over everything, and he is definitely a finals caliber level player. And these guys meeting in this round, why? Well, to be completely honest right now, Nullus, he's been busy studying. He's been busy studying, and that is the primary reason he has not been playing Retold. Can you believe it? Retold comes out, and the guy goes, you know what? We got some study to do. We got to get in there and get that stuff happening. But I'm excited to see this one. We've got a really, really cool matchup here. Gaia versus Thor. As Magic says, wait, you're not going to ban Thor? All right, I'm going to pick him. Thor is one of the strongest gods right now, but there are a lot of weaknesses to this god. There's a lot of weaknesses to this god. What are the weaknesses? So firstly, let's go through the strengths and why this god is doing so well. Well, the big reason is you can go basically pure dwarf in the early stages of the game. You can get this armory up and you can get yourself 4 villager advantage by about 4 minutes into the game, which does kind of equate to about an 800 resource advantage by 6 minutes. Now, when you take a look at the resource count of all these upgrades, it kind of is about a 100 to 200 resources advantage at 6 minutes, but you've got all your armory upgrades, so it is a big deal. But the thing is, with the dwarf advantage of being able to go pure dwarf, what does that actually tangibly mean? It means you need less food, which means you don't need to leave your base, which then means I'm sitting on a 4 villager advantage against you and you can't do any damage to me. That's what it means in the end of the day, and that's a really, really big advantage. That being said, Gaia's also got a very, very economic way to play the game. She's got access to tier 2 economic upgrades in the second age, plus they're really cheap. She's also got access to tier 3 economic upgrades in the third age, and these upgrades absolutely slap. They are very, very strong. Plus, if you know your opponent is playing this sort of boomy opening as Thor, well, that just means you've got a free second town center to get to with no pressure. So you can just naked grab that and you're fine. So we'll see how this game's going to go. And what the situations that these players are going to be finding themselves in moving forward. Meanwhile, relic at the top side of the map. Ria's crown. Ooh, I love this relic. I love it. It's just, you just get the town centers going cheaper, and I can just spam town centers. Okay, we've also got the Agantir's sword here. This is huge for your heroes. This is a must-grab relic when you're playing against Guy, because Guy wants to build those dryads. And if you've got Hersa bashing away at dryads, that just means they're going to stay alive for a much longer time. Over on this side here, we've got the blue crystal shard with 5% gold, 5% wood, increase to gather rate. And over on this side here, we've got Gambantine's wand with the temples being a little bit cheaper in the tech. Got a little bit of a question here in the chat. Who does this map spawn favor the most? Does it favor the Gaia player? Does it favor the Thor player? Well, the big spawn here, or the big change that happens on Oasis, is this thing. You can either have a 1 forest, 2 forest, or a 4 forest in the center of the map. Now we get that 1 forest in the map, which basically just means it becomes really, really challenging to put pressure onto your opponent, because one single wall like this means your opponent has to break through that to get up to this top side of the map, and you can stop them from getting there. So raids start becoming very, very challenging. Gold staves start becoming very, very challenging. So oftentimes, these sorts of maps result in very boomy games. As Nullus, he's already got himself a second town center. Now, Magic decides to go through here Freya. So he gets the Valkyrie. He's going to be able to scout. He snipes down a cheeky little Oracle over here, which is going to be big for him to start the game off. In fact, Nullus is down to 1 Oracle already. So Magic has really applied the pressure in the right places thus far, as he's now going to be looking into the main base to have a citizen going to be getting himself up the counter barracks. And does Magic see the town center? He has not seen it just yet, but that's some very late military buildings coming up for Nullus. As the citizen getting shanked, jabbed down here, starting to retreat back. It's going to go down. Will he make it? Oh, the path blocking comes in. Good control from Nullus. Keeps the citizen alive. Hero Mamilo in. Town center has been spotted. Now what for Magic? Now what for Magic? Does he go for a town center? He's got the resources coming in very, very shortly here. He does have that relic at the top, but I'm not going to go for it. And it looks to me like he's going for this town center on this spot. Magic doesn't care about being just a little bit behind in terms of the time he gets that town center up, but this is a long time to be behind. I think that the advantage which Magic got from getting those Dwarven Armory upgrades in early, that's no longer an advantage. Nullus has already overtaken him in terms of economy in this game. And that's what I'm talking about. It's like, yes, this god is strong, but there are ways to play around it. And this is definitely going to be one of those games which is going to go the distance, guys. Oasis. We've had so many insane games on this one. Now, let's talk about some lose conditions here. Well, I used to believe that Ragnarok, not the best. Sorry, Ragnarok was just an unstoppable god power against Gaia. But the more we see Ragnarok, the more we go, you know what, maybe clicking Ragnarok's a little bit of a dangerous idea, and you have to prep that Ragnarok a lot better. But it's still scary to go up against that one, especially when the gold mines start drying up. And if your opponent has, say, 190, 235 pop of military with 100 villages, so 135 pop of military plus 100 villages, and then clicks Ragnarok, and you don't have any gold mines left, now you're going to be in a scary position. So there is still some very, very strong usages of Ragnarok, but you do have to be much, much more specific about how you're using it. That kind of cheesy Ragnarok win is gone. Forest Fire getting dropped down as the Murmillo, they're going to have to retreat back. But I don't think Nullus is going to care too much about this. He will have the Caladria. He will have a whole bunch of other stuff. He's just going to pull back to his main base. I want to see Nullus start getting out onto the map. Walls coming through. We also see him throwing these farms down on the town center here. I don't mind him doing this, but one of the big advantages of playing as Atlantean is you don't need to put the villages next to the town center. You can just put them next to a tower over here. You can put them anywhere in the main base and it should be totally fine. But we do see a cheeky little mana coming out onto this position as Nullus, he sees the army of Magic, and that is one big army here pushing forward. as Nullus has got to get out of there. Remember, Nullus, he doesn't have those armory upgrades. So these units of magic, they are packing a punch at the moment. It's also an Oracle on this spot here that's going to get taken out here if he's not careful. Magic doesn't want to overcommit too much, but he does push these units back home. See a whole bunch of Murmillo queued up. And at this moment here, you got to be thinking, Nullus, what are you going to do? How are you going to deal with this army? He's got one of everything. So you need to have one of everything as well, in a way. So many Murmillos queued up. Whenever I say this all the time, but for those of you trying to get better at RTS games in general, this is a way you can do it. Every time you see yourself overqueue units into a building, you have to be paying attention to it, but every time you see yourself overqueuing units into a building, cancel the unit, drop another building, then try again. And see if you continue to cancel units into that building. Now, if you've got 6, I would say drop 2 or 3 buildings. Nonetheless, we see Magic pushing through those Murmillo. Great fight taking there from Nullus, but he is very behind in terms of military here. Villager-wise, he's in front by a touch, but that's because he's Atlantean. As we also see a little market up for Magic in the main base there. So Longhouse is going to be coming down onto the front. Murmillo starting to push forward. Throw an action, going to turn around, sniping down a couple of those Murmillo on the back. Valkyrie will be pushing through. Those are going to be a challenging unit there to deal with here for Nullus. Now, he's got the resources and the favor to create some hero Murmillo, but he doesn't have the time to do it. And one thing right now that Magic can do is we see the Carnivora getting dropped down onto this position. But one thing that Magic can do very, very easily at the moment is in the armory, there is this technology called Burning Pitch, and that gives your Throw and Axeman 4x versus buildings. So it gives him a siege weapon. It's very expensive, don't get me wrong. 800 resources is very expensive, but at this stage in the game, being in front by over 2,000 or nearly 2,000, over 2,000 resources in terms of military, you can afford to put a big technology down to start actually forcing your opponent to fight you. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Also, you also have that Bragi coming through to boot here. As a couple more military buildings up in the back. We've also got that Thundering Hooves technology coming in. Bragi is through now. You got to be careful with flaming weapons. I see a lot of Norse players throwing games by dropping the flaming weapons and just kind of attack moving. You're still going to take a good fight. But if you do take a good fight, you can absolutely wipe out an opponent. As the army now going straight after the town center here. Those Murmillo charging through. There's not any great answer to those throw and action at the moment. Flaming weapons still not getting dropped down here. Now he's finally going to be dropping it as the raiding cavalry get pulled off of the town center. Villagers trying to repair this one back up, but it is too little, too late for Nullus. Magic here is going to take down the citizen. He's going to be able to push through over here. He's going to be able to get onto the gold as well. We do have Nullus in the top corner of the map grabbing a gold mine, but the town center here, just a couple of 500 HP left as the thrown axeman just cleaning everything else up on the back here. Valkyrie will get sniped down there though by those hero Murmillo as the thrown axeman just finish off the rest of them. Town center down. Nullus in a very, very difficult position. 1,800 wood in the bank. And in that moment there, Nullus gonna have to tap out. Magic too strong, too quick, too fast, too much for Nullus in this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Magic gets that first win. If you guys enjoyed this one, please consider the follow on the Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. And I will see you guys in the next game. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're in game number 2. We are jumping around. We're having some small technical difficulties with the day. So if we don't manage to complete a series, it is what it is. But that's just what we're going to have to go with. But don't worry, there's plenty of Age of Mythology to go around spawning in the blue color. Playing as Pegasus. Playing as Thor. His name is Pegasus. His opponent today in the green color, playing as Odin. His name is Ouroboros. 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 I don't know. Or as... Yes. For those of you who aren't aware of who Ouroboros is, we'll introduce him. He is also known as Thomas Shelby, a Loki main from Legacy. So definitely a strong player. Does have some pretty decent tournament wins under his belt over his kind of tenure. But he's got himself into a little bit of a pickle here, as he is now matching one of the best top players currently playing. This guy, Mr. Pegasus, is an insanely strong RTS player. He is incredibly quick, he is incredibly smart, and he does everything by the book. He is a master of finding God's strength and using it to its maximum potential. He did it with Zeus, mainly in Legacy, but in Retold, he's branched out and he is playing all the gods at an incredibly high level. He's going in with Thor. This is going to be the second game we're going to be seeing with Thor. We watched that one with Magic, absolutely dominating Nullus. Couldn't finish the game there, though. So we'll see how things are going to shape up here if Pegasus can withstand the heat from the Odin. Generally speaking, Odin's going to be on the offensive in the early stages of these games. And Pegasus is going to be, or the Thor player is going to be on the defensive side in these games, as, well, Odin's not spending those initial resources on army upgrades, and he has to get something to happen to get himself some stuff. Nonetheless, relics over on this side, we do have the Tail of Cerberus here, ability to recharge time minus 25%. Over on this side, we've got the Nose of the Sphinx with the building hit points being 15% as well. We've got Bridle of Pegasus on this spot here as well, going to be giving you that Pegasus spawning out of your temple. And we've also got over on this side, Text of Imhotep with the buildings time being reduced by 10%. So a lot of very, very fun relics here. I don't think that anything's really going to change the matchup, so to speak, but it's going to be a fun one nonetheless. Meanwhile, we've got that Freya coming through for Ouroboros, and as to be expected here, Pegasus just going that little bit later. Now, I have heard a lot of players, or not a lot of players, a specific player, we'll name him. His name's Orc. I think it's Orc. Tells about, you can actually get yourself like a 4-minute advance time with Thor. Or 4 minutes 15 advance time with Thor, if you want. But Pegasus opts for the 4:30. And this can get you into some trouble because your opponent's going to send that Valkyrie forward, going to put some pressure onto you. If I'm Ouroboros here, I'm putting my temple nice and forward. So as soon as I hit that next age, you got a Valkyrie in your face. So it's 4 minutes. I would go insofar as to put my temple this far forward so that I can just straight onto that gold mine, straight into economic damage. Don't wait around. Losing the temple later is not a big deal. Don't build any other buildings around it. Just kind of build back a bit, but forward temple, getting yourself a lot of pressure nice and early. But Ouroboros a bit further back, and we'll see. Pegasus is going to start moving forward here for the Ouroboros, as the Valkyrie going to be moving in. And you can also see, as that Valkyrie comes through, Pegasus is already there. He is already there. Valkyrie is out. Pegasus can decide to target that one down if he wants, but the Herser is there to defend. He doesn't even care. He actually doesn't. That's wild how much he doesn't care about this Valkyrie. I would be terrified because if the Valkyrie gets onto a villager, generally speaking, it dies. And we see a town center here for the Ouroboros. I'm not surprised about that either, but let's take a quick look at this. Where are the units going for Pegasus? Pegasus is just scouting out. Needs to know what's happening here. Where are the units? Where is his Valkyrie? What's happening? Valkyrie is back, chasing around, trying to defend. What are these villagers doing here, Pegasus? Does he not have enough for an ox cart? He does. Great Hawk coming down. Pegasus now getting himself a longhouse. Going to be coming over here to grab that ox cart afterwards. Wonderful. But town center will be up here for the Ouroboros as Pegasus doesn't know. He is playing in the dark. He is getting some great scouting information in. He got that town center over there, but he hasn't found the other one just yet. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie over here going to be retreating back. And if the Ouroboros knows what he's doing, he should be keeping Pegasus away from the knowledge of that town center for as long as he possibly can. Now, Pegasus, he is making a decision to spam units out at the moment, which is a little scary, but can be the way to go. Even if you see the town center there late, You go, I've already been spamming units, but it does lock him into that style of needing to put pressure on. So that means Ouroboros can just sit back and play a defensive game. But this is going to be big for him. Pegasus is going to have to make something happen in a big way. Oh, never mind. Somehow, some way, Pegasus knows. I don't know exactly what has triggered Pegasus to get this town center, but in a way, like he could have score read it. In a way, you can score read over there. But more importantly, a very simple thing is you can just go ask yourself, what does my opponent have? Nothing. I haven't seen any units just yet. So he's either hiding units or he's gone for a town center. That's as simple as it can be. Nonetheless, the Ouroboros has got himself that villager lead almost cut down as the town center is up. It's going to be a 2 villager lead here, or a 1 villager lead here for Pegasus after all is said and done. One problem here is the Ouroboros not quite having the consistent villager train time there. He's overspending on those buildings, it looks like. This is one reason why you really don't want to go up to 2 here, because it's going to cut your villagers, because your villagers are auto-queuing. So you always have to kind of make sure you've got the resources in the bank to be building those villages. So it's important to make that happen. As raiding cavalry come through. Villager kill here. That'll be big. And the villager kill over there. Ouroboros has claimed the villager lead. Gold mine expired here. This is a scary moment if your name is Pegasus. He's getting walls up on this side. Love that. Going to come over and grab this gold mine fairly shortly, I'm sure. Units coming up here to defend this as the dwarves are going to be taking a move over onto this gold mine. And this gold mine is not protected in any way, shape, or form. Ouroboros can put pressure on this and get a lot of value out of putting pressure on this. But while this is all going on, walls on this side will secure this gold mine. So you can always leave this position and be totally fine there. As the raiding cavalry for Ouroboros just simply going to be pulling back. And in this position here, a couple more longhouses are going to be coming down. And on the back, raiding cavalry here. A little bit scary. But there's a lot of raiding cavalry in for the Ouroboros to defend. He has to chase these bad boys around. You have to send maybe like 4. I would say you need 4 raiding cavalry to deal with those 3, just because they've got a couple, little bit more armor. Nonetheless, Ouroboros is going to be ready to put pressure on. He's looking to come in. He should know there's dwarves on that gold mine. That's the position to be attacking. We've got Pegasus with his army into defensive position over here as well. There's a raiding cavalry coming through. Now with medium raiders, no upgrades here for Pegasus. This does equalize those armory upgrades in a big way. He's also got that forest fire here if he wants to, as the raiding cavalry sneak through onto this position. He is looking for some villager kills, and they are very, very smartly going to move through that wall over there. The berserk on this side, that one is not going to be able to complete that wall over on this position just yet. One raiding cavalry goes down. The rest will simply just retreat away. Pegasus now has got himself that medium raider upgrade. I mean, I'm thinking about a forest fire on this spot would have been really nice. And now we can see the Ouroboros multitasking, coming in. No units on this side. Oh, baby. That's what you want to see. A little bit of pressure over here as well. Foot of forest fire while that raid goes on would be huge, as Pegasus is going to be completely preoccupied with that fight. Units retreating away up on this side. You see the villagers getting taken out. Pegasus does decide to, and he turns into a whole bunch of berserks. He doesn't want to lose anything. He loses 5. That's a huge loss there. 5 berserks. That's a big, big decision by our main man, Pegasus. It's going to be military for him. He's still equal on villager count somehow, some way in this game. Does he have more armory upgrades too as well? Has that already happened? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have any extra armory upgrades. The berserks over here getting targeted down as well. More raiding cavalry coming in onto this side. The army is completely out of position for Pegasus. The dwarves retreating back. And Ouroboros notices it. One dwarf down. He can come over onto the wood line over there as well. The ox cart going to get taken down to boot here. Great pressure thus far from the Ouroboros. He is playing this one in a fantastic way. Great tempo thus far. You can also think about grabbing this town center if he wants. Bragi is clicked up though from Pegasus. And it looks like Ouroboros is also considering the same. Trying to take out that armory. I mean, it's not the most value to take it out. It's only 90 wood. Yeah, you stop the armory upgrades coming in, but I wouldn't bother 9 times out of 10 with taking out that armory, in all honesty. I'm just looking for villager kills. As the wall's going to be coming up over here, tempting to catch the Ouroboros out yet again, but he sees one relatively healthy Berserk, snipes that down, and then he can just retreat away. He does have the speedy dudes. Both players have got that Thundering Hooves tech, so no chasing ability. As we see on the other side of the map, Ouroboros' raids are going off in this game. There's 2 positions to attack here, and Pegasus honestly hasn't defended either of them in this game. Wall going to get broken down on this position. This location are going to get broken down to boot. Pegasus retreating back into his main base. As the Hearser turning around, throwing axe, we're going to be getting a couple of kills onto the Hearser over and everything else over here. And Pegasus, I mean, he's still fine. Come on. Cancel them. Go next stage. Build more buildings. I don't have to keep saying this. I do have to keep saying this. For those of you wondering, why these guys are so good yet have these fundamental mistakes is because legacy players played for a very, very long time with auto queue, and it's going to take a little bit of time for these guys to kind of get used to playing without it. Do we see an armory up here for our main man? Yes, the Ouroboros does have that. Forest Fire getting dropped down onto this position as he's going to have to retreat back. The defense is there for Pegasus. Pegasus is going to be getting himself that upgrade medium or heavy cavalry, which is going to make things very, very scary for the Ouroboros. As the unit's turning around, taking this fight over here, starts to be careful on that one. And Skadi is the god of choice here. Counter flaming weapons with that frost makes a lot of sense. As the unit's coming through, going to just poke down. The army coming up. Oh. The Ouroboros is inside Pegasus's brain in this game. He is in it, around it, and a part of it. As Ouroboros here takes that fight, but we also see on this position Pegasus is trying to force over here. He's trying to get a little bit of military damage, but these raids onto Pegasus, you can see the score now is in favor of the Ouroboros after that big early advantage you get from playing 4, and it's easy to lose an advantage in a Norse mirror. So, I mean, we'll see how things are going to go, but an 11 or 10 villager advantage right now for the Ouroboros. Raiding cavalry coming through, and now the revenge raids are starting up. Got to send those raiding cavalry back to defend these villagers on this gold mine. Need to turn around as well. The villagers can jump into the watchtower here if they so choose. 1 villager down, 1 raiding cavalry down. Villagers will be able to run into that town center. No problems here. And the raiding cavalry don't care about the town center. Oftentimes I see people doing this, but you're still going to be losing a lot of HP on this one. More raiding cavalry coming through. That heavy cavalry is on the way, but it takes 30 seconds to come in. The dwarves are going to be retreating back for the time being, but they can turn around and simply take the fight if they so choose. Flaming weapons getting dropped down onto this position as well. Frost is through. Do you Frost on this position or on this position, though, as he decides to come through on this one? We've got that heavy raiding cavalry in time as the army advantage is more than enough. Pegasus, he gets caught out. This is outplay after outplay after outplay for the Ouroboros. He is playing out of his mind in this game. Villager's going to get back, or Dwarf's going to get back onto that goal line over there. Ouroboros is going to retreat back or move back up onto this side, and he's going to be able to take the next fight with this frost expiring, with flaming weapons being gone. This is absolutely huge for the Ouroboros. Pegasus wants this middle town center. Meanwhile, on this position, we've also got the raids coming in onto those villagers over here, but he decides there's a battle ball there. Let me just retreat away from that one. Frost about to expire. Throwing action on the back there, need to get taken down as well. We do have a Frost Giant over here, which will be freezing that raiding cavalry. A couple of Hearser are going to dive straight onto that, but those throwing axemen are there. They're able to take down the Hearser in a really, really big way. Throwing axemen on this position. That's heavy throwing axemen versus unupgraded infantry there. They're going to get taken out incredibly quickly. Population differential is very close, though. Military differential is very close. The army here will have to wait and see who's going to be coming out on the advantage. Pegasus has got more buildings. He's got 3 and 3, whereas Ouroboros, at the moment here, he's only got 3 and 2. So he's not able to produce as well as Pegasus can at the moment. as Pegasus is able to clean up that army. And after all of Ouroboros' good play at the moment, what he is lacking, what he is lacking here is simply just buildings. He's got 2,000 wood in the bank. 2,000! That's a lot of wood in the bank. Dwarves are now running straight to their death as the raiding cavalry come through and spot them as Ouroboros is in a lot of trouble. And in that moment, Ouroboros taps out. GG. What a game, though. You have to look at this game and go, this Thomas Shelby character, he's got potential. If he cleans up his macro, he's playing mind games with his opponent. He is multitasking his opponent. He's making the right strategic decisions. This is a high-level player, ladies and gentlemen. He just has to clean up that macro, and he is going to be a menace. An absolute menace, ladies and gentlemen. Pegasus, he wins the series. It's the best of 3, I think, still. But he's got to be thinking, wow, maybe Thor's not the best. Maybe there's some other things that are going on in this game that I've got to be a little bit more careful of. I don't know if he's thinking about anything about actual God strength here, but he's got to be thinking, okay, we've got to actually treat these opponents with the respect that they are due and play at a really high level every single game. I'm excited to keep watching Pegasus. If you guys are enjoying this one, don't forget to hit the like, don't forget to hit the subscribe button, don't forget to follow, and also don't forget to check out that EGC TV stream and YouTube channel, and we'll see you guys in the next game. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, boys and girls, tables and chairs, assorted members of the jury, popes, priests, all the other sort of religious figures that could be hanging around watching Age of Mythology games. Sporting at the top of the map in the red color, playing as Loki. His name is Benny WR. His opponent today in the blue color. A monster in his own right. Recently joining up with the professional esports team, Aces. His name is the Rapple. I'm excited, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a fun one. Rapple is one of the best players currently playing the game, in my opinion. He might even be the best player currently playing the game at the moment. This tournament will be telling us who the best players are, and I'm going to, if I had to make a prediction for who's going to be in the Final Four, you know I'm putting Rapple in there. So I wanted to check out at least one game in this qualifying stage here. The real excitement is going to happen in those final few weeks when these guys start getting their mojo on. But what a time to be alive. Benny, on the other hand here, he took out Shadowfax. Spoilers! For those of you who missed. He took out Shadowfax. What a time. So, this guy means business. Shadowfax is a monster player. And he's taken out a monster. He's going to be running on a high right now. He's going to be running on an absolute high. But he's got a mountain to climb. If he does climb over the Rapple, though. If he climbs over the Rapple, it's a little bit of a going down the hill, you know what I mean? It gets a little bit easier for him. And in the end of the day, if you want to qualify for a major S-tier tournament, you're going to have to beat some of the major S-tier players to get there. So the Rapple going to have to play well, but he is going up against someone who's got a very, very strong pick here in Loki. In my estimation, right now on the current patch, Loki is probably the best god in my opinion. If you can play to his strengths, if you don't make any mistakes and you play to his strengths, I'm not sure there's a god out there, in my opinion, that actually beats Loki. That's a pretty bold statement, I know, but I think that this god is arguably one of the best, if not the best currently. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that he gets this technology, Eyes in the Forest, which allows you to literally see the entirety of the map. So you basically get to play not only map hacks in your opponent's base with Spy, but also map hacks on the actual map with Eyes in the Forest. Now, it does take some skill and awareness to make this happen. The skill is getting the upgrade and putting your buildings next to forests. But if you can do that, all you got to do is stare at the minimap and your opponent he's not going to be able to surprise you with anything. With absolutely anything. That being said, Rappel, if anybody knows how to absolutely dismantle a Norse player, Rappel's going to be one of them, as he is a Norse player at heart himself. He knows the strengths of Norse, he knows the weaknesses of Norse, he knows how to put the pressure on, he knows how to really take advantage of those very, very weak situations there, and we are seeing him open with something that I am not surprised to see at all. Recently, this has been all the rage by Ra players, especially the top ones, which is immediate Wadgets into a couple of barracks, and then go and fight. Because these Wadgets, they might look a little bit tame. 6 damage? 4 pierce damage per second? Just 4? Are you kidding me? This is the weakest Smith unit in the game. This is terrible. Venomous. This thing stacks. Every single attack this bad boy gets off is going to be not 4 pierce damage. I'm not actually sure if it's for 6 seconds. I think it's 1 damage a second. So it's going to be, every time it attacks, it's actually doing something like 10 damage a second. Or it's not 10 damage a second, 10 damage an attack. So 4 pierce damage a second or something. Is that right? Someone tell me in the chat. If you actually know the stats on that one, let me know. It's really, really strong, especially when you have a couple of them. And look at this. And one of the big things is, if you get a couple of shots onto a villager, it's just dead. It's just dead. Gone. Wait, that's not 1 damage a second, is it? It's more than that. This thing is insane. Benny WR, he is going to be in a lot of trouble here, as those Wadgets are just absolute. Look at that micro from Rappel there. He's not overkilling these bad boys at all as the Herso charge through. You can't take an early game fight here. You absolutely cannot take an early game fight here. The Wadget is too good. The units are too good. The Troll is in, though. Going to get a little bit of damage done onto the Wadget. Going to be able to actually finish that one off. Nice play here from Benny WR, as the Rappel now out of Wadgets. We do see that Benny loses a lot of units on the back here, but these units are not going to be able to do anything. But another Wadget coming through. Another Wadget coming through. God, Rappel's micro in that fight was insane. He knows exactly how many shots he needs to shoot onto a throwing axeman with those Wadgets to get a kill. It's 4. He shot 2 Wadgets twice at a throwing axeman before moving to the other one. Now I think you guys are starting to realize why I think this madman is one of the best players currently playing Age of Mythology. On the top side, we've got the Spearman coming up here. Going to get a couple of shanks onto these villagers over here. I love that. I don't think that Rappel did that. That was just like kind of micro from the game. But the villager runs away and the Spearman automatically attacks something else. And all of those villagers just start going idle. There's a couple more Spearmen going to come over here. Benny going to have to retreat back. But the army is now out for Benny WR. And Rappel going to be a little bit careful in this one. He will be taking the fight. Herso charging forward. And the big damage coming in onto those Wadgets. Benny not microing onto the other Wadget is a big, big mistake here, though. And that's going to allow this Wadget just to kill everything else off in a really big way. A whole bunch of berserks coming in. But the Axemen are still here. The Axemen are still here. They're still going to kill off those berserks, and this is not good for Benny WR in the slightest here, as he's going to have to retreat back into the main base. Rappel has got a full head of steam right now moving forward. Troll coming in onto this position, going to throw a big boulder in. Gets a lot of damage done, but in all honesty, the regular attack does more damage against a Wadget there. And Benny WR into the main base as we see a shifting sands coming in. Straight onto those villagers. Rappel is not going to be allowing a single little bit of food to come through on outside of the base of Benny WR in this game. We've got to have another Herser here if Benny can get that one on. And look at that control from Rappel yet again, ensuring there's no way in to this army here. Rappel is more than happy to take these fights. It's my estimation that Egyptian wins early. You cannot take fights against Egyptian early unless you set them up really well as the Norse player. And at the moment here, Rappel is just controlling his army too well. He's in front by over 1,000 resources at 8 minutes and 50 seconds in the game. That is a big, big deal. He's got double the population. That's an even bigger deal. And Benny WR is in for a very challenging game moving forward as his gold mine has only got 500 gold left in it. And, well, what else can he do? He's going to have to get out of his base. He's going to have to get onto a gold mine, and then he's going to have to take a fight against 3 Wadgets. Against the priests are out as well, plus all of these brutally strong units here that Rappel has assembled. Benny WR, he's got to be thinking, what can I do? And one little cheeky maneuver he's got. Remember, one weakness that Ra has. Really poor scouting. He does see this gold mine over here. He does have these obelisks here, but I mean, I can see it. Benny WR can't. But he can sneak around here and get that gold mine there. As we do see the raiding cavalry out. A couple of villagers going to get spotted on this side. And this is going to be a very, very necessary revenge raid here. He's got to micro this because the villagers are going to immediately turn around and start shanking on this position. Gets one raiding cavalry kill for a villager kill. 2 raiding cavalry kills for only 1 villager kill, and that is going to be a great defense. Benny WR with the micro, with the ring around the rosy, just amandering those villagers for just a little bit. And rain coming down in the main base. Rappel's got 12 farms. He finishes up the berries, he finishes up the chickens, he finishes up the hunt, and he finishes up the goats, and he says, all right, time to farm. Time to farm. No worries. I love that play. That's exactly how you're supposed to play Ra. Exactly how you're supposed to play Ra. As the Wadgets now slowly starting to move forward. And Benny is in the defensive position. But look at all of those axemen. Rappel knows all he needs is Wadget axemen here at the moment. He is that far in front. Herser pushing forward. He does have a handful of spears, but those axemen are going to clean up the Herser in a big way. 1 Wadget down. Wadget microing on this side. Nice play where that's concerned. But it looks like Benny WR has managed to get out of his base at the moment. But at what cost? Look at the villager differential. Rappel doesn't need to care that he loses all these units. Let's just put it that way. He doesn't need to care. He just needs to reproduce a whole bunch of units as he's doing.
Gary.
Wait 1 minute is my guess in terms of getting resources back for how many villages is in front. Take a look at this. He is nearly he's 20 villages in front. That's 1,200 resources. Army differential, he's already basically equal yet again in terms of resource cost. So this is big. It's also equal in terms of population, which I would guess kind of favors the Loki player ever so slightly, but the army composition does not favor the Loki player at all. Silja's Axeman, Wadget against a very small amount of raiding cap. This is going to be a brutally efficient trade here for the Rappel as he runs straight back to those Rappel, those Wadgets. They're really, really nice control. We see a Valkyrie spawn here, but that's not going to do anything against these Wadgets here. And in that moment, Benny WR says, I got no economy, I got no army, I got no hope. And he taps out. An absolutely commanding game here. A clinic of meta Ra play at the moment from the Rappel. Benny needs to be, well, I mean, if you're a Loki player, if you're a Norse player, you need to see this coming and you need to start getting those walls up. Guess what this army can't do? It can't break down walls fast. It can't break through buildings fast. What it can do, kill off villagers fast, kill off army fast, can't do much else. So if you don't fight it, you get the better army composition out, then you take a fight a little bit later. That's the secret here to surviving this early game. So, like, if you see this little gap here, I would be thinking house, temple. Over here, I'd be thinking just get a wall or even put a wall up onto this side over here or just get this blocked off, walls around on here. Just prevent those Wadgets from getting through. And maybe taking an even later advance time against Ra just to set those walls up. Get a second Berserk out. All of these things are options for Norse to give themselves a little bit more time so they can find the solutions here. But even then, you do see that a couple of these fights actually did go in the favor of Benny. Now, at that stage, he'd already converted a bunch of dwarves or gatherers into berserks. Doesn't quite work out for him. And that's the game. Anyways, it is a best of 3. We'll see if we can jump into the next one. If you guys enjoyed this one, please consider the follow. Also, remember to go over to EGC TV. Check them out. They are currently broadcasting as well. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Another game, another you, another me. Another Norse mirror. No, it's not a Norse mirror because we've got in the right side of the map in the blue color playing as Loki. His name is Ulysses. His opponent in the left side of the map playing as Poseidon. His name is Luciferon. The map, Ghost Lake. The Lake of Ghosts. Because in the center, there is a bunch of ice. I love this map. This is and always has been my favorite map in Asian mythology. There was a moment where I started to dislike it because it wasn't spawning very fairly, but in Retold, ooh baby, I can't wait to play on this map. I'm really hoping that that over time we get a whole bunch of different maps into the ranked map pool because it's really, really fun playing on a whole bunch of different maps. And this map is really great. Why is this map so great, Ghost Lake? Well, you do get a chance to only spawn 1 medium gold mine, but you also get this chance for 2 medium gold mines in your main base. On top of that, look at the gold mines. 1, 2, 3, and 4. These gold mines are very, very far away from the starting base, which means aggression. There is nothing I like more than a really good aggressive game, hitting timings, making sure that you get your gold secured, making sure that you get that trade route set up with great efficiency and timing so you don't just lose the game on the second gold mine or large gold mine expiring. You have to get it much earlier than normal. So you can't just kind of go, oh, no worries, I'll just spend all my resources on the Mythic Age. No, you got to be setting up that trade route nice and early, otherwise you're going to be losing the game. So there's a lot of strategy that you need to be concerned with in this one. As we see Luciferon here. Oh, have I got these guys on the wrong side? I do. So let me just go ahead and flip a Rooneying everything here. We've got Luciferon here going up through Hermes. And on the right side of the map, we're still not seeing Ulysses advance. Why? Well, he's playing as Loki. And Loki takes around about a 4-minute advance normally. But this will mean Luciferon has got a big advantage in this game. To put some pressure on and to like come in and hit this gold mine and make Ulysses under pressure. That's this big idea. And in general, what does pressure give you in Age mythology? Mostly it means your opponent's going to start making mistakes. This is why players like Luciferon like to do this, because they don't want to be put off their game macro-wise. They want to put you off your game macro-wise. As we see a stable Luciferon here is kind of, for those of you who don't know who this player is, he's an Age of Empires 4 pro. I think he's a StarCraft pro, and I think he's also brothers with Vortex. Is that correct? Which one? I don't know. But they do a lot of customs together, I'm sure. But they played a lot of Age of Empires 4. I believe he competed in the Outback Octagon as well. If you guys aren't aware of that, you like free-for-alls. Outback Octagon by Aussie Drongo. Really, really fun tournament going on at the moment. Nonetheless, yes, he is Vortex's brother. We got it. Yes, lovely. But Ulysses gets pushed off with this gold mine. You can move up onto the other gold there, no problems. As we see Hersa coming through. Full City does pop. Villager's just going to sit back here and wait before coming back onto the gold mine. And meanwhile, we are seeing Theseus moving across the map, ready to put some good pressure on in the main base. Luciferon already with the Hippias starting to come out. And he's going to get that damage and stuff happening very, very shortly. Luciferon's only been playing Myth for a very short amount of times, and he's already incredibly good at it. These guys are just so insanely good. As you already see a villager kill here. The pressure mounting. This pays for the fast advance from Luciferon in a really, really big way. But Ulysses now onto this wood line over here. That Atalanta is a big challenge to deal with. He does retreat back into the town center here. The centaur going to come back over here, getting a little bit more damage done. Again, he can just move over onto this gold mine if he wants to, and that's finally what he's going to do. No, he's not. Watchtowers are up. Healing Spring is up. He's going to heal himself back up onto this one. Those dwarves are all going to get healed as well. It's a really, really nice, easy defense here against this sort of centaur raiding, is just dropping a healing spring on top of your dwarves. Very nice. Anyways, moving forward, more Hippias coming out. No new buildings just yet. Generally, I'd say you can afford 2 military buildings by about 4 minutes 15 into the game. So depending on what sort of strategy you want to go for, putting that second military building down to get more units out is a big, big help. And then more as the game goes on as well. But we are seeing that a lot of the horses upgrades coming through. Can give some regen onto his Hippias. It's wild how similar, in hindsight, it's kind of wild how similar Poseidon plays to the French on Age of Empires 4. These Hippias are kind of like cheeky little knights, and they get that upgrade that gives them a little bit of HP back. So Lucifron obviously very, very comfortable here doing what he can do. I should probably check and see if this matchup here is in the first game of the series. I don't know. While we're watching, let me see if I can get those stats up for you. It looks like it is 0-0, so we're watching the first game. Happy days. As Lucifron just poking in, popping back out. Ulysses just says, no worries. It's going to take a really, really, really cheap, not cheap, but defensive approach to this game and see what Lucifron can do. Because so long as he doesn't overcommit to anything, he's going to be fine here. And one thing it looks like Lucifron is doing is he's saying, I'm going to get favor. I'm going to make those centaur out, make more Hippias out, as he's got those 2 stables in. He's got to be careful about the Herdman potential, which Ulysses can build. So Ulysses has got himself access to this unit here. And as Loki, one of your big bonuses is more bonus damage. So those Herdmen hit like a truck. So you got to be really, really careful going mass Hippias against this. As those bad boys are just going to be pulling back ever so slightly. And Ulysses here going to be wandering forward. Going to put some pressure on the villagers on this position over here. A little bit naked, but not going to be able to do a whole lot. We do see the spy getting dropped down onto those Hippias. I love that spy. I absolutely love that spy, because now you're never going to get raided again in the rest of the game. Because, well, unless you kill off the Hippias, obviously, but you're just going to know where your opponent is, and you can defend it really, really easily. As Lucifron tries to charge forward, lots of units over here. He's going to get that special attack off, and then just retreat away. Gets a tiny amount of damage done, but nothing too big. Villagers over here still happily grabbing the hunt on this side. As we see Spirited Charge coming through for Lucifron. Is the army going to say, oh, it's time to go here, rushing straight forward. The Centaur are in a good defensive position. One Hersa coming onto the back position there. Villagers can turn around, start fighting as well. Centaur gets taken down. Those Herban absolutely demolished this fight here. Lucifron tried to engage on that one, and he gets absolutely sent packing here. He does pull the units away here beautifully, as the Herban get a decent amount of damage there, but as the army comes back, he's got to pull back. And Ulysses has well and truly defended here to start this one off. One Theseus down. Atalanta going to be able to get away from here, no problems, as we do see some archery ranges now getting dropped for Lucifron. He's floating a little bit of resources in the bank. He's floating a lot of resources in the bank at the moment, actually, with those 2 Hippias queued up in the bank there. Is kind of like he's floating like 140? 240 resources total. More than it looks like. So you've got to be really, really on top of all of that stuff. But we'll see if Lucifron here can get those units back out, get the raid in. Good micro here, or awareness, I should say, from Ulysses. Just not allow the Hippias to get in there and kill him, as he's just going to be chasing those speedy Deuterinos around. Does turn around, gets a couple of kills, and then he's just going to start retreating. Yet again, the Herban get a little bit of damage done, but don't manage to pick off anything, as where to next? There's a couple of those Hippias, cheeky little Hippias coming in for the raids, but good reaction from Ulysses, as Lucifron going to have to get out of there for the time being. And now Ulysses here, he's starting to gain a little bit of pep in his step, moving forward a little bit there, maybe a little bit too much. You've got to be careful. There could always be stuff waiting for you. You never know what's behind your opponent's army or coming in for the reinforcements. Over here on this side, we see the second gold mine is now starting to get mined out, which does kind of mean that next position where you have to move to another gold mine is starting to shape up here. One thing I want to see from Ulysses is taking good usage of this cliff to defend that gold mine there. He's going to run out of this gold mine soon as well, already down to 2,000 gold on that with 16 dwarves over here. But easy way to defend this is just a wall from here to here and a wall from here to here. And that's going to give this very, very safe. A wall over here wouldn't go astray either. And we do see a cheeky little raid coming through. There is a watchtower in position here to defend as Ulysses turns around, gets that fight. Nice job. He's just going to be able to continue doing this. And Lucifron, this is what Lucifron is so good at. He's an RTS general. He is very, very experienced in his RTS skill here. He knows he can push in, get a little bit of damage, push back out. If you probably wants to turn around and attack me, no problems. I'll just turn around when you turn around and attack. And you're losing a ton of resources by doing that. So it's a good way to get yourself back in the game. But we've already got Bragi queued up. There's also that Dwarven breastplate plus copper shields coming through. And Ulysses going through Forseti, going through Bragi, he sets up something very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if we're going to see it in this game. It's not a necessity to do this, but it is very, very exciting. I'm just going to say it. Berserker Rock. Berserker Rock could come through. I'm prepping for it because I'm excited, because why shouldn't I be? You can also just simply get himself Swine Array, but getting out that Dwarven breastplate does give me a little bit of hope. Just a little bit of hope here, ladies and gentlemen. And why is Berserker Rock so good on this map specifically as the raiding cavalry coming back in? Well, gold mine, gold mine, gold mine. How are you going to survive against how many villages? 41 extra berserks plus all the military units you've already got in. How are you going to survive against that? Plus, we see a town center now coming down. This secures that goal. I love that town center as well. But this will give a little bit of a timing, not a little bit of a timing, a big timing the wayside of Lucifron here, as that's 1,300 resources spent on the next stage. Plus, that's a ton of resources on the town center as well. So nearly 700, I believe, as the raiding cavalry still chasing those 6.5 speed Hippias around. Just managed to snipe one off as the army now going to be pushing forward. And Ulysses just says, all right, time to retreat back. No problems here. Just pull away. All good. As the raiding cavalry now going to be popping out, trying to push forward here. We do see some Toxotes here. No heavy cavalry, no upgrades. Einery is a big spawn. Blows that big horn there. And the units for Ulysses are going to get a huge speed boost here. Charging in to try and take out those Toxotes on the back. Lucifron trying to micro his best, but those Herban are out in a huge way. Look at the units getting trained through here for Lucifron. Big panic from him as the army surrounds onto those Toxotes. Those are all going to fall down. Valkyrie comes through, and in that moment there, Lucifron says, GG! As Ulysses is too strong for him in this one, manages to take him out in a big, big way. Great fight there. That Einery spawn was decisive. That fight was not going to go so bad, I think, for Lucifron, because he can have that kiting ability for a little bit more, but Einery closed the gap with that horn, gets in there and absolutely dominates the fight, as Lucifron just can't make it work. One thing here that Lucifron needed, if you take a look at the army comp, which Ulysses has, he's got himself Herban, he's got himself raiding cavalry. Hoplites. Hoplites beat Herban, Hoplites beat raiding cavalry in a big way. So if it, instead of going into these Toxotes, have the Toxotes there, have the archery ranges there, but also drop 2 military academies as well. And he had like Hippias, Hoplite, Toxote. I think it would have been in a better spot. And if he'd spent all those resources, right, it would have been in a better spot here to take that fight and actually maybe scare Ulysses a little bit in this game. But Ulysses gets the dub, and we'll move on to the next one. Don't forget to hit that follow button on Twitch. Also checking out EGC TV. We are getting to the crunch time, ladies and gentlemen. The matches are heating up. Spawning in the top side of the map in the blue color, playing as Oranos. His name is Nyan Racing Cat. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Frere. His name is Soup. Oh, baby. It doesn't get any better than this. It absolutely doesn't get any better than this. Like, this is a testament to how absolutely insane the competition is for Age of Mythology Retold right now. We've got two of what I would say are the top, maybe in the top 16, maybe in the top 20 is a very, very fair statement here. In Nyan Racing Cat and Husk Soup. I expect both of these players to qualify, yet they are meeting here in what I think is the semifinals. We are watching, is this the semifinals? Hang on, let me just double check. This is the semifinals, which is a best of 5. Am I wrong? I think it's a best of 5. Oh, this is going to be big, guys. I'm excited. Alrighty. We're on the map Oasis. Nyan is going in with Uranos. Uranos is the bane of my existence, but maybe Soup has got an answer for him. Now, the more I think about it, the more I think that the answer to Uranos is do nothing. Don't try and force anything against Uranos because he can catch you out, because he can be anywhere on the map at any point. He's got map hacks with the oracles. Doesn't have map hacks with the oracles. You can kill the oracles, but he's got those oracles that give him a lot of line of sight. He's got those sky passages, which means you can't really raid him. So the best answer oftentimes to play against Uranos is to just play a really, really defensive, boomy game. And that can be able to help you. And guess which god is good at this? Freyr. Freyr is amazing at this. You can throw down, you could throw down a cheeky little Asgardian bastion here. You can grab the town center over here. You can be in for a really, really good time. Meanwhile, over on this position, we got the Soup Berserk, just grabbing himself a goat over there. Oracle going to be retreating back. Did he get... Good question. Did he get the upgrades? Let's have a quick look. He's already got himself both pickaxe and hand axe. Soup is the master of saying, what? Fast age ups? What are those? I don't need fast age ups. Why go for a fast age up when you can advance it like 5 minutes? It's better. He is the master of it. He is the absolute master of it. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to come up with. But take a look at this. Nyan's like, okay, if you're going to take a late advance, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to wander forward here. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for you. Over on this position, we do have the Sky Passage coming up as well. So he's got one on this hunt. He's got one on this hunt. And I can already assure you there's going to be one getting dropped in the main base here as well for Nyan Racing Cat. As houses coming down in the main base here for Soup. Look at how beautifully he makes his town. This is like one farm square away, enough to get the farms in there. Oh, Soup, a man after my heart. All right. But Nyan going to be getting it up, and then what is the big question? Then what? Monkeys asks, how would he know that Soup is advancing late? He doesn't really. There's nothing that gives that away unless you can scout the villager out and see the double upgrades. If you scout the villager out, you see the double upgrades in, then you can say, all right, he's not going for a 4-minute advance time, but he could be going for like a 4, I think there's like a 4:15 you can get. Maybe it's like a 4:20 with a little bit of idle town center time, but I think you can. So yeah, you're not really going to know how late he goes up, but Soup here is opting for a 4:30. So only really 30 seconds behind Nyan Racing Cat as the Sky Passage up on this side. Sky Passage in the main base here. Mana coming down. Citizen's going to be moving forward onto this location here as well. And we see the villagers coming forward. Oh! A couple of Murmillo are out. And Soup here, I mean, what's he going to do? He can take a fight. As we see Hero Murmillo getting converted in. Soup going to be coming back here. He does have himself that Head of Orpheus technology. The Draugr, got to be careful here. He does do divine damage, but he's going to get taken down very quickly. There's also that Caladria there retreating away. No problems. Villagers back home. And Nyan gets what he wants here. He's got the town. He's got the hunt. He's got the Murmillos. He's got all of the advantage here. He's also preventing this town center from getting grabbed. He's got the Oracle up on this side here. So there is no advantages to be grabbed at the moment for Soup. But one thing to remember here is even one town center Freyr is scary. Because he gets himself all of the upgrades for cheap. Which means he is just going to be way, 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 way in front of you in terms of military, so long as he can spend his resources and get those units out in a good way. Meanwhile, Mass Murmillo coming through for Nyan. He's going to get countered pretty hard by those throwing axemen. But one advantage which Soup has is throwing axemen. Is not throwing axemen. Is not one advantage Soup has. One advantage Nyan has here is putting the Carnivora onto the throwing axemen. And then shockwaving the throwing axemen back into the Carnivora for even more damage. So, in a way, he does have some myth units out ready to fight at a moment's notice. Great little snipe there onto the Murmillo, pushing Nyan Racing Cat away. He's trying to take this fight right now. The Herser is strong on the back, but there's that Carnivora. As we do see there, Nyan going to be retreating. Shockwave comes down, as we said. As one throwing axeman will get taken down here. And I think Soup's best bet here is to just retreat away. As you do have the Herser charging in onto that Carnivora. We'll see if he... Oh, no, he gets the medium throwing axeman in. He gets the medium throwing axeman in. This is going to be more than enough to take the fight, as that is huge for Soup. I didn't even see him grabbing that one there. Really, really nice fight at the moment. Nyan needs to get himself a counter barracks. This is mass throwing axeman. If I would ever have said, let's just say 6 months ago, we're watching a Norse versus Uranus game, and the Uranus player... and the Norse player is making pure throwing axemen. Not pure throwing axemen. He's got a couple of Herser, but pure throwing axemen. I'd say, you're crazy. You just build a whole bunch of Terma, and he's going to just die. But Nyan, he eats all the hunt. There's no hunt left, and he just retreats back. He just retreats back, and he's got hunt over here. So, while Soup, technically speaking, got the better trade of it, militarily speaking, Nyan got the better trade of it, economically speaking, as we see an Asgardian Hillfort coming down. Villagers moving forward. Meanwhile, a raid on the other side of the map here, going to be hitting those villagers. Soup does retreat nicely, gets back into the tower, no problems there. Villagers going to be pulling back as well. We also got a cheeky little upgrade coming through. This is the new one with Ulla, Servants of Glory. Extra 5% speed on your Herdman, throwing axeman, Berserks. Really, really good upgrade over there as well. As Nyan's still trying to find some value on the bottom side of the map. There are these villagers to attack on the berry bushes, but I mean, it's fine to do this. The villagers here getting some idle time. You have to be careful because the towers are up. One thing I wouldn't mind seeing here for Soup, just put a wall down. Tower here, wall down. Force your opponent to have to run through the town center. That way, or even put another building on this side, wall down the bottom, no problems there. It would be a really great way to play. Town center now coming up for Soup as he's like, I do not need to kill you now. I just need to get myself into a position where I'm never going to lose, and we find the win. This is always the mantra of Freyr, and it's even more the mantra when you're playing against Ranos, because this is just the way that the matchup needs to be played in a big way.
Yuji.
There's the units now coming up to the top side of the map here. We do see these Caladria going to be coming down onto this spot. Armory now coming up for Soup. And we've got ourselves Hyperion on the way right now for Nyan Racing Cat. We've also got ourselves, wow, he gets a second town center and he gets the A gear through. Soup is in an insanely good position right now as these units here going to be retreating back. We've got the Huskal charging forward to take out those Terma on that side there. Little smacks coming in. Poke. Couple more pokes. Dead. Nope, not just yet. One dead Terma. Two dead Terma. Immediate Murmillo going to be pulling back into the main base here. And now what for Nyan? Nyan here, his military is behind. His tech is behind. His economy is behind. Everything is behind. One thing here that I talk about a little bit for Freyr. And, well, I talk about a lot for Freyr is just build 2 armories. They're only 150 wood. You're already saving all of the resources on your armory by how cheap your armory upgrades are. What is this town center? Soup? What are you... This is breaking my fundamentals rules. This is breaking my fundamentals rules. Soup's getting another town center. You're not allowed to do this. Whole bunch of Kontarians coming through. This could be a little dangerous for Soup because Nyan is going to invest everything into military. And, well, I mean, Soup has got himself Gullenbursty. He's going to... You can break the fundamentals if you know the fundamentals well enough and you can have some sort of defense there. You can do it. He's got Gullenbursty. He's got Tempest. These 2 god powers up the top here for those of you playing at home not really knowing. And we can see how things are going to go here as the army going to come through. It's only 135 wood for Fred. The armory is even cheaper. There you go. But the Kontarians now pushing forward. They see the town center up. A whole bunch of units going to come through. If I'm Soup, I just drop Gullenbursty here. Right on top of the Sage here in the back. And we take a fight. Rock Giants coming through because Soup is 3 town centers. He's got all the map control in the world right now. A little cheeky wall over here and he's just in for an amazing position. He can also get a villager out to start repairing the town center down if he so chooses. The Kontari is going to be moving down to the bottom side of the map looking for something to raid, but there's really nothing. There is this spot. Another thing here that Soup can do is he can get himself this upgrade here, which makes his Asgardian Bastion only cost 40 favor. Very, very cheap, but instead of that one, he's going to be going for the Rock Giants. Another option is just to buy the Hill Fort, which is totally fine as well. As the Kontarius going to be charging through here, looking for something to take out. Meanwhile, over onto this position, Caladrius hovering over onto the top side there. Villagers over here, just going to be chopping that wood. And we'll see what can be found at the moment here as the Rock Giant rolls forward. We've got those Herbmen coming in onto this position here. The Rock Giant's ready to go. Use the special. Oh, and he gets him. Oh, meanwhile, over on this side, we do have that shockwave coming down. Still no Gullenbursty, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Look at this. Soup is just winning. He's just winning this fight. It's not even close. There's a couple of these Saids here, which are going to be a bit of a trouble for Soup to deal with because there's no heroes in this army sniping down the Carabalas, sniping down everything else there, as the army is just simply going to be retreating back to the town center. Great Halls coming up on this spot. Longhouses, more Great Halls coming through. More Rock Giants coming through here now for Soup. He's also getting... Oh, I love this tech. Feasts of Renown. Every town center you get, and we see the tap out. Nyan doesn't even want to play it out anymore. We see the tap out. Solid play here from Soup. This is why Soup is one of the best guys. He is an insanely strong player here. Completely defends. Beautiful play. Grabs Townsend. Doesn't even need to use his god powers. He's still holding on to them. Nyan gets the forward food, but I mean, it doesn't matter because he just loses too much pure Murmillo. Not enough to beat Pure Throw and Axeman in that early stage of the game. And Soup just takes that win and pushes it to the nth degree. Really, really nice play. That's game one. We'll see if we can jump into game number two. If you guys are enjoying it, don't forget to hit the follow. Don't forget to check out EGC TV. And we'll see you guys in the next game. Guys, it's game two. It just keeps going. We just keep going. It's not going to stop. We're going to go until it ends. In the bottom side of the map in the blue color, playing as Kronos. His name is Nyan Racing Cat. Boom! We missed it. Let me try again. Boom! I'm sorry for the big boom. That probably was a bit rude. In the other side of the map in the red color, playing as Loki. His name is Soup. Ah. It's a new game. It's a new you. It's a new me. It's a doc. And it's an oracle that is on the hunt. The map, for those of you wanting to play at home, this is Kurlauga. What is Kurlauga? Well, it's a water map. And you guys go, oh, water. I hate water. Water's the worst. You have to build ships. I don't want to build ships. It's too... Oh, no. Guys, this is the coolest water map you've ever seen in your entire life. Why? Why is this map awesome? Well, shallows. Shallows. How good are shallows? What is a shallow, you guys ask? Well, it is a portion of water which land units can interact with. It's not a block. It's not a block in the map at all. So not only do you get access to 3 different human units in this map, not only do you get access to 2 or 3 extra myth units in this map, but you can also send your military units in to fight on the shallows as well. I'm a big fan of this. I think this is exactly what water maps need. Rather than taking away from a player's experience, you're adding to it. What I mean by that is if you play on a map like Mediterranean, you go from having an arsenal of your army with myth units, heroes, human units, into just being able to produce nothing but 1 archer ship. Now, with Retold came the ability to produce all 3 in the classical age, which is really, really cool. So I'm excited to see what these guys are going to come up with. Now, Soup is up 1-0 in this matchup. He's playing as Loki at the moment, and this is his 2nd Norse. And for those of you who don't know, Soup is a Norse main. He's very, very good with Norse. He's also really good on other gods as well. Let's not get it twisted. Nyan, on the other hand, he's an Atlantean main. So both of these guys are in a really, really good position, comfortable position to play, as we see a relatively, probably not that quick here from Nyan, a little bit slower than I would have expected, but a relatively quick advance time. Going to be moving that temple forward, and he's going to be ready to start putting some pressure up onto this side here of Soup. Now, the Soup as well, he's not advancing just yet. He's just going to take his time. Getting his temple up in his main base. He's only got the one berserk up, which will slow him down in a big fashion here. And Nyan, for whatever reason at the moment, he's only got 4 fishing ships. So he's going to be putting big pressure onto Soup. And where does he attack, though, is the big question. Do you attack the main base with the Prometheans? Do you send them up to the docks and attack the fishing ships? Those are the big questions that need to start happening, or need to start getting answered at the moment. So we'll see how things are going to go. Meanwhile, we do have that 430 coming through. Prometheus on the way, or Prometheans coming in as well, as the villagers are all going to just retreat back into the town center and do all the good stuff. Meanwhile, another Hearser comes out. Going to come over here and get a little bit of a defense happening as the temple does get deconstructed. So it's going to have to rebuild that one. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, still just only the 2 docks. So he does have a deconstruction available in 166 seconds that he could use to take down a dock, but we'll see how things are going to go here as the temple coming back up for Soup, and Soup will be in for a little bit of pressure in this game. Now, one option here for Soup, one option is to just ignore the water and just grab a town center at the moment. It's totally viable, totally works. You don't have to fight the water if you don't want to. You're going to lose the water much faster than on an Anatolia map or on a sort of highland map, but you could go for that if you really want to. As the longhouse is now coming up onto this side. And that's going to be immediate throwing axemen and an immediate defense for those Deuterinos over here, as we see the troll coming up to the top side. Losing this dock is a pretty big deal. We also see Nyan grabbing himself a Bareem here. So you can see Nyan's just like, give me everything. I want all of this water. And one thing here that you can do with Chronos, which is really, really nice, is come over here and drop a dock down here and then just deconstruct, not deconstruct, but time shift up onto this position. Time shift up onto this position. So you don't have to run your citizen all over the map. And it's good. As the fishing ships are going to be diving into the docks, doing all the good stuff. Trolls coming up onto this side there as well. Dragon ship's starting to come out onto that position, and he's going to be able to defend the cheeky little Bareem here very, very simply. Meanwhile, over onto this position, those Deuterinos here for Nyan. I mean, he's now not making the same mistake as last game. He's getting himself some Terma. You got to get the Terma out to deal with those throwing axemen. You can use Kyra Ballista. Not a terrible way to go about dealing with them, but I do think those Terma are just a little bit better. At the very least, you can go for like 5 Terma and then make a handful of Caraballister as an idea. But yeah, you want to get those Terma out nonetheless, as Nyan still just trying to pester. And it looks like both players have just kind of said, you know what? Let's just call it equal over on this side. Let's just call it equal. It's fine. No worries. Meanwhile, on the other side here, we are seeing that Nyan's already started to move over here. He's getting those fishing ships out onto the bottom side. So he's getting a little bit of a boom happening behind all of this. But, I mean, it's not like it's that crazy useful to get those fishing ships out at the moment. They're only gathering at 0.5 food a second, which is just a little bit there. You know, it's not a whole lot. But it is still, I mean, it's something. Especially when you get to the next stage, so you get that percent upgrade, could be a really, really big deal. That's the fishing ship upgrade for those playing at home. And so the villager's going to just dive into the sentry tower there. Raiding cavalry out. Smacking away at those Terma, doing all the good stuff. Meanwhile, the Hearse are going to come over here and see what they can do to get a couple of kills. Temple going to be deconstructing and moving back home as these bad boys seeing what they can do there as well. A couple of Murmillo now starting to come out for Nyan Racing Cat to boot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, fire ships starting to come forward. We'll start getting some damage done onto these fishing ships onto the front there. He needs to get a longboat out to defend against that one. Or he just send his raiding cavalry through to deal with this. Now, this does do a really heavy amount of damage. 13.3 hack damage a second is a very heavy amount of damage. But the 7.5 hack from those raiding cavalry going to be enough to chase that one down. It's so fast. Look at it go. 7.3 speed. Look at that bad boy. It's zooming. It's zooming. I didn't even realize it was so quick. When the raiding cavalry are going to be chasing that away nonetheless. Look at the damage it does. It basically, I think if you had a couple of these, it would have actually killed the raiding cavalry. That's absolutely insane. Meanwhile, over onto this position, the throwing axe, we're going to turn around, get a little bit of damage done over there. As Super's now saying, maybe it's time to go. But I think the safe play here, almost always for Norse, against the Atlantean army, is just let the Atlantean army take the engagement and just kind of take it slow. We're seeing some more military buildings coming up. Does he have that Eyes in the Forest tech? Looks like I don't think he does just yet. Wait, I can just do this. Yeah, he doesn't have Eyes in the Forest just yet, but if he gets it, he's going to start being able to see a lot of the map very, very easily here. As a counter barracks coming up over onto this position, we will be seeing Nyan now looking to push forward. As the Hearse charging forward onto this position, raiding cavalry coming around onto the side here, and they do manage to just dive in onto those Terma on the back, and the army here of Soup is overwhelmingly strong right now. He gets a troll spawn there to boot, and it looks to me like Nyan Racing Cat is getting erased from this game, and in that moment, he decides to tap out. A decisive victory here for Soup. Guys, people were telling me that Kronos just wins water. Does Kronos just win water? No. Soup defends beautifully. Really, really nice play. That Loki there, incredibly strong. Is this not a best of 5 or is it a best of 3? Not sure. Anyways, we'll see if there's another game coming on. If not, congratulations to Soup. If yes, we'll get that third game coming, and we'll see you in that next one very, very shortly. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back. You're back. We're both back. Spawning in the top of the map, in need of a little bit of a flipperoo. His name is Redo, and he's playing as 4. His opponent today, in the green color, playing as Uranus, upsetting a player who I would think had a very, very good shot of making it through the qualifiers today, but is now out. We'll talk about that another time. His name is Mechanics. Mechanics is an insanely good team game player. This is one of the best team game players out there. He plays for UCA. He is a low-key specialist in those team games, but he can also play a very mean Ra. But in this situation, we are seeing him going with the Uranus. We're seeing him going with the Uranus. So we've got a very, very, very interesting matchup here. We've got the ridiculously strong Uranus versus the ridiculously strong Thor. Now, if everything's broken, nothing's broken, right? Isn't that how it all works? I don't know. Nonetheless, Chicken's going to be getting chopped down here. Rido, he did play a lot of Thor going up to the whatchamacallit. I think he got like rank 2 with playing a lot of Thor. He played like 10, 15 games. He was already highly ranked, and then he just played 10 games to like just put himself up into the very, very tip top of the ladder with Thor. So he's obviously feeling incredibly, incredibly comfortable on this god. Now, that being said, doesn't matter how comfortable you are on a god when you're playing against Uranus, because Uranus puts you in places you really don't want to be in, especially when players come up with some interesting strategies to go for. Recently, who did I play? I played against 3DB, and he made me very, very suffer. He made me have some very difficult time playing against him with his cheeky little hero Mermillo shenanigans. There's lots of fun stuff you can do with this Uranus civilization. As we do see the citizen moving out, going to be dropping a sky passage nice and early onto this hunt so that he can get there very, very quick. Sky passage in the main base as well. And this is a great question here from chat. Why is Redo going onto the chickens first instead of going onto the hunt? Well, the difference between chickens and hunt is about 10%. So it's not a huge difference in terms of actual food you get. And Redo really wants this technology. I can't show you what it is, but Hammer of Thunder. It's normally here. Unique technology to Thor. So in eating those, and when you get that, it costs 5 favor, right? So in order to get that, you have to kill all the chickens. So what Redo says is, instead of going onto the hunt first and having to send a dwarf over here to kill off all these chickens, and then get the favor income, and then leave the chickens and go over to the hunt, I'm just going to eat the chickens first. And I absolutely love that idea. Very late advance time, though, from Redo. Mechanics is already in the second age before Redo even clicks up. But, I mean, what sort of pressure can he do right now? He's shopping military barracks, counter barracks, and he's going to start moving forward and getting some real pressure very, very shortly in this one. Terma and Mermillo. It's like it's 2004 all over again. Actually, no, Terma, it was pure Terma in 2004. It's like it's 2010 all over again. Mermillo Terma. I love it. I love it. But we do see Freya coming through. And we're going to see how things are going to go. Hunting does get favor, but it takes a lot longer to get that 5 favor on this time. You can actually see, look at this, only 1 favor in the bank right now for Redo. So, yeah, you better to go into the chickens. Chickens are considered herdables. Herdables give a lot more favor than Hunt does. So that's... We've already explained it. Come on, guys. As the Valkyrie. Going to swing up to the top side of the map. Does he?
Tilbúin.
I was wondering why Redo did this, and now I know. I love this idea. I'm going to do this. I'm stealing this. Everybody steal this. If you're playing against Uranus, any sort of Atlantean, send your speedy myth unit to the top, your top corner. You don't have to scout your opponent because he's got a Caladria, but look and search for those bloody oracles. As you see the Caladria coming in, gets that pacify in. You're going to take a lot of damage here, and this is why you don't send it straight into your opponent's base. But he will get away. Still half HP, no problems. And the Valkyrie pop back into the main base. We've got a Great Hall coming down. Oxcart coming down as well. This mechanic's going to be charging through those dwarves, taking a lot of damage on that position, trying to get back to the town center there. They do manage to escape as the berserks going after those Murmillo in a big way, trying as best as they possibly can to snipe those bad boys. Meanwhile, over on this position here, those throwing axemen are going to be getting a little bit of damage as well. As the Caladria gets the heal up, keeps the Terma alive, but Redo, he's got the armor upgrades. He's got the population advantage in terms of military right now. So he's more than happy to just throw his weight around and force mechanics out of his position, but he's not going to overchase. Very smart play. Very slow play. Very methodical play. Very correct play. And look at this. I love this building position. Look at this wall here that's made by the cliff. If you can just build a wall up onto this spot, and then you can also come over onto this spot, and you can start really chopping this map up in a really big way. As the dwarves now going to start sneaking up to this hunt over here. He does have a little bit of gold left in the gold mine, but he could also sneak over onto this hunt there if he so chooses. But meanwhile, the units here for mechanics are going to start looking forward, and we do see those walls are going to be coming up. Redo paying very close attention to everything over here. As the Dwarven Mine going down. Wow, that's a big spend there from Redo, not wanting to leave his base at this moment as the army swings around onto the back. No watchtowers coming in. We do see the Carnivora getting dropped down right onto these units here. Mechanics with a big power move to start this game off. He still has himself the Shockwave. If he wants to use it, that's going to send everything flying, taking more units out here. Picks off another Hersa on that one as the Berserks will have to retreat back into the Sentry Tower. Mechanics gets a big win in that fight. He is now in front on the population. He is still behind on those armory ups, but he has himself his speedy Murmillo charging forward, trying to get some good damage. More Berserks coming through. The Berserks onto this position, going to be looking for someone to take out, but we do see that Mechanic says, no, not today. Get back home. The heals come onto the Murmillo there as well, and Mechanics, all he's got to do is get himself spread out on the map and make sure no second gold mine comes in. This has always been, and will always be, the weakness of going pure dwarf is that you run out of gold really quickly, as opposed to going for villages, which means you run out of food really quickly. As the watchtower going to get taken down onto this position, Berserk's going to slowly start pushing forward. Houses coming down over here as well. And Mechanics, simply put, going to just retreat back. Going to heal himself back up with those Caladria. Man, you get so much value with these Caladria. It's not just in the fight with that burst heal, but also the extra healing you get. That's resources. Look at this 2 HP Murmillo hero. Get that one back up to full HP, and that's like you're getting 95, 55, 150 resources there you get back for that. Now, he hasn't healed it, so he's not going to get it until he heals it, but nonetheless, he's going for the fight. He loses. That's a bit sad. But now the army coming through for Redo. Redo's got so many Berserks at the moment. We do see the medium infantry coming through as he turns around onto this position here. Forest Fire is available if necessary, but it looks to me like the fight is just way too heavily in favor of Redo, who manages to get out a whole bunch of those Berserks, and Mechanics going to have to retreat all the way back home. All the way back home. As we do see the Forest Fire getting dropped back, and Mechanics has to pull back even further. The army of Redo not really getting in onto that position all too well there, as he takes the fight a little bit too hard onto that position, giving Mechanics a little bit of another go at it. One thing I wouldn't mind seeing from Mechanics, if he can manage it, is to just sneak a citizen up here and just get a little cheeky sky passage on this light position. Then he can run onto the gold mine and start raiding that with like a unit or two or something like that. Would be really, really strong. Though going to be losing one Murmillo there as it doesn't manage to retreat away in time. Meanwhile, the army's splitting up. Does Redo see that? I don't think he may have seen it moving up to the top side of the map there, but the army at the moment for Mechanics coming through. He scouts out the gold, and this is going to be a brutal raid for Mechanics. There's also Shockwave available with just one favor to come through. All of these dwarves are dead. All of these dwarves are dead. Redo not reacting to this one at the moment. He's forcing himself forward. Mechanics is getting some pressure down over there. The dwarves, he's still not paid attention. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're all going down. Look at the villager differential now. It's now 20 or 15 villager differential at the moment. As what can Redo do? We're seeing some units pushing forward over onto this position. The Caladria is taking some damage here. Mechanics not microing on that position. The units are coming back over here and attempting to get a little bit of return fire on this spot. He does get the surround onto this one, but Mechanics here, he'll just slither through. Takes a lot more damage there, but he will be able to get away, no problems. And Mechanics wins on this fight. Mechanics is playing out of his mind in this game right now. Hero Oracle getting chased away as well. It takes a while for that one to go down. It's very, very quick nonetheless, but it does look like that will be a kill there as the army going to be charging back. He can just dive into the Sky Passage in all honesty if he really wants to. Decides to turn around and actually take the fight after all is said and done. He could have taken the fight at any point, but the Caladria will get, Carnivora getting dropped down. A couple more units on this position will take a bit of a fight as the Berserks need to retreat back. But Mechanics here, he's already had the villager kills. He's got the advantage now in this game. He just has to push it in the right way. He's got a military advantage. He's got a villager advantage. Does he have these armory upgrades up? He doesn't have them up, but he can start getting them. He's got that copper weapons, which is a big one. Copper mail or armor is going to be the next big one, and some more of those Caladrias to heal up those low HP units is going to be really, really important, as well as the Longhouse coming up onto this position here for Redo. We'll see how things are going to go. Meanwhile, on the right side of the map, we will be seeing the Berserk getting sniped down over here. But we'll manage to snipe out a Terma for his hardships there. So not that bad of a trade, as we are now starting to see the Valkyries coming through. And this could be dangerous for Mechanics. Why? He's been spending his favor on God Powers. He doesn't have the favor for heroes at the moment. It costs a decent amount of favor, right? 2 favor per hero. As Mechanics walks forward, he's still got this Carnivora that he can fight on. But Redo is just saying, I'm going to charge in and kill that one off. I feel like Mechanics could have turned around and took that fight at that position there. But really, what Mechanics needs more than anything here is an extra couple of oracles, because he needs more heroes. But charging forward, he's going to be able to get so much damage. Those those serrated blades, Murmillo here. Bite of the Shark Murmillo are absolutely stonking in this fight. Slaps down those throwing axemen on the front there. The population differential, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. We'll see who's going to be able to win these fights moving forward. Mechanics says that's not the fight to take. He's going to take the foot off the pedal, retreat back. He still has to deal with all of those Valkyries at the moment. And Redo, he is playing very, very well considering all of his losses in terms of the citizen factor here. The citizens can dive into that Sky Passage. Mechanics not controlling that one all too well, as the citizens are going to be going down. This is the revenge economy kill here, which Redo needs to keep himself in this game. The Murmillo turning around now, deciding to take the fight now. They've got the Town Center there to help themselves out. Heroes going down here for Mechanics. He's dropping units onto the back line there, as the Murmillo going to be able to take out those back throwing axemen in a big way, but the Ford Murmillo all going down, as the population differential now very heavily in favor of Redo. He's got to convert this and get a whole bunch of villager kills. The villagers are retreating away from the town center instead of diving in there, though. A bit of an interesting decision, as the Murmillo on the top here going to get taken down with those Berserks, also able to take out those Murmillo, those Terma as well. Armory upgrades, still, there's not actually even that Mithril Breastplate upgrade for those Berserks, so they are just going to town in this game. Those Valkyrie are also just doing so much damage. Villager differential now is getting close to equal after all those citizens getting cleaned up at the moment. But here's the thing. Mechanics is on 2 town center, and he taps out. He taps out. Are you kidding me? He's down. He loses an entire army. He's on 2 town center, and he taps out. Mechanics was in an absolutely dominating position here, and Redo, all he did was say, I got favor in the bank, let me spend it. And Mechanics didn't have any answer for the Valkyrie. He needed Hero Murmillo. He needed Hero Terma. He needed Hero something to deal with those Terma. And instead, he used that last incy bit of favor on a Carnivora. And while that helped him, he definitely just needed those oracles out. A small, tiny strategical mistake here from Mechanics gives Redo the ability to get a gigantic advantage, such that Mechanics taps out. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game here by Redo. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the follow button. If you're not watching EGC TV as well, definitely check them out, and we'll see you guys in the next game. We got a game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Spawning the right side of the map in the blue color. Now playing as Odin. His name is Redo. His opponent today, Mechanics. Now as the Gaia. The map is Alfheim. And this is where things get spicy. Now, Mechanics made one tiny mistake last game. He was in a winning position, one tiny mistake, could not convert. What's the lesson learned there? Maybe don't try and finish the game so quickly. Maybe play a little bit more defensively. Maybe don't try and grab that second town center. All of those questions are going to be running through his mind right now. The important thing is to remember your practice and do what you practice. This is something that Mr. has said time and time again is, it doesn't matter what, if they spring a patch on us on game day, it doesn't matter what the patch says. Play what you practice because that's what's going to give you the best results. You can't just come up with a completely new build order and a completely new way to play the game just by thinking about it, by seeing a patch list. Not that this has happened at the moment. I'm just saying that Mechanics might get shook from the fact that he lost that last game. But he needs to reset. He's now got the Atlantean. He's now got the Gaia, and he's playing against Odin. Very, very different matchup to the last one. Gaia, Uranus. They're very similar in terms of what they can get done, but very, very different in terms of how they go about doing it. Rito, on the other hand, he's got to be thinking to himself, okay, I made one huge blunder. I should have lost that last game. How can I stop myself from making that same blunder in this game? He knows Mechanics has got the capabilities to roam around the map and get a ton of villager kills and get me distracted. So, what's the secret? Walls and paying attention for the entirety of the game. Full focus here from Ritu. He's got the Odin, so he's got that ability to be very hyper aggressive, get some real big amounts of damage happening. I believe we're still in the best of 3s at the moment. I could be wrong about that, but I believe we are still in the best of 3s. So Ritu here, he is a favorite to get through to the next round. He's ranked 2. He's a favorite to get through the next stage of this tournament. So dropping here would be a big, big upset. Though he's got one win to get through the next round. So it's not like he's going to be nervous about it, but he does know that he's got to be playing really, really well here. Temple coming up here for Ritu. Houses coming through as well. We do see some ravens to help out and see what's going to be happening on this position as well. Meanwhile, he's checked out the map. Let's check these relics out. We've got ourselves, dwarven horseshoes. You can't, I don't know, maybe some of the Norse mains in the chat can tell me. But is there a relic you like more? You see and you like it more than dwarven horseshoes? This relic, 10%. You've already got the speediest classical cavalry in the game at 6. Then you get yourself an extra 10%. You got 6.6. Then you get yourself an extra 10% with Thundering Hooves. You got to 7.2. Are you kidding me? Other relics on the map. You can also get the HP relic for the cavalry. Yeah, totally. On the bottom side of the map, you got the Hestia's Hearth. Villagers training a little bit faster there. That one's a really nice one for the Gaia player. Farms being cheaper, 25% off. Bargain. Text of Imhotep. Whole bunch of economic upgrades on this spot here. Absolutely brutal. Beautiful. All right, we'll see how this game is going to keep coming through. Gaia Forest coming up all across the map. We've got those counter barracks, military barracks coming down as well here for Mechanics. Just playing it nice and solidly to kick this game off. Double longhouses here for Ritu and a forest fire instantly onto the Gaia Forest. A little person inside of me dies. A little part inside of me dies every time someone uses forest fire in the first 5 minutes of a game. All I want you guys to do is imagine forest fire. Just imagine it. Imagine what it could do. Imagine what it could be. What does that mean? It means think about 5 minutes into the future. Think about 10 minutes into the future. 15 minutes into the future. Look at this forest. Look at this forest. Down here, look at this forest. We see some walls coming up as the army of Ritu pushing forward. And The army for Mechanics is in here to defend. He's got the Caladria. You got to be careful here. The Caladria is going to heal those units up. Oh, he gets path blocked. He gets path blocked. Redo is on the warpath. This is not today. Not today, Sonny Jim. We are pushing in. We're going to kill you. And you need to be defending yourself in a big, big way. We've got more Berserks coming through. Onto that spot. Berserk's going to be retreating back over here. One citizen going to go down. No, he gets into the matter. This is just so greedy here from Mechanics. He's so far forward. He just does not have the ability to be on this location. We see the Carnivora getting dropped down. That will be a dead Berserk, or at least it should be. It looks like it's targeting down one of those Hersers to kick the start of the game off there, or the fight off there. But the Carnivora goes down. Caladria healing up some villagers on the back. The Mechanics is on the retreat path here. But lots and lots of units are getting picked off here. The Valkyrie comes through, sniping down those citizens on that position. There is that hero citizen there as well. As the Mamilo going to be pulling back, sniping those bad boys down to boot there. They're so low HP, but if you can get back into the main base, you can heal them back up with those Caladrias. And Redo is just like, I just attack. He's got such an advantage here. And this all comes from Great Hunt. This all comes from the hunt bonus that Odin gets. Great Hunt of the hunt bonus allows him to get all of these units out and put the pressure on. Hero Citizen getting pushed back. Caladria saved the Hero Citizen as the Mamilo are pushing forward here. They've got to get back home as well. A couple of very low HP Mamilo at the moment. Can he turn around and get the burst heal off? Answer is no. Population differential is still pretty close. Military differential is gigantic, though. Random citizen gets popped off there. This Reader's still looking for more things to kill. He can come back and take out the remainder of this manor. There is a citizen still remaining in this one. Random Oracle getting sniped down as well. Is the citizen going to be pulling out? One goes down. Miller going to be popping over here and looking to take a fight on that spot. As Mechanics is just simply going to be retreating back into his main base here. There's a dead Terma. And another dead Terma. The Berserks actually don't have any bonuses versus the Terma, but the Terma have only got a tiny bit of hack armor. So they just go to town. There's also that Hamask upgrade here through for those Berserks. And look at this. He doesn't even care. He's just like town center. Town center doesn't matter. Watchtower's now coming down. Citizens getting taken down. Redo is completely on the warpath right now. You got to retreat into the town center or something here as the Berserks are just getting so much value. They're medium Berserks. As they get less HP, they do more damage. The Milo doing a nice job of defending here. Redo could be throwing a little bit. He's fighting underneath Watchtowers plus Town Center here. It's a lot of stuff to defend on this position. The citizens can also get involved and start shanking if they so choose. Citizen over here ends up getting sniped down as the Berserk's still charging around this position, sniping down everything, but good control there from Mechanics, managing to keep himself alive. But Redo gets the citizen count down to 20, or down to 14, 28 population of villager. And that's a huge advantage now for Reed. Reed is still in front on the military as well after that big, big fight. As Reed is now sitting out onto this position, looking to put some more pressure on. Got those Caladrias flying overhead. We'll see how things can go as the Berserks on this spot doing what they do best. Bite of the Shark now finally coming in. He just did not have the resources for it before. There's another barracks down, or longhouse I should say, down on the front side of the map here. And now we're going to start seeing all of that fighting does a couple of things. One, it picks off the citizens. Two, it limits the army that your opponent's got, so you can keep the numbers a little bit low. Most importantly, as Norse, you get favor. You get favor, and what's going to be challenging here for Mechanics? Heroes. Heroes are going to be a big, big challenge for him at the moment. And those Valkyries, they are going to be very, very scary. 6 speed here. 375 HP of craziness to deal with as the Berserks roaming around onto this side, trying to find some citizens. This citizen is very much out of position. Can he get in front of that one there? Yes, he can, but can he get the kill? Oh, he barely dives into that tower, gets himself alive. Nice play. Or she, I should say. She is very lucky to still be alive. Taking a couple of axes to the face is nothing for a citizen. Atlanteans go, axe? Psh, doesn't matter. Don't care. But now, we're also starting to see those armory upgrades. Oh, no, never mind. I wonder if that's a... I've not taken too much notice to what these dudes normally hold, but it kind of looks like they're holding a bronze axe, like he's got, or a copper axe. Kind of looks like he's got those copper upgrades, but he doesn't. That's just what they have. No, never mind. A little cheeky raid over here as the citizen gets pushed off. Does manage to just barely get into the manor yet again as we see another carnivore getting dropped down. Galadra is going to be dropping down. That's pacifying a couple of units there. The Valkyrie coming around onto the back. There's still no heroes on this position. The burst heal's coming down as well to help keep himself alive as those berserks turn around targeting down the carnivora. But in that moment there, Mechanics does decide to tap out. Redo. That was a statement piece there. He said, last game, that was lucky, Mechanics. You didn't beat me, but you getting that close to beating me, that was just luck. This is how I play as he comes through and absolutely dominates game 2. Better luck next time for Mechanics. Well played by Redo. Don't forget to hit the follow button if you're here and new. If you're not, thanks for your support always, and we'll see you in the next one. We're getting very close to business time, guys. Semi-finals. You win this one, you go to the finals. You win this one, you get to the best of 5s. You win this one, you get to the chance at getting qualified for Genesis. This is the big one. This is very important here, as I'm excited to introduce to you, in the blue color, playing as Zeus. His name's Matrius. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Gaia. His name is Avely. Ladies and gentlemen, the map is Oasis 4 Oasis. Oasis is the name of the map. No, it's just a 4 Oasis here on this one. And this is going to be fun. Guys, Avely, for those of you who are Age of Empires 4 fans, you know Avely already. For those of you who are OG Legacy fans, you know Avely already. So, for those of you who are neither, let me introduce to you this monster. Absolute monster RTS player. The winner of Scent of Vanilla, which is the most stacked vanilla tournament in the original game, save for World Cyber Games 2003. The insanely talented, always in the S tier tournaments, getting very, very far through them as well in Age of Empires 4. I don't actually know if he's won anything there, but he is incredibly strong. Hang on, I got to fix this up. Bam, we fixed it up. I noticed it. Professional streamer. Thank you, Uros and Wolf Studios, for being on. What would I do without you guys? I don't know. But anyways, it's Avely. Avely, this guy is a monster gamer. But he is up against a monster gamer in his own right. He might not have been around at the dawn of time for Scent of Vanilla, but he has been around for many tournaments since around the year 2020, maybe 2019. This guy has been getting very far in S-tier Age Mythology tournaments, and I'm expecting him to go very, very far in Genesis as well. But on this day, he has met a very tough opponent. So we'll see how things are going to go. The map is Oasis. I've already said that a million times, but I think it's important. Relics on this map, we've got the Eye of Horus here, which is going to be giving a little bit of population over to those town centers. On the bottom side of the map, we've got ourselves the Rias Crown here, which is going to be a town center reduction there. Up on the top side of the map, we've also got the Hecate Torch here, which is going to be making those god powers a little bit cheaper. I love that relic. I think this relic's really, really good. And on the right side of the map, we've got Anvil. Oh my god, are there some good relics here. So we are seeing Athena coming through. We are seeing Oceanus coming through. Now, these relics don't really impact strategy that much. Maybe Ria's Crown it might. I might decide if I see that relic to go for a fast 3 town center play. But yeah, the relics are just really good. They're just going to amplify. 50% off gold? Are you kidding me? That's a crazy amount of resources. Okay, I mean, this is just such a good one. All right, let's see what these guys are going to go for now. If I'm playing this the Zeus perspective, honestly, I'm thinking about going for a fast second town center, but it doesn't look like Matrius is doing this in the slightest. He's getting his heroes out. He's got that Heracles out. He's coming up here to grab that relic over here. I don't see his Jason. Where is it? The Jason is currently getting a little bit of pressure on the front. Look at how nice this forest is. Counterbarracks coming up in the main base. Averley is over on this hunt, but look at what he's on this hunt with. Double hero citizen. These are the 2 hero citizens you start with. Much more healthy, 125 HP. Very, very smart thing to be going for where that's concerned. I've got to flip. Oh, all right, guys. Let's... I've got to flip everything here. Hold on 1 second. Wait. No, it's got to be... Not sure if I fixed it or not. No, didn't fix it. Don't care. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Just wait. Hold. Let me try it again. Let me try one more thing. I don't think we can change those cards. We don't have the technology for it. We don't have the technology for it, guys. It's fine. Let's just leave it. Stop worrying about it. We're watching Age of Mythology. This is more important than your OCD with the colors and the overlay. There's a question in the chat. Too many games, too little time. Who do I watch? You watch all of them at once. Actually, that's the correct answer. You watch all of them at once. I expect, if you have 2 monitors, I expect you to have 4 streams up. If you got 3 monitors, I expect you to have 6 streams up. If you got 1 monitor, I expect you to have 4 streams in the little boxes around on your monitor. Nonetheless, a couple of Terma rates just coming in. Matrius going to defend that very, very simply. Over on this side, we do see a couple of Hippias on this side as well. When you're pushing those Citizen back home as the Watchtower just hanging out on that position there. We will be seeing Matrius retreating back home up on this position over here. The Termite will get chased down as well. Over in this position, we still haven't seen Matrius go for any town center. He is just staying 1 town center, which, in my opinion, in my guesstimation, I don't know if it favors Matrius or not, but what it does do is it opens up possibilities for gold mine stress. And on a map like this, we take a look at it. Normally, I think that gold starves are a little bit challenging, but there's no gold mine on this position here for Averley. Matrius may have identified that and decided to go for this strategy because he's got a gold mine here, and a gold mine here he needs to worry about, and that's it. So long as he can get security of this position here, no walls or anything over here, he's going to be able to put some serious pressure onto Averley. Now, the question is he going to have to get the heroic age to do that? Can he stay in just in the classical age, maybe get some minotaurs out and put some pressure on that way? What's the plan? As we do see the villagers now moving out onto this granary over here, and look at this from Matrius. He's like, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to build my military academy and I'm going to build hoplites into it, and then I'll move them out over here, and that's going to be enough because my opponent's not going to know about it. He's not going to make any Kyra Ballista. Just hanging back here as a defense just in case. And Averley here going to have to retreat away. As it looks like to me, Averley knows he needs Heroic Age. Heroic Age is where Atlantean is the strongest. So this is it's going to be a spicy one here. We'll see if Matrius can work it out. I do think that there is a very, very big opening here for Matrius to stay in the classical age, get himself all his upgrades, and then just sit on this gold mine. Send a villager forward at this point as Averley is pulling back into his base here and going to the next age and start putting walls up over here. Send the army forward and just over here. We'll see how things are going to go. Got ourselves the cheeky little copper shield, copper weapons, and also Aegis shield coming through. Matrius is really setting up for this. Does he have he's got a scout over here. He's got a Pegasus over on this side, just checking out the town center, making sure nothing's coming through there, spending all of his resources at the moment. Thea's already queued up, as well as Bosaw on the way. Those villagers are going to be getting a lot of value here. Gold mine situation. He's still 1,000 gold left, so Averley is going to get a lot of heroic age value out in this game. As Averley now sees the army, he sees how much population Matrius has. He can also, if he's checking, he can see the armory upgrades are in as well. So I don't know, like, I know me personally, this is something that I'm not really paying attention to in game, and I always pay attention to it when I go, why am I losing the fights? But if it's a mistake, right? You should be doing it as you get that scouting information in, and you can go, oh, he's going for a big all in. Okay, now we have to set up to defend that. As Matrius says, it's go time. As he's chasing those units down, going to try and get a little bit of kills over here. Heroic Age is now in for Averley. He's got himself a whole bunch of military barracks around his base. Really, really nice defensive base system. Stimphalian Bird is in. Hesper's Tree gets dropped down. And one thing here that Averley can try is just move out, put a palace down. Palace is a couple of population help, but Matrius retreats back, and now he's going to go next stage. And he could go for an underworld attack here if he wants. Honestly, the more I'm watching this, the more I'm like, okay, well, let's make this guess here in this game. Like, if you walled this all off and you set in the center of the map, what would your opponent do? He's going to start raiding you with Contarius. So you need to have some sort of answer for that. And what's the best way to get this? Get Heroic Age and go for an underworld while this all goes on. As the Hippias going to spot this one. Heracles is out over here. Matrius needs to react. He's going to be sending the units up to the top side. There is a Heracles to defend. The villagers are going to be retreating back for the time being here, but those Contarius are charging forward, but Matrius is already over here. Great defensive play here from Matrius. He recognizes that that's a big weakness, and he gets his army in a nice position to defend. Really, really great scouting. He finds himself an Oracle over here. That's a big pick. That's the first Oracle slain there by Matrius. Is going to be retreating back home. Contarius are going to be charging through the center of the map as well. There is a Jason here to defend. Apollo is almost through. We're also seeing that Sarissa coming through, as a couple of Contarius going to be charging in, trying to take out the Jason over here. It's important to kill off those heroes. They're very, very high value, but great micro from Averley as well. But more hoplites are going to come through here. They will be able to snipe down at least a Contarius. That's not a great trade, but a trade nonetheless. As the Terma are going to be charging it over onto this position there as well. And now Matrius is going to be ready to go for his underworld play. He can underworld here. I want to see an underworld from there to here, in all honesty. And a big, big fat wall in the main base would be a great way to prevent himself from getting raided there as well. Differential in population is still very, very close. Matrius here, going to be dropping that underworld into the main base over onto this side. The villagers are going to be retreating away. Minotaur is in. The army all popping out. That's one dead citizen. That's two dead citizens. That's going to be a lot of pain to come through onto Averley's citizens here as he has to retreat back. Another one going down. And now the pain train has started, as Matrius says, whose gold mine is that? It's my gold mine. You thought Oranos was difficult to deal with his Sky Passage. Take a look at the OG Sky Passage, ladies and gentlemen. The Underworld Passage is in. Hoplites getting some damage down. Restoration coming through. Averley taking the fight. We see the bolt there onto the Stimphalian Bird on the backside as Averley retreats away. Going to turn around and take the fight right now. The Manticore is ready to get involved on this fight there as well, as Averley is now out of there. But that will leave the villagers open to a little bit of harassment here. But I like the way that Matrius is making this happen at the moment. Hoplite's going to be sniping down those Contarius on this side. Units are just going to be having to wait over here. You can go and raid the main base, but the underworld is there. Matrius can just teleport back home. There's no weaknesses in this attack right now. He's also got the Pegasus over on this side. I'd love to see a building going down or something over there as the army going to be charging in. Villagers simply just going to be retreating through the Underworld Passage. No problems. Absolutely no problems. And then he can just pop them back through, get them onto the gold mine, and continue with the no problems. He also has got himself 83 favor in the bank. Not enough for that restoration just yet, But he does have it as he pops back in. The unit's going to be charging through. There's a lot of Dryads here. How much time left on that? 50 seconds for another restoration to come through at the moment. As the Manticore getting some good damage done over here. We see some Hero Arcus to come through onto that Manticore. If Matrius wants, he can use some Micro to jump in and out of the Underworld to keep that one alive there. As these Dryads, they're getting a lot of value. No heroes in the army right now for Matrius. Villagers coming forward in an attempt to grab this gold mine. He's out of gold. The population too high here for Matrius as Averly's army, Averly's gold, Averly's chances of winning this game are all dwindling here. And not only that, that Hesperid's tree is now going the wayside of Matrius. Matrius got some wood in the bank as well to start spamming out. He's moving into the main base here, going to take out those villagers left, right, and center. Town center will fall very shortly after here as Matrius too strong in this game and Averly just not accepting it just yet. Matrius isn't going to let this Averly get any sort of advantages. He drops the restoration downward. There's no units here, getting all of his army back up to full HP. Town center getting torn down here. The citizens moving up to this gold mine, but it's too little too late. Dryads now coming through for Matrius. Averly a fighter, ladies and gentlemen, but in the end, you can only fight for so long. What a game here by Matrius. Are you kidding me? This was as clean as you're going to see. Perfect fundamental defense here from Matrius into a ridiculously overpowered. I'm saying overpowered here, not because it's broken, but because it's just so good. Usage of the Underworld on this gold mine. Not only does he push Averly off the only real gold mine that he's got, but also he gets a gold mine that he's able to defend perfectly. Sky Passage level defense here on that gold mine. But finally, thirdly, he gets the Underworld in his main base. So Averly, who's got the movement speed advantage, what's he going to do? Run into my base? The units are just going to come out of the Underworld and fight me here. You can't get any value. Matrius has defended everything as he gets that first win. I don't know what to say, but that was as clean as it gets. Guys, we're going to get into game number 2. This is exciting. If you're enjoying it, don't forget to hit that follow button. We're going to be following this tournament for the entirety of the season. And if you're not also watching EGC TV at the moment, I definitely encourage you to get over there and check them out. And we'll see you in the next game. Guys, we're getting to the absolute crunch time. I know you all have got big dreams. And I've got big dreams for these plays right now. We've got, in the right side of the map, the new kid on the block here trying to prove himself as a multi-god talent, as a player who is incredibly strong in Age mythology. His name is Divine APT. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Loki. His name is Player. Guys, Player. I don't know if this is game 1 or game 2. I'm really not sure. I'm taking a guess that it's actually game 2 right now. So don't shoot the messenger if I got this wrong. I don't know who won the first game, but I think this is game 2. So let's talk about the players and kind of what's going on here. Player. This guy he's known for his Zeus. He's known for his Hades. He's known for his Underworld plays. He's a player who's been playing Age mythology since the dawn of time. He is an insanely good RTS player. I know he's played other RTS games to a high level as well. But this is Retold. And this is draft format. And he's on Loki. I don't know what gods he's been playing. He played a ton of Gaia on ladder. That's about it. So he hasn't shown his hand. I know that he's the type of player who is going to have the potential to pick whatever and do well with it. Because he goes and he trains. He knows how to make that work. He knows how to have those practice games. He knows how to make it a really big impact when he plays. Divine, on the other hand, I don't know a whole lot about Divine. I can tell you his entire life story, but I don't know a whole lot about what his process is. His life story is he starts in Age Mythology EE. he's a kind of an average player in all honesty. He's just having some fun, just learning how to play the game and just enjoying it. He gets up to about rank 2000 or 2000 elo, 2100 elo or something like that, playing nothing but Zeus. And then Age of Empires 4 drops. And he goes over and he kind of makes a bit of a splash on the scene. He's actually really, really good. But he's a one-trick. And what does a one-trick mean? Well, it just means he can only play one god. There's a little bit of negative connotations around being a one-trick. I don't mean it in a negative way. If you only want to play one god, that's actually really good. That's a fantastic way to learn a game because you can focus more on actually playing the game rather than, or learning the game rather than learning the god. That being said, he only played one god for a while and people kind of was like, this guy does the same thing every single game. Yeah, but he learned how to play RTS and now he comes to Myth and he does the same thing. He only plays one god. But guess what? He ventured away from it. He learnt that one god. He's really good with it. And now he's adding to his pool of gods he can play in tournament. He's going to be a dangerous player when he gets through his process and he's got a full understanding of this game. At the moment, I don't know how many gods he's got under his belt. I've definitely seen him playing Ra, so this is one of his comfort picks. But again, he is playing against one of the players who I would be terrified to go up against in a tournament. So we'll see how things are going to go. Troll popping out over here for player. As the Hersa are going to be moving across the map, and we'll see how things start shaping up. So Divine's going to get himself out of Wadjet for free, and we'll see how many monuments does he have? Just the one. As the barracks going to be coming down. He deletes the granary for a better placed barracks. Can you believe the madman? Can you believe? I would leave the granary up there, and I'd be using that as a farming place. That's just me, but we'll see how things are going to go. Relics on the map, as we are starting to see them getting picked up. Divine has got himself Chariots of Cybele. Cybele? I don't know. This one gives you a pair of golden lions, and those golden lions, they actually pack quite a bit of a punch there. What is this villager doing? Hello? This relic is actually quite good. It gives you 2 lions. They're actually quite strong for the early stages of the game. They don't get any boosts as the game goes on, so they are strictly an early game unit, but they're free, and you can use them for the rest of the game. Look at the stats. If I click on it, I can't. I literally can't click on them. 15 damage. 6.8 hack damage per second. That packs a punch. It's not bad. Over here on this side of the map, we do see the player's grabbed a couple of relics himself. He's got the Armor of Achilles here, giving that hack attack going down, and Sharon's Obel. Gives him some resources back when he loses some units. I was kind of playing with the idea. I don't actually know if it's the case or not, but I was playing with the idea of if this tech gives me resources back when I lose a villager, what happens if I convert it into a berserk? I still haven't tried it, so it might be a gigantic bug with that relic, but it could be interesting. Or maybe it's intended. I don't know. But we are starting to see the houses coming up. This is a little trick here, which once you get this technology, Eyes in the Forest, which is already grabbed, look at the line of sight you're getting on that tree line. Are you kidding me? This is literal map hacks in the simplest of terms. It's not cheating. It's fair game. It's a part of the game. But it is such a strong way to play. And player, it's funny, I could probably put the perspective just onto player and observe like this because he's just going to see the entirety of the map for the entirety of the game. He's even seeing inside the main base, so he knows exactly what Divine is doing. Now, just because you've got full map vision doesn't mean a whole lot. But you have to be aware, if you are Divine, that he's got full map vision because there is one part of the map here which player is not going to be able to see, and that's the center of the map. There are no forests in the center of the map, so not able to do it. For those of you, let me explain this technology. Eyes in the Forest allows you to see through nature's line of sight, if you've got a unit close to it. So you can see these raiding cavalry coming over here. They've got a whole bunch of line of sight around this tree, and you keep it for 5 to 10 seconds. I don't know exactly how long. But you keep it for a while, so you see all of this stuff for a very, very long time there as you're roaming around, just checking things out. So that's how the tech works. It also works on buildings. So obviously if the building is there, it's going to be there forever. Can guide drop a forest on the lake? I believe so. I could be wrong. I don't know. Nonetheless, raiding cavalry coming through, spotting those units. Divine's doing a good job of keeping his army kind of hidden in the center of the map here, kind of aware that player can see pretty much everything. It's absolutely insane. Okay, let's not talk about it too much. Let's just watch and see if player can utilize the information that he's got right now. Because it was a pretty big investment to go around and drop all those houses this fast. He's got 115 population already created here, which he doesn't really need at the moment. But look at the army that he's constructed, though. He's got a pretty scary army as well. Population differential at the moment, though, is in favor of Divine. So if I'm playing this spot, I don't want to take a fight. If I'm the Norse player, I don't want to take a fight. The aim of Norse here to win against Egyptian is to take an equal population fight. How do you manage to do that? Well, it's not easy. Don't get me wrong. But you just sit back and you wait. And you try and get yourself in a good spot. Get more military buildings down. Spam them out. Your opponent won't be able to get any more population than you once they hit population cap. That's when you take the fight. John Arbiter says, pretty sure Loki gets resources back when he converts fills. Are you kidding me? That is absolutely insane. That's wild. Anyways. Temple going down. Get those relics back. We do see the trolls coming forward to get a little bit of a defense here. Watchtowers are up. And this is a dangerous spot to be in if you are Divine. Raiding cavalry coming in on the back spot here. He's got to take a better fight than this. Is the raiding cavalry getting poked away. Towers are getting some good damage done. Temple gets repaired. Back up to full HP here. The priests are in as well, getting some good damage done as Divine is just trying his best to get this pressure. But that watchtower is going to be doing damage forever here. It might only be 8 damage a second, but it's just going to sit here and keep hurting. Dwarves finishing up on that gold mine over there as the raiding cavalry pushing forward, trying to do a little bit of damage there. The trolls getting a couple of shots in onto that position there as well. But look at the differential in population here. Divine is macroing up a storm at the moment. And player, he's floating resources. He's up on this gold mine. He can't take this fight. He is so far behind. He's so far behind. He does have that healing spring. He needs to drop that down somewhere. As the tower going to be going down, dragging in underneath the town center here. He will take some big damage there from that town center as well. And that's where the population differential is, ladies and gentlemen. Player hits the heroic age. Won't get his boar out until he gets a temple down, but we'll be able to throw that one down afterwards. But honestly, this has been a risky move, to say the very least, from player. And Divine, all he needs to do is push around this way and get onto that gold mine. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Not going through Njord is another little bit of a risky move here as well. Another great haul coming up onto this side as player is just taking the pain at the moment. There's a raiding cavalry moving out across the map here. He can try and snipe some units in the middle of the map, but just seeing what Divine has actually created here, it's mostly just going to be Spearman Slinger. So what do you want right now if your name is player? I want Berserks. Give me that Mithril Breastplate, Call of Valhalla Berserk right here, right now. Another option is pick up that Sharon's Obel, drop it off into the temple, convert all your Berserks, convert all your villagers into Berserks, and go for a big flaming weapons to kill off these units, and then go for that gold staff. It's always an option for player in this game, for Loki on this map. There's another great haul coming down. He's still trying to get those raiding cavalry out. I definitely think getting some berserks here wouldn't be a bad idea. He also needs an answer for those wadgets. Luckily, he's got a whole bunch of those trolls. Oh, he's trying so hard to get that special ability off. It's splash damage onto these units, and he's deciding now to slowly push forward. He's going to have to get some big damage done. Flaming weapons getting dropped down, but there's just so many units here for Divine. Player Can he pick these guys off? Those trolls are going to be big in this fight. They are heroic age trolls, so a big, big deal here as the army of Divine is dwindling, but so too is the army of Player as the priest moving forward. Town Center can snipe those down. The army of Divine needs to get out of here. Player lives another day. Segment is on the way though. And where to next here for Player? Well, units still pushing forward here. Lots of units are queued up in the main base here. Divine's only got himself 3 barracks. Are you kidding me? I mean, Ra does empower all of those because of his empowerment bonus on that monument in the main base here. He can empower every single barracks here, so they're training very, very quickly. As he's already back up to 160 population. Longhouse on the front going to be going up. Rehearser sneaks forward. Revicula is going to come in. That's an important relic as well. Even more reason to get into those berserks at the moment. All you got to do is hide it, and then your opponent also make those axemen, and then you take a big fight. And hiding it is easy. You just put them into the town center. And they train really quickly as well. Wow. Now look who's got map hacks. Look at the obelisk 3 for Divine. This is kind of funny to watch. He really sees everything coming out at the moment. And there's also a whole bunch of those Wadgets still available. The trolls here retreating back away. Can just pick up those big boulders, sending those spearmen flying here as the raiding cavalry going to be coming back in, but the priest getting some serious damage done onto those battle boars over there. The throwing axemen in the back here getting what they can do done as well. Valkyrie spawns onto this side yet again, and the shifting sands comes in as Divine says, I can't take that fight. Are you kidding me? Divine is up by 50 population, and he does what? He's shifting sands away and then he moves back forward. How is player still winning these fights is the big question. I mean, fighting underneath this healing spring will help. He's still pushing forward. He sees the army on the front there. He's out of gold, but he's snuck over onto this gold mine. Do see the raiding cavalry coming over here as he spots the villagers on that gold mine. A little bit of a raid here will start to hurt. Citadel coming down into the center of the map here. No protection on this position. And take a look at what Divine sees. He sees the red dot here, but he's not respecting it in the slightest. So he will take some big damage in. Doesn't have that skin of the rhino technology to boost up the stats here on those villagers. As the army here trying to push forward. Scarab, big siege weapon here for Divine as well, as we are seeing more battle boards coming through. Throwing axeman. Bit of a misclick here from player. That's not a little bit of a misclick. That's a huge misclick as he moves just a little bit too far forward. But the battle board on the back here going to be tanking up to allow those throwing axemen to beat up the rest of those units. Meanwhile, the villagers charging over here. We do see some spearmen coming onto this position. Player not paying attention. Does retreat back and pull those villagers even further away. But same too there. Divine manages to spot what's going on in that position. We see the throwing axeman getting taken out. Priest going to be going after the troll on the back position there. Another troll going to be going down over there to boot. The throwing axeman getting taken down as well. As those Wadgets doing a crazy amount of damage on the back here. Raiding cavalry pulling back over here as well. And in that moment, player does decide to tap out. GG, well played here, but I mean, you've got to ask the question, where were those berserks he teched through? Forseti, he teched through Bragi. He has Call of Valhalla. He has the potential to make those berserks out, and he's got so many resources in the bank right now. I actually think there was this moment when Divine retreats away. I mean, if he just gets some more buildings down, spends those resources, he might actually be okay in this game, but Divine too strong in this one, gets the dub. If you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit the follow button. Don't forget to go over and check out that EGC TV stream. And I'll see you guys in the next game. It's that time. We have waited all evening for it. The finals. Win this game, no need to show up tomorrow. You're qualified. Lose this game, and you got to go through the entire gauntlet again. Spawning in the bottom side of the map. Playing as Uranus, his name is Ulysses. His opponent today in the red color playing as Gaia. His name is Garneth. The map Alfheim. Best of 5 series at this point. If you want to win someone at this point, you really gotta win someone. You can't just take one game. You got to prove you are way better than them. And I think when it comes down to it, best of fives tell a great story about skill level and where you're really at in this game, Age of Mythology, especially when we're in the draft system where players have to pick gods. They know what their opponent can pick, and they can go for counter picks. They can go for sort of metagaming in the draft as well. They can ban out their opponent's gods. They can ban out the OP gods, or they can ban out their own preferred picks, counter civs. There's lots of different ways to play these sorts of drafts here. He seems to be here. Well, we might... All right, so... Relic over here, we do have the Harmonious Necklace. Gold gathers faster. Extra 10%. Over here, we've also got ourselves another relic here. Dwarven Horseshoes. 10% cavalry. Gugnir Odin Spear over here with the extra 5% for those catapulties. And in the center of the map here, already grabbed, Garneth has got himself the Bow of Artemis. He's reducing those archers down in percent. I'm just doing some administration work while we're watching this game, guys. Don't worry about me. Alrighty. Sky Passage coming down in the main base here for Ulysses. This is something super common for Uranus nowadays, is you just drop it in the arcade cage, drop 2 in the arcade cage so you can get onto that second hunt nice and easily. You do lose quite a bit of resources for this. There's 20 seconds of gather time. Villagers are gathering at 1.5, so 20 times that 1.5 there. So 30 resources to get that Sky Passage up, 30 resources over here to get that Sky Passage up, plus 10 favor. So it's not like it's free, but it is cheap. It is cheap. So... And you also save a whole bunch of walking time to get over to your next hunt, which does kind of make up for those lost resources nonetheless. So, lots of good stuff here, and we'll see how things are going to go. I've got a comment here. I'm not trying to say that Sky Passages are not OP. Everything in Retold is OP. Everything is broken. Everything is insane. Everything is busted. That's the mantra. That's the mantra of Age of Mythology. And that's why we love it so much. That's why we love it so much. Nonetheless. Ulysses moving on forward here. He's got himself a couple of units out, but a fast second town center for Garneth. Really fast. 5 citizens on this one. That's like putting 10 villagers onto your second town center there. And does Ulysses see this? He's got no idea. He's got no idea that town center is coming up. But this is not a good map for a second town center. Why? Look at these gold mines. They're all exposed. This is the open variant of Alfheim. You've got 2 types of Alfheims. You got the one with the cliffs everywhere, and you got the one with the cliffs nowhere. And this is the cliffs nowhere on the outsides. Cliffs on the insides, cliffs on the outsides. Miller going to be charging forward, but to see a cheeky little carnivore in, and Ulysses reacts immediately to that to get away as Watchtowers is going to come up. And Garneth here, we haven't talked about this guy, namely because I really just don't know much about him. All I know is he's from the 3D clan. If you don't know who 3DB is, don't know where you've been. He is one of the most creative Age of Mythology Retold players I think I've seen so far. There's other creative players as well, but 3DB takes it to another level. Garneth, obviously in the same clan as him, Age of Empires 4 player, I assume, and obviously doing really, really well in this tournament thus far. Getting to the finals is like getting to the top 16. That's kind of insane. That basically means you get qualified if you do it again the next day, but you have to win the finals. You have to get there. Wolves coming up over onto this position here as Ulysses is just going to be enjoying all this hunt. He's not gone for a second town center. What's he doing? What is he doing? He's literally just making Murmillo and waiting. This is exactly what Garneth needs. There's nowhere for Ulysses to attack at the moment. The problem for Garneth is he doesn't have a whole lot of food. And these Terma are going to be able to micro and kite those Murmillo for quite some time. He does have this food over here. But if you get some Terma out, you can just harass that. So it kind of looks like to me that Garneth, at the moment, he's going to need to get himself plow. He's going to need to get himself some farms here fairly shortly. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for him. He can't produce that many units at the moment. But what is the plan for Ulysses? And Ulysses says, all right, I see the 2-town center. I see the map. I'm Oranos. Well, I wouldn't go. I'm not going to opt into a boom war against Gaia. What's the point? I can get Chaos. I can get Shockwave. I can get I can get Carnivora. We can put some real pressure onto you as the cheeky little Terma coming through and getting pacified here. You can actually snipe that one down. A little bit of a misplay there, I think, from Ulysses. He should have taken that one out, retreat back, and then just heal the units up. The beautiful thing about playing with Oceanus here against the mass Terma is you can just heal up those Murmillo. They're never going to die. As long as you just micro it nicely, you can heal those units back up. It should be completely fine. But now it looks like Ulysses, he's actually on the back foot. Funnily enough, as the 1-town center player. Another mana coming up on this side. So we're going to poke around, try and find some value here. As the Terma are going to start massing up for Ulysses. And Ulysses just needs to heal up his units back to full HP. He hasn't lost anything just yet. I do see a cheeky little Oracle over here going to get sniped down. You can dodge those Terma here if you run at the right angle as well. As the Terma going to be charging forward, we do see those Murmillo going to be pushing in onto this side as well. Carnivora getting dropped down onto this position here as the Terma going to be attempting to get through. There is that Shockwave available. If he wants to engage here, he can, but he needs to drop the Shockwave in early to get through there, but he's just not opting in to do that. As Garneth, he's just like, this is a Terma war. What are you doing building Murmillo? But is it going to matter or not? As there's the Carnivora, there's the Shockwave, there's the engagement, but the Terma are simply just going to be pulling out away from it. Lots more of those Terma falling on the back here. And Garneth in a fantastic position now. He's going to be able to take out the Carnivora. That's 2 big God powers down. Garneth, 2 town centers at the moment. He's getting farms up in his main base as well. He knows he's got a gigantic economic advantage moving forward in this game. And we'll see if that can be converted or not into a win moving forward here as Ulysses still charging forward. These Terma are still getting insane value here as Ulysses just 6 Terma at the moment on the back is just not going to cut it in this game as Ulysses here retreats back into the main base. Mana going to be coming up onto this position as well. And I'm not actually sure what Ulysses can do here given the unit composition that he's got. He just can't engage on this army. He's used his Shockwave, he's used his Carnivora, and Garneth just retreated away. So what can he get it down more counter barriers and try and outspam the Gaia who's already got more economy? I don't think that's going to be working. Meanwhile, the Terma are going to be swinging over here. Ulysses gets his Oracle in. Be a little bit careful where you position this one. You don't want it to be... Oh, good little Sky Patch's movement there. But the Terma here, shoot, scoot, and shoot some more as Ulysses is just charging forward. What other option does he have? If he gets onto here, he gets a lot of damage done, though. Garneth has got to be a little bit careful with those Terma. Gets a little bit caught out there, losing 2 of them, but still getting that revenge fire charging in as Ulysses decides to retreat back here. As the Murmillo on the front foot at the moment. But Garneth, I mean, his economy is just gigantic. He's on that second gold mine. This is the position which I thought, as a 1-town center Oranos, you'd be trying to get that attack happening in there. But I think in hindsight here, Garneth is really just proved you kind of just have to go Terma first. You kind of just have to go Terma first. Are the armory upgrades in as well? He's also got those upgrades to boot. Look at those bow of Artemis and the mithril horseshoes. Apologies for missing all those relics earlier, but this is why these Terma are doing so obscenely well. And the Terma here for Ulysses also not upgraded either. There will be an option for another shockwave as he drops that Carnivora down, hitting those Terma back. Lots of kills going to be coming through here for Ulysses, but I mean, Garnet, that's totally fine for him. That's another Shockwave Carnivora gone. Terma still going to be marking back here. He still hasn't got himself out a single Caraballas here at the moment. Snipes a Murmillo down basically with one volley from all of those Terma as he gets back into this position here. The Murmillo are charging forward at the moment. You can see that he doesn't have himself his divine damage here from that bite of the shark just yet, as the Carnivora is in. No heroes for Ulysses at the moment, as Ulysses says it's go time. Can he manage to make the attack through? I'd love to see a Caraballas coming out here. This is like 300, but these Terma, they're just too strong. What is Ulysses doing? Citizens are going to be moving forward as well, as Gareth says, hello, my friend. Gold mine going to get grabbed in the center of the map. Economic guild coming through as well. And does he have his upgrade in? No. But is he getting it? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Oh, wait. No, he does. Yes, he's got the speedy channels upgrade. So those Terma, when they're on this Gaia Lush, they're going to be moving very, very fast here. As Ulysses back into his main base at the moment. Citizen's going to be pulling back. And we'll see how things are going to go as those Terma popping back and forth. Seeing what he can do. It's just pure Terma. I'll tell you what's a great answer to Terma that isn't Terma. Catapeltes. Weightless mace catapeltes are a great answer. Why? Because you get the extra speed from weightless mace, plus you get the extra speed from Empyrean speed. So you're actually getting yourself like 20% bonus speed on those bad boys. And they get bonus damage against those Terma as well. But look at these sevens. Are you kidding me? Did you guys want to see speedy Terma? Well, you're seeing it. There's 7 speed. There's 7. Seven speed Terma. Look at him go. Ulysses in a very, very challenging position here. He's still charging forward. We do see a cheeky little Carnivora on the back there as he's trying to push in. He's got a lot of favor in the bank here to drop another Shockwave. I'd love to see him doing it, but we are still seeing the micro coming through here from Garneth as best as he possibly can. But another Carnivora on the back here just as the distraction action there, but the population differential is still pretty close. As the army charges forward, Ulysses still doesn't have any upgrades for his Terma on this side over here. The Murmillo getting some good damage done as they're charging forward. Now the Terma aren't on that Lush anymore, not getting that crazy speed boost, but once they get it back onto the Lush, they can charge forward and get even more kills there. We see the Carnivora getting taken out on this side. Terma going to be taking down some more units over here as Ulysses tries to pull back in, but in the end, Garneth, his army is just way too strong. He hits the second age. He doesn't care. He knows how good he's got it right now. Hesper's tree on the front. And Ulysses taps out. I mean, this was just really, really good play here from Garneth, if we're completely honest. He identifies he's got the advantage by going in with Bow of Artemis for cheaper Terma, plus Dwarven Horseshoes, making those Terma even faster. But more importantly, utilizing this Gaia Lush, that's big brain. And I think if Ulysses here opened double Terma himself, or went in with Catapeltes here instead of the Murmillo and got that weightless mace, I think he's able to compete a little bit better. But to be honest, if you're not going to get any upgrades for your Murmillo in terms of like Bite of the Shark, you're just not going to be able to engage on mass Terma ever. So I'm not sure what the idea of this is. Normally you get these as just a tiny little front line so that your Terma don't just get crashed in onto. But Ulysses, a little bit far, not quite making it work in this one. And that ends up being the game. Well played there by Garneth. Don't forget to hit the follow if you're new here. If you're not, thank you for sticking around. See you in the next game. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, everyone has gathered here today for something absolutely incredible. This is the final series of this group for today. What does that mean? The winner qualifies. The winner qualifies for the main event for EGC TV's Genesis. And what a better way to follow it than seeing the best of the best going at it. The winner of Red Bull Wallaloo 2024 from the newly joined clan, Aces. Clan esports team. Let's call it what it is. His name is the Mister. His opponent today in the red color playing as Frere, the Thor specialist, but very, very strong player all around. His name is Dragonfire. Ladies and gentlemen, the map is Blue Lagoon. And I just want to go out there and say I called it. See, the Mister, he's got a big brain on him. So all you have to do is go, what would someone with a big brain do? And we got there. Now, I did not get Dragonfire picking Frere on this map at all. This is not the god I was expecting to see here in the slightest, but we're seeing him. We are seeing him. I expected to see Odin here. We looked at the god drafts. It's a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited for it. Over here, Relic on the right-hand side of the map. We've got the Archimedes Ledger. Adds -1 population count there to your siege weapons. On the left side of the map, you've got the texts of Imhotep. Buildings are constructed faster. Build time -10%. In the top side of the map, we've got the Bow of Artemis with the 10% wood and gold cost being reduced there, as well as arrows of Heracles with a bit of a 5% increase on the range attack damage. So no relics here going to be too influential, though obviously relics always going to be good to grab. Now, we are seeing a temple coming up here. It's a little bit on the later sides of life. Look at this. Mister doesn't even play with auto queue on his villages. He might turn it on later, I don't know. But he doesn't play on auto queue on his villages. I actually kind of love that. There you go. A player after... shout out to AOL Iron Maiden. Player after AOL Iron Maiden's heart here. Nonetheless. Dragonfire also not playing with auto queues, so we've got 2 players going crazy at the moment. So far in this tournament, let's talk about the road to get here thus far, if I can find my tab. Over here. Their road to get here. The Mister, as one would expect, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. He is undefeated. Dragonfire on the other side here. He's had a bit of a tough road to the finals of this, well, the finals of this group. He's gone 2-0, 2-1, and then 2-0. So he did drop to Guizin. Not sure who that is, but he managed to take that one out. So we'll see how things are going to go. Ula, the god of choice here for Dragonfire. And on the left side of the map, we see Tar coming through here for the Mister. So no real surprises here from him. As the villager's going to be moving over onto these chickens on that spot. Gold villager here also going to move over here and drop down a granary. And where to next here for Mister is the big question. He's not going for a... He's not going for a town center. He's making priests. As we do see the hill fort, the Asgardian hill fort coming down on this side. Mister does not know it's here, but he sees a cheeky little Draugr. And you know, Mister, he is going to know. He will see you. And he will understand exactly what that means. As the obelisk comes up and he goes, you don't get to get that hill fort up here for free. No siree. Priest sees it. Units are on the move in the main base. There is a barracks coming up making axemen. How much time does he have? He's got 35 seconds. But even then, it's still going to be going up even faster as the priest pops forward here. We see the unit's going to be charging forward by the Mister. Is he fast enough is the big question. 30 seconds remaining on the Asgardian hill fort. Draugr getting spotted here. Animal army charging forward. He can shifting sands villagers forward if he so chooses. 20 seconds remaining on the Asgardian hill fort. One Herser going to be down. One Draugr going to be getting taken down as well. We do have a raiding cavalry in to try and take out the priest, but the hill fort here has been slowed down. 19 seconds remaining. How's he going to be able to take this out at this point? Draugr goes down. Priest on this position going down as well. No real serious losses here for the Mister, but the Dragonfire hill fort does manage to get through, and we are going to be seeing a couple of priests going down as the fighting here from Dragonfire maybe staying just that little bit too hard out on that spot. Loses the Herser, and 2 Wadgets are now in. As the Mister is spamming units out, he's got himself 3 Axemen coming through. Another barracks out there for him as well. As we've got the longhouses coming down. And Dragonfire just wants to set up and make sure he doesn't lose here in this game on that gold mine. I love the idea. I love that he gets it up. I think the Mister probably could have gone for a shifting sands idea to actually completely deny that. A little bit too slow on the barracks with the with no empowerment from the Pharaoh and not getting those Axemen out across the map to deny it. But we'll see if he's got something else up his bag of tricks, as Dragonfire here is going to be trying to play his best, the best game of his life, basically, in this one. Everybody and their mum is after a win against the Mister in tournament right now. He is undefeated. He is undefeated, which is an absolutely astounding feat thus far. And I put this question to you guys. What could be more astounding than a second tournament going undefeated? We'll see if this is going to be the case or not. Dragonfire, very, very talented player. Very, very strong. He's on a comfort pick. Yeah, he loves his Thor. But Freyr, very similar to Thor. Very, very similar to Thor. Got a question in the chat. When did Wadgets become so overpowered? They've been overpowered the entire time. It's just that they're really slow, really easily taken, really easily killed. But getting onto them is the challenging part. And they do a lot of damage. So you got to be careful around them. That's the big challenge there. As the Mister here, he's got himself an elephant of the set underneath his granary. Going to be empowering that one up with a lot of villagers. 16 villagers on that one. There are a couple of spearmen already in here on the defense. So Dragonfire not going to be able to get all too much done there. But great little control there from Mister. Going to jump onto the elephant over there. Armory coming up onto this side. Does scout that one out. So he's going to have some knowledge of what's going to be happening as the army now from the Mister coming through. The Dragonfire not paying attention onto this position here as the Wadgets, they can start sneaking through, and we've seen this from Rappel. This is a stock standard play. Ghoul and Bursty comes in, and that is an interesting decision here as the shifting sands comes through. 2 Wadgets alive. Great reaction from the Mister. He almost loses both of those Wadgets, which would have been huge. Dragonfire doesn't lose any villages either on the raid. So the longer this game goes on, the further in front Freyr is going to be from an economic standpoint, from a technology standpoint. But the Mister's got that army edge with the unit train time going on in his main base here. He's got those barracks. He can put so many barracks down in order to spam those units out. You can see he's actually floating quite a few resources here. I don't know whether he's trying to get to the next age or what he's trying to do, but definitely floating some resources at the moment as the raiding cavalry just going to charge through here. Probably doesn't need to go for any villager kills. Just sending the villagers off of the wood line for a little bit is always going to be a worthwhile thing, as the army now going to be coming down to this side. The villagers over here going to get spotted as the obelisk is going to get taken down. Those raiding cavalry have got to get back. Dragonfire is a significant amount of population behind, but he's clicked up through 8 here, and he can always just dive into the Asgardian hill fort at the moment. As the Berserk here getting targeted down, does manage to get into that thing, but I think one of those villagers, as it pops out, will probably die there. As the raiding cavalry managing to take out some of those obelisks. Mister's got 4 priests here. He can just drop an obelisk down on this position if he really wants that line of sight there. And we'll see what the plan is here for Dragonfire. He's got that... There's that villager going down. I feel like Do you guys feel like garrisoning should remove all of the effects that a villager has suffered or not? What do you guys reckon? I don't know. Nonetheless. Raiding cavalry searching around. We do see Nephthys coming through. It's a little bit far behind. We've got the armory up here. Again, I'm going to say it because I think it's really important. Look at the gold, look at the wood right now in his bank. He's just spent it all on the throwing axes. You could definitely throw a second armory down, and then that's going to be able to take away the negative effect of you going for armory upgrades, being Freya. The negative effect of you being Freya goes away if you have 2 armories. It just does, because it's 50% reduction or whatever. As we do see the units now charging in. Lots of throwing axemen over here. Dragonfire is just saying, I'm not fighting. And I love this. This is exactly how he needs to go for this. Mr. is trying to force Dragonfire to make some bad decisions, but he doesn't need to. He's got A-Gear, he's got Tempest, and he's got an advantage here. On those Wadgets, clicking Tempest, mate, you thought 3.8 speed is slow. They go down to next to nothing here. As the raiding cavalry pulling into the main base, those spearmen over here are going to be a bit of a challenge. There is that electron bullets now coming through as Mr. sees those throwing axemen are out. So he's going to want those. But Mr. also not going for that Sekhmet heroic age means no slings of the sun. So those slingers, while electron bullets is very, very strong, they don't have that overpowered effect of having both the electron bullets and slings of the sun to take out those throwing axemen. So they're going to be very, very useful. Plus, rock giants starting to come out. But the Mister's already got himself 5 priests, and with Nephthys comes Nepti. Nepti boosts that damage coming out of the heroes by 1 against those, by a whole 1. What? As the priest just gets high-fived. Gonna get taken out though. Into you. Population differential is very, very close. The army differential is even closer. This is looking very, very worrisome for the Mr. Dragonfire. Just needs to play a really good game here. That's all he's got to do. Just keep playing a good game. He hasn't made any significant mistakes thus far. Tempest coming down as he wants to take the fight, but Shifting Sands. Shifting Sands available. Mr. plays around the Tempest beautifully. Dragonfire needs to get a town center at the moment. He needs to get himself that economy going. He needs to get, I mean, he's already got the economy going, but getting a town center is going to push him even further in front as the army coming back in. And this is where the Mister comes into his element right now. Ancestors getting dropped down just outside that Tempest. The spearmen sprawling onto the raiding cavalry over here. We've even got the lost ship coming in onto the water to help out, as well as the entirety of Dragonfire's army gets absolutely erased. One misstep here from Dragonfire and it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, that is how Mr. plays Age of Mythology Retold here, as he's going to be pulling back into his main base, and we'll see if he can somehow manage to hold here. But you know what? One Asgardian hill fort is not going to stop Mr.'s march here, as he is going to come straight in onto this position. Ancestors are still in. He has to wait for the remainder of his army. It's very slow with those Wadgets in the back. There are some great Jarls through as well. Godey's coming in as well, as he is trying to get those armory upgrades through, but Mr. here, he's got such a big advantage, and he knows he can just push it to the bank right now. Those Wadgets aren't going to get touched by those Hersa. Or maybe they will, but as soon as they get... Well, never mind. Wadget's getting taken down. Nice. The Hersa coming around onto the back here. The Spearmen, though, taking out everything on the back. Population differential is now over, well, nearly 100. Over 100 now, and Dragonfire is without hope in this game. Asgardian Hillfort going to get taken down. Villagers pulling back. Gold mine here, going to get pushed off here. Dragonfire spreading back up onto the top side of the map on that location. As the Wadget trying to take down that Asgardian hill fort, but in that moment, Dragonfire knows what his mistake was. And he taps out. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a clinic on set. But you have to look at this game and say, the Mister here, he was scared. He used Shifting Sands twice. He dodges the Ghoul and Bursty, and he dodges the Tempest. Chef's kiss on that one. But Dragonfire didn't need to push forward anymore. You're playing Freyr. Freyr doesn't lose. He doesn't lose the late game, I should say. And he goes for this attack in the middle. I love the attack with the Tempest. If there was no shifting sands, go for it. Let's go. But you didn't need to move forward. You could have just pulled back, maybe threw a hill fort down over here, maybe grab this town center and just say, come at me. Come at me again. And Dragonfire here, take a look at the upgrades. 0 armor upgrades for the Mister. Dragonfire could have been full bronze, full heavy, and the Mister's army wouldn't have done anything here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mister up 1-0 in this game. Solid play. I mean, you got to remember, you're playing the Mister, and there's this weird thing that goes on when you're facing someone as great as him. And that's just a self-doubt in your own self going, I just got to play the best game of my life right now. And sometimes that just means playing decision-making correctly. And in this game, Dragonfire, I think he played a perfect game up until 13 minutes into this game. Perfect game up until 13 minutes into this game. Nonetheless, if you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit that subscribe button or the follow button on Twitch. Don't forget to check out EGC TV either. We'll move into game number 2 very, very shortly. Hope you're having a good time. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, what's happening? We're back. Game number 2. Perfectly normal. Nothing, no glitches in the Matrix, no false starts here on Boit TV. Sporting at the bottom side of the map, we've got the Mister. Taking that first game in what can only be described as suddenly taking that game turn on a axis like that. Absolutely insane. Dragonfire, he's going to have to take a deep breath right now and figure out exactly what he's up to right in this game. He knows he's against the Mister. He's got to be feeling that, you know what? The Mister's kind of human. But he's looking for big edges in the matchup. Big ways to take great fights and absolutely annihilate his opponents. That's what he's looking for. That's what the Mister wants to do. And Dragonfire is going to know that now. He's going to know that that's how Mister plays. And this is a different map. This is a different type of Age of Mythology. It's Anatolia. As we do see Mister here, he's opted in to his Hades. And I'm not going to lie, Dragonfire had Isis as his pick. As one of his picks in his gold pool. I think Mister thought that this was potentially going to be an Isis versus Hades thing. And guess what Mister's had a lot of experience against over the years. Greek versus Isis. He played Magic a billion games on Anatolia. But he is now up against Gaia, and I'm here to tell you, Gaia's a bit of a monster on this map. Gaia is a bit of a monster on this map. It's a great start for Mister. He gets the gold mine. He can put a 1 villager on this. He can get his 150 gold, especially exactly when he needs it. I'm not exactly sure if he put early villagers onto the boars or not, but I do think just putting 3 villagers onto the boars is basically standard. Not sure. Sorry, I missed it. For those of you wanting to learn this build order here, it looks pretty similar to what I'm doing on this map. I'm just saying. If you guys want any build orders, I'll give you this. Just let me know. Nonetheless, fishing ships coming out all over the place. He's got the 2 docks down first and foremost. Temple going to be coming down relatively soon as well. And he can also take these villages off of gold if he so chooses. He doesn't have to leave them on the gold. He can put them all onto wood, and then he can get even more docks up and get all of those ones down. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Dragonfire here, he's only got 3 villages on wood. He's got that temple already up. He's got 1 dock down. Only a second dock going to be coming down on this side as well. And he's going to be looking to go to the next age pretty quickly. So you do see that temple coming down with 2 villages here, as Mister wants a 445 at the moment. It's looking like. Let's see how far behind. Anytime I do an Anatolia build, I'm always a couple of seconds behind because of idle time, and it makes me feel so great right now seeing Mister also behind. Because I'm like, I know it's possible. It's absolutely possible to do a really efficient I think this isn't what Mr. wants here. It is absolutely possible for you to do a ridiculously efficient early game on Anatolia and have 0 idle time on your town center, but it's just really hard. So this makes me happy. As bad as that is to say, it makes me happy. We're seeing Oceanus coming through here for Dragonfire, as well as more fishing ships coming out over on this side. Does he have an economic guild? Yes, he does. A second dock coming up onto this side. And generally speaking, on Anatolia, you just get a pretty big boom happening on water. And then, well, you decide what to do next. Now, the meta, in my opinion, on this map, generally speaking, is some form of, at the very least, a fast heroic here. You get a free myth unit out to defend yourself. You get Persine out as well. And it's very, very strong. Now, another way to play this is just get yourself those ships out straight away. You can see that Mr. is also going for this technology super early as well. Vaults of Erebus got 2 villagers on the favor, just trying to squeeze that one out as quick as possible. It is a big, big boost to his economy. Also, that Athena was the god of choice there for Mr. Gets the restoration, which is going to be a big deal. And fishing ships diving into the dock as the servant is getting a little bit of damage here. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, double docks up here as well. I like that he got these down, but I feel like he could get the fishing ships out as well. Nonetheless, just little bits of damage. Fire ships here do a decent amount of damage to the dock, but the dock does so much more to that fire ship as he is trying to find some value on this one. We see pickaxe, hand axe coming through. Mr. is getting himself a second town center. Alrighty. I'm not so far behind the 8 ball on the meta in this game either. I did say fast heroic is stock standard, but I think this might be a reaction town center here, which is if you see your opponent going onto water, you can just go town center and kind of just give it up. I don't know. No idea. I mean, 2 town center fast heroic is another idea. We'll see. We'll see what Dragonfire is going to do. The hard part about playing a map like this is look at this line of sight. You're so focused on building these units and putting pressure onto your opponent that you forget you got to care about town centers. You got to care about what your opponent's doing. Your opponent can just walk across the map at any point here with a bunch of units. We see the Minotaur coming in. That's going to be a dead. Mr. Not paying attention. Thought it was going to. Ajax coming through. He's picked up a relic as well. He's got Harmonious Necklace. That's a nice one. And the dock's going to be getting picked off. Maybe Mr. knows he can't actually fight back against this. This is going to be a big advantage for Dragonfire. One thing that Dragonfire can do at the moment is he can just put everything onto food and get an armory and go next stage and just have all of this fish because he's got enough units here to just win this water. We'll see how it's going to go as the Caladria servant in. He can heal up. I'm pretty sure he can heal these ships up faster than they die. Am I wrong about that? Big burst heal coming down. It's pretty close. It is pretty close. It is going down in HP, but you can just retreat back out when it gets low as the fishing ships are getting back to... What are you doing, mister? On this side as well, we just see another dock. Mister might need to build some units out here. He does decide to get a trireme to ensure that he gets a little bit of fish going. But he does have the town center. He's also got some farms coming up onto this position. And the units are going to start moving across the map. Dragonfire, he's in the driver's seat. Mr. here is playing very defensively, and there is a huge lose condition in this map, which is if you don't control the center of the map, or at least a gold mine in the center of the map, you just lose this game at about 15 minutes into the game. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Dragonfire trying to put some pressure on. There is the Sentinels up. He takes out this position. I want to see docks here. I want to see those fishing spots taken. I think Dragonfire knows that, though. He's already starting to work on it. You can see him getting those fishing ships out of this dock here. Nice play in the main pace. Oh, Katoskopot's getting taken down. Does spot the armory, but that's a little bit obvious there. And there's not really any need here for Dragonfire to rush because he's not going to get a huge amount of damage into the main base. Watchtowers in, Sentinels up. What's he going to do? Walls coming down on this bottom in the shape of military academies. Dragonfire can just go next stage. He's got such an economic advantage from having that water. Getting that upgrade per scene is going to be gigantic. And you can see him going for that. And you're also seeing the same thing coming through here for the Mister. But Rio is the god of choice. I think this might be the tiniest mistake. It's not going to be enough to lose the game, but why Rhea here? Rhea gives you a great ability to push through a whole bunch of abilities and kill your opponent. But it doesn't give you anything to kind of sit. Doesn't give you anything to kind of like anything to kind of sit and hold a position, which is what you need on Anatolia. You need that center to be controlled. So I'm surprised to not see Thea here. You get Stymphalian Birds, you get Dryads, you get the better Contarias. Everything that's huge. Now, Rhea does give you better archers, better Terma, and that could be enough to offset the kind of power of Peltast. So we'll have to wait and see. Archery range is coming down all over the place. Mr. just setting up. He's lost all of his fish. We see these ships just checking things out. I actually think that Dragonfire is more than paid off how much he's invested into the water. He really hasn't invested that much. Mr. has said, I don't care. He literally says, in this game, he says, I do not care about water. As we're seeing the units pushing across the map. Army is sitting onto this position. Mr. goes, oh, better not go in there. Town center is up. Aphrodite is coming through. And here's the thing. Part of me feels like all Dragonfire needs to do right now is just get his upgrades. Especially this one. And he's got it pre-queued, so it's going to come through at some point. He's got a beautiful gold mine back here. Maybe a nice wall on this to just make sure Mr. can't sneak through there. And then he's going to be fine. He's got the trader to steal away that Nemean line there. So he does have that Nemean line in his army as well. This army looks scary from the Mr. But that's going to be a Dragonfire Nemean line here. He's also got a great couple of units over here with heroes to boot. But the past Mr. coming in, and the guys here, they have been spotted. Units on the back here, retreating away. And will Dragonfire get this one off at the moment? Trader coming down. Nemean Lion turning around. Curse getting dropped onto this position as well. Nemean Lion immediately getting taken out by that army there as the Mr. getting a great fight to kick this land engagement off. We do have a hero Mamilo over here. We'll be able to snipe down that Minotaur. Nice play. Meanwhile, over on this position, those Term are getting sniped down by the Hoplites. Great control by the Mr. thus far. But Dragonfire, he's still got a good foothold on this position. He can move off of this gold mine and move forward here. There's no problems with that if he needs to. Citizens kind of getting out in the middle of nowhere here as well as the Peltast on this side. They're going to start being a problem. And the Mr. has found a score lead at the moment. He's got this gold mine on the front as well. And he is going to be putting some huge pressure onto Dragonfire as Dragonfire also getting some Caraballister out right now in an attempt to hold. Citizens moving forward onto this gold mine. We do see that Mr. will notice that that gold has been grabbed ever so slightly. He's going to have to figure out how to get over onto this spot. There are berry bushes here kind of defending as the units pushing forward. The Caraballister going to get some good damage done from afar here. Just having one is a real big help if you can micro that onto the right unit. Unfortunately, it's targeting down the Ajax. Not going to do a whole lot where that's concerned. Restoration coming down. Ajax falls. A couple of catapulties in for no good reason here, unfortunately. A bit of a wasted unit where that's concerned. As the Terma on this position here, they're about to get under pressure. Those Contarias are no assistance here at all. Hoplites are so good against the Atlantean civilization. You need to get those Murmillo out. You need to get that divine damage done with Bite of the Shark. You need to get those Arcus en masse. Carnivora getting dropped down to push those units away. Mr. still trying to scout around and find this gold mine over there. He hasn't checked it out anytime soon, but that gold mine is keeping Dragonfire in this game as the army pushes forward in onto this position there. Carnivora doing what it can to hold at the top as the army says, Town Center, don't care. I'm going to push in and take you out no matter what. Peltast, Hoplites running around onto the backside here. Dragonfire looks like he's about to be in for a very, very challenging game. He's trying to spam the units out, but meanwhile, on this location here, the Hoplite's going to come in and snipe those units down in a big way. Citizens retreating back to the town center. There are now going to be 10 citizens sitting inside of that town center to move forward in this game as Mr. is going to be attempting to finish off the town center and, well, we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. or not. Hoplites are going to start shanking down onto this one. Citizens retreating back over onto this position. Hoplites going to be chasing after them. If you don't lose the citizen, it's all good. But look at this. Mister's already onto this gold mine. He's not going to be allowing any of this to go the wayside of Dragonfire. That's for sure. Fortress up on that position as well, as the army here going to tear down the town center of Dragonfire. Dragonfire going to try and stay in this game, but how do you beat these Terma? How do you beat everything else? I mean, I don't have an answer for you. Dragonfire got heavily punished here. Maybe I didn't speak heavily enough against why Rio was a bad idea, but we'll see if there's anything here that Dragonfire can make happen moving forward in this game. The citizens going to be sneaking forward. They do see that they've been spotted. Units here for Mister going to be moving across the map there. He's picked off the town center. He can give himself a third town center if he wants. He can go to the next age if he wants as well. As the citizen going to sneak onto this side. And Mister, he's got the line of sight on that storehouse. He sees it. Whoop. 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 This little attack move coming in here from the Mister. He's going to be able to take out those citizens. Push into the main base here. And Dragonfire is under some serious pressure moving forward in this game. Another trader coming on to something. He pulls the Nemean Lion over here. Going to be able to get a couple of kills on those villagers there, but Caraballister, funnily enough, they also die to Peltast. Peltast, they do a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage to the Caraballister. I mean, there's not... Honestly, this army composition of Hoplite Peltast, there's not really a whole lot that Dragonfire can do here once it's set up like it is. Like, all I'm thinking of if I'm trying to construct an army that beats this is, okay, well, I don't have a good army. I don't have a good unit to kill off the Hoplites. I do have a good unit to kill off the Peltast and Clontarius. So maybe the answer here is some sort of Mamilo Clontarius. You can't really go for Arcus, can you? Maybe Terma with the upgrade or a Kalkan Mail could take out those Peltasts. I don't know. Satyrs are a great idea, but you don't have access to them. Stymphalian Birds are a great idea, but he didn't go for Thea. There are some options, but Dragonfire is just giving Mister the keys. We see a watchtower coming up here for Dragonfire. This is desperate. Dragonfire still has got all the fishing economy. Market-wise, he can sell food if he needs to. He can sell wood if he needs to. It's very, very low, though. And not only that, the gold mine in the main base is getting pushed off as well. Mister says, you're not allowed that one either. Is it 600 gold? No, you're not allowed that either. Fanatics in the 4th age are an option. Definitely. But while this is going on, Artemis coming through. And that will spell goodbye to the town center of Dragonfire.
Here, Joe's.
More towers coming up. Military barracks coming through. Fortress coming up onto this side. Over onto this side, we will be seeing the docks getting taken out. Mister going to be moving up to the left side of the map very, very shortly. And Mister is still just checking things out in the main base. He's looking for raids. He can sit underneath the town center, but the villagers here for Dragonfire, they're pretty defensive. But 3 town centers, 231 population here, 255 or 35 coming in. You can also move forward and grab this town center if he so chooses. As the army pops forward, spots what's going on. Watchtowers is in. Guard towers can come through as well. Lots and lots of upgrades on the way right now for the Mister as the army pushes in. Earthquake into the center of the map here. Restoration getting dropped down on this side. And in classic Mr. Vashian, he makes the ending a bit of a spectacle. Look at this one right here. Really, really nice finish here. Dragonfire just could not hold on. I mean, I don't even think I like the second town center. He's gone one town center with the idea of holding the center of the map. How do you hold the center of the map if you go for a 10, 12 minute... When was it? Yeah, if you go for like a 10... Wait, where's the settlement? Yeah, a 10-minute town center. And when did the units all die? Let's take a look at this. Military units. 11 minutes. 11 minutes. So, long story short here, this town center effectively gave the Mister the center map control. The choice to go rear, maybe, maybe not. I'm not 100% sure about that one. Because you can get Orichalcum Mal, you can make Terma, you can make Arcus. Terma Arcus might be able to win this army, or at least force pure Peltast, and then switch into a whole bunch of Contarius and take a good fight. But if Dragonfire stays one town center, he's got all the bonus food over here from all of this fish. I also missed what was going on down here. I'm not sure. Looks like the Scarlet just killed everything. But yeah, if he goes for that, then I think he's just in a good spot here, and he's forcing Mister to take a fight that he doesn't want to take, which is what you want to try and do. And there you go. That's the win. Anyways, we'll move on to game number 3 very, very shortly. It's best of 5. We'll see if Dragonfire can pull something out of his hat here, or if Mister will get in to the qualification stage, to the main event. Excited to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, distinguished guests, doctors, physiotherapists, dentists. Mister is one game away from qualifying, and he has spawned in the bottom of the map in the blue color, playing as Ra. His name. Well, we already said he's Mister. He's here. He's right here, guys. Just look at him. You can see him. This is the Mister. He is like literally just right here. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Odin. His name is Dragonfire. The map is Tundra, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. I haven't seen this map yet. I think this is the first time I've seen it in a competitive game. Let's take a look at this beautiful, beautiful scenery right now. This is a hunter's paradise. If you guys like eating food, if you're a big steak lover, venison lover, just don't worry. You get the elk and you get the caribou. You can make a smorgasbord. Barbecue time. Barbecue at Dragonfire's house using the Dragonfire to start the barbecue. That's going to be some high quality steaks getting served up. Now, it's going to be a little bit lean, but, you know, it's Tundra. It's cold. You're not going to be begging. You're not going to be, beggars can't be choosers, okay? All right. We'll see how this game's going to go. But we do see Mister, an interesting choice going in with Ra on this one. Why is it an interesting choice? Well, there's just so much hunt. He's still got his Zeus, and he's still got his Loki, I believe. So he's got 2 gods up his sleeve that I think Loki's an amazing pick here, but he's got 2 gods up his sleeve that he could pick for this map. But I reckon he was thinking, this is my guess. I'm going to get into the mind of the Mister. What would someone who is a really, really smart Age of Mythology player think? I'm not one, so... Alright, this is what I reckon he thought. He goes, alright, I think my opponent's going to think that I'm going to pick Loki. So he's going to pick Odin. Odin's a great counter pick to Loki because you get all of that early game initiative from having the faster food gather rate. Odin's great in the Norse War. And he goes, all right, well, if Odin's going to be the matchup, then I'm going to pick Ra. That's true. That's a way better way of thinking about it. Soulmater says he's a farmer in real life. Why would you not pick Ra? I mean, he's got a farm and he's got his day job. Goes and gets some cotton. And he's got his gaming job. Goes and farms some berries. Alrighty. I'm excited to see this one. This is going to be a fun one. I've been waiting for a Thor specialist, a Norse main, to show me the way in this matchup. Everyone says it's very, very challenging. But of all of the gods that can do it, I honestly think Odin is one of the best. Why? Freya, Njord. If you got those 2 gods, and there's only one god that does, let's just think about how strong those Jarls can get and really enjoy it. Ringgiver Jarls, very, very strong here. There's another option in this matchup which kind of stays away from the Thundering Hooves aspect, but more goes into the Heimdall against Ra here as Dragonfire. And that's going for Heimdall. And you go for Safeguard Town Centers. Pretty crazy idea, I know. And if you can get away with it, ooh, baby. Meanwhile, on the main base, we do see a barracks coming down. Mr. is just going to be going for his one town center opening and going to put some pressure onto his opponent. Double barracks coming down right now. And you can see that he's just got, look at the map that he's got. He's got the obelisk down over here. It's like he just knows. He puts 2 obelisks down, or 3 obelisks down. He puts 3 obelisks down. He does send a priest down here, so he is prepared for it. But he puts 3 obelisks down and he sees 3 town centers. Are you kidding me? This guy's insane. There's no town centers here that are possible to be grabbed straight away. So he's going to have to play 1 town center. Double Great Hall to kick this game off. Longhouse also coming down. I like starting with the double Great Hall here as Odin. Reason being is those spearmen, they're just not that good to kick the game off with. They're just not that good at countering the enemy army. Nonetheless, until they get their upgrades. So you can open with a couple of with those raiding cavalry and run around the map and get some pressure on there. And then following that, you go into something else. You see nice little micro there from Mr. You see pulls back with that priest. Valkyrie kind of running through here, a little bit out of control. It does end up getting sniped down. Great play there. You can get that obelisk back up if you so chooses. But just going to pull back. There's nothing here to heal. Nonetheless, another longhouse coming down. And Dragonfire, he's just going to be spamming those units out as fast as he possibly can. He's also got all of these, I mean, we've already talked about all the caribou in his main base, but he's just going to be sitting in here without any pressure for a very, very long time. As the Wadget slowly moving forward. Obelisk here for the Mister coming in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, the raiding cavalry are going to be sneaking through here. Villagers pulling back. Going to jump into that town center. So we do see those spearmen in position here to shank away. Mister simply just going to be retreating back out the bottom side of the map here. Not Mister. Dragonfire. Mister here. He's defending. And the scariness is starting to mount on the front side of the map here. There's those Wadgets. There's so many of them. God, there's so... I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I think these are a little bit too cheap. Does anyone else think these are a little bit too cheap? They might be. No, I haven't heard that comment yet. I'm going to claim that one as my own. They might be a little too cheap. God, he's got so many. Are you kidding me? Dragonfire needs like... Where is he going? Dragonfire! No! No! Villagers retreating back. Off of that position there. Priest pushing forward. Obelisk coming up on this side. Great Hall getting taken out. But Dragonfire, he needs desperately Hersa. Like, sure, there's 5 budgets here. But if you had 5 Hersa, you probably can actually, for those Wadgets, 5 Hersa, you could probably try and get through here. Mr. hasn't built a single Axeman, so you can probably just get in and deal with those. Meanwhile, over on this side, the Spearman catches those raiders. You just can't get anything done. Like, remember when we were talking about how good Mr. is with, well, not if just Mr., but how good Loki is with his thingamajiggy? Mr. just goes mass obelisks here. They're pretty cheap. They're only 10 gold. The fact about the obelisks is, though, you slap them twice and they're dead. So, yeah. But and the priests are really slow, but he still manages to get them up all across the map there. As the dwarves are going to be leaving over here, moving down to the right side of the map. Spearman is in position, patrolling on this position here as well. As a Great Hall comes up onto this side, we do see the Spearman here going to get sniped down before the villagers get spotted moving over onto that side. But they will be spotted immediately by the obelisk. And guess what Mr. can do? This is going to be brutal. He's got a shifting sands. I mean, he doesn't have to use it, but you already know he's going to use it. We don't even have to look. Shifting sands coming in. Dragonfire is caught out. He's going to be retreating away from here. He doesn't care about the army at this point, going straight after those villagers here. There's still no Herser onto this army here as the dwarves retreating back. Njord is through, and we do have a little bit of an interesting position right now for the Mister to have to deal with. Lots of those walking woods trees are in as he's going to be starting to charge forward. Those throwing axemen here going to be getting some good damage. Herser charging over here onto the Wadjet, onto the back there. Throwing axemen trying to take everything else out. We've got those walking woods coming in. Herser, they are all finished off. But one Wadjet has been cleaned up. Those throwing axemen still getting some good damage. And we've got some reinforcements coming through for the Mister as Dragonfire is trying to make it work here. But there's just too much army here for the Mister. And Dragonfire is down to 40 population as he is making short work of this Odin player in this game. Villagers retreating away. Mister says, I win the fight. Let me think about what to do next. I've got such an advantage here. Doesn't matter. Meanwhile, over on this side, we are seeing a little bits of cheeky raids, but the villagers are going to be fighting back over there. Priest goes down as well. And now what? Mister can drop his farms in his main base. You can drop a town center. You can go heroic age. He's got more obelisks coming up. Jeepers. It's just so wild how much priority he's putting into this. But this is just something that Mister values. He's just like, if I can have vision on the map, give me vision on the map. Like, why would I not want this? I'm sure that if you see him play Greek as well, he's probably building 3-4 Pegasus as well, just flying around the map because it's only 2 favor, 50 food. I mean, if he's spending this much on obelisks as Egyptian, like remember the priest is also 100 gold, so it's very expensive. He's probably going to be spending that much as Greek as well. So it's just like, man, it makes a lot of sense. Vision is king. Knowledge is power. Villagers getting taken out over onto this side by those Wadgets as well. Man, they're so strong. They're so strong. Insanity. Sobek coming through. Medium slingers and electron bullets coming in as well. Dragonfire is going to try and pull himself back into this one. He does have the Jarls. He can get himself that Green Giver Jarl technology, which will be big. As the Spearman going to be charging forward. Taking those units out is going to be, man, it's very, very simple at the very least. As the villagers cannot keep eating that hunt. He's got to go elsewhere. But this is obelisk everywhere. You can't sneak anywhere against the Mister. He's not going to let you. The only thing he doesn't see is over here. So send your villagers over onto that hunt, I guess. The dwarves are back onto this gold mine. And in that moment, after getting caught out over here for the nth time, the cavalry decide to stand on the backs of their horses and give up. An insanely clean run here from the Mister through these qualifiers. He is going on to the main event. Congratulations to him. Insanely clean gameplay. We did see a very slight hitch. I want to say a slight hitch because it was about this much. Mister was never close to losing, but the slightest of hitches in game number 1 where it kind of looked like Dragonfire was going all right there, but in the end, he ends up getting taken out, as most people would have expected. Really, really solid game from Mister. Really going to look forward to seeing him in the main event going up against the other top 16 players. Don't forget to check out EGC TV and all the good stuff that they're doing. Really, really solid series here from the Mister. See you on the next one. Well, we are currently not watching the Mister. We are watching Matrius playing against Pegasus. Now, I've got no idea where we are currently in this series, but we're in one of the games of this series, of this best of 5. Winner of this game goes through to the main event. Loser of this game will have to go through the gauntlet all over again in day 2. There's 2 qualifiers, so you get 2 chances. Lose a game, no worries. So 2 chances. We'll see how these players are going to get it. The map, Midgard. The gods, Gaia from Flipperoonie, Matrius, and Zeus for Pegasus. Wow. This is wild. We're seeing two quote-unquote Zeus mains. Apparently, it is 2-1 for Matrius. Okay, thanks, guys. 2-1 for Matrius. The Zeus main. Pegasus stole the Zeus away from Matrius. Matrius could not get that Zeus against Pegasus. So Pegasus gets to be the one to control it. But Matrius, I mean, he's a multi-god talent. He might only show his Zeus on the ladder, but he can play all the gods. That is for sure. Map is Midgard, a map that is surrounded by water here, as these players will be trying to get that fishing economy going. I'm excited to see how Matrius approaches this map. He's got a lot of challenges to kind of overcome in this one. Gold mines, very, very out in the open. It's very similar to how it was on Legacy. Not many surprises here, but as it is the case that, I mean, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge to deal with all this nonsense here for the guy. But if Matrius can deal with it, it's going to be in for a great, great game. Now, beyond this, if it's 2-1 to Matrius, if he wins this one, he's through the main event. So, we'll see how he's going to go. But Pegasus, he is locked in. He is on his comfort pick. He loves Zeus. Whether or not he actually thinks Zeus is like strong or not, I mean, every single player who mains a god will tell you that that god is weak. Without fail. Without fail. Literally. You go, all right, you're a Loki main? Okay, Loki's weak. You're a Zeus main? Zeus is weak. You know, you're an Isis main? No, Isis is weak. I guarantee you. Absolutely. You're a Set main? Set's weak. I'm a Set main. Set's totally weak. Don't play Set. Terrible god. Terrible. All right. A couple of docks coming up onto the left side of the map, checking around the map right now. We do have that Oceanus coming through. It's going to be a later advance here from Pegasus. No surprises there. Not that late, but a 5-minute advance time from Pegasus going through Athena. Again, no surprises there. Makes a lot of sense. We do see a lot of villagers on the temple while this is all going up. I'm not sure if this is going to be for a second Minotaur or exactly what Pegasus is going to be going for, but a second Minotaur makes a lot of sense. Taking a quick look at it, you can see Minotaur's 15 favor. So all he has to do is go up to 17 favor, and then he can pull off of the temple. And in fact, that's exactly what he does over onto the gold here, getting that house. So he wants a second Minotaur, he wants Heracles, and he wants to go and kill Matrius while he's pressuring on the water. That's my guess. Walls coming up over here. I love this from Matrius. Guys, walls is so good in Age of Mythology Retold. I read a lot of the comments a lot of the times, and I see a lot of players saying, man, you can't play defensively on Retold. And I say, what game are you playing? Of course you can. Look at this. There's a wall up. It might not last for very long, but it's there. You can put it up. It's possible. Possible to play defensive. Maybe you don't win, but you can play defensive. I know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It's hard. Playing defensive is challenging. There's a lot of stuff you have to be able to play around in order to get a solid game going with your defensive shenanigans. Meanwhile, over here, armory going to be coming up for Pegasus, as we do see the cheeky little bowsaw shaft mine coming through onto this side as well. Very, very quick there from Matrius. Wow. I mean, there's no surprises. This is a lot of resources that's going to be coming through for Matrius, and it's going to allow him to pump out a ton of ships on the land. But look at what Pegasus is doing. Pegasus is just like, guys, fast heroic. Duh. Did he get the second Minotaur out? No. The second Minotaur was a bait. He's back onto the temple. He's getting more favor in. He's going mass Skylar on the water. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. What are we seeing from Matrius? Matrius here is gearing up to go to the next stage himself. He's got a lot of resources in the back. Mana's coming down. If he gets to the next stage, he will get access to those, what are they called? It was coming to me. Nereids. And with enough Nereids, you can actually one-hit a Skylar. So, and you can also, I think it's 2 Nereids, one-hit a Skylar. So you can get a couple of those out. Snipe that, run away. Snipe the next one, run away. Snipe that, run away. All the good stuff. So do you see the Jason coming out of the town center over here, going to be moving across the map. Heracles coming through as well as the villager. Just going to, for some reason, drop the wood off into the town center. Not sure what's going on there. I don't know if he did that on purpose. Moving over for a house. All the good stuff. Hoplites coming through as well. Meanwhile, over onto this position, the Siege Bareem going to be attacking that Trireme of Pegasus as he does get pushed back. Momilo snipes down the Katoska boss. And we see Rhea. Again, Rhea. Nope. They are. I was like, Rhea, no. They are. Make that into a meme if you like. I don't mind. Okay, military barracks coming up. Couple more houses coming through. Relics all getting cleaned up by Pegasus as he is now ready to get a lot of pressure onto this map. We do say 52 favor at the moment for Pegasus. So if he wants to fight on this water, he can make those Nereids. And I would not be surprised if he just dominates this water in a big way with those Nereids popping out. You have to micro them. Move in, snipe, run away. Move in, snipe, run away. No problems. But it's going to make life very, very challenging for Pegasus if he goes for this. So we'll have to wait and see if that's a plan. Simply put, fishing ship's going to be retreating into the dock. And Trireme is down. And then Pegasus can also go into a bunch of Contarius here. We do see a whole bunch of barracks or military academies are up. Is the dock going to be getting taken down? Another dock coming up for Matrius. He's not going to be giving up on this one. Age Mythology is a game of kind of power imbalances. You've got the power, I've got the power, you've got the power, I've got the power, I get the win. Right? So Matrius here is just saying, all right, you're winning with the Skylar. I'm just gonna get to the next stage. Oh, you can't let that one pop out. He does turn around. He does get that special attack there. And he's going to have to retreat away. Do we see another one? Yes, we do. Another Nereid coming in. There's also that Caladria in to heal that one back up, as this Nereid will be able to charge over there. And wait, where is it? There it is. This Nereid will be able to charge over there and get that attack in. Look at this special. It's gone. It's dead. You guys thought the Hydra was strong. Make way for the Nereid here from Matrius. A real nice defense there. Units are coming out, but the problem is gold. And it's always going to be gold. Look at how much these cost. 200 gold. They're expensive. Nereid's coming through. They can one-hit fishing ships. And he does manage to get that one there. 2 Nereids running on the map is going to be a real big pain to deal with. As Matrius here. Flying overhead. With that Stimfalling Bird does get pushed back by the cheeky little Jason and Heracles there. Arcus gets taken out. Heracles going to go down as well. So it looks like Matrius, I mean, he's got to decide what he wants to build. Now, we talked about how hard it is to beat these hoplites as Gaia. We actually watched basically this matchup, but it was Hades versus Gaia rather than Zeus versus Gaia. What is Matrius going to go for? Matrius getting that Thea. So he gets access to Stimfallion birds. He gets access to the Hesperid's tree. He gets access to a very, very big amount of stuff that he can throw at his opponent. So simply put, just going into the Hoplite Peltas composition, is that going to be a good idea? I'll have to wait and see. Matrius is getting out all the good units. He's also going to be getting that Poseidon's Secret upgrade through. Gets him that plus 10% speed on his cavalry. Plus, gets him the reduction. So you also get yourself, with this technology, if you didn't know, a reduction on your Terma cost. And a speed increase on those as well. 15% wood reduction there. So very, very strong technology.
Scopos.
As the Hydra going to be charging forward here. Pegasus says, not really ready to take the fight. He's got the better army. Citizen's going to get pulled off of that gold mine for the time being here. as Matrius is taking this fight. I don't know if he should be. He's going to be pulling back for the time being here. Loses a Murmillo or two as he dives into the tower. The rest of those units kind of getting caught behind there as well. As Matrius is very much stuck right now. He doesn't have any gold mines close by. He can move back over onto this position, but there is a cheeky little Hydra there that he's going to have to deal with. He hasn't put down his Hesperids tree just yet. Not sure what he's waiting for, because you get 2 Dryads for free when you put it down, and then you can get your next one for free as well. So you can get 2 2 Hesperids trees to get yourself quite a few of those Dryads out all in one go. And meanwhile over here, Ontari's still looking for something to attack. These Nereids need to get attacking here. I mean, if Matrius wants to play full sweat, full APM, he should be having those on a hotkey and just checking whenever he's got that special ability. Go forward, sniper, fishing ship, run away. Go forward, sniper, fishing ship, run away, etc., etc., etc. We do see the army now from Pegasus. It just says, all right, it's go time. I got Hydra, I got Hoplite, I got Peltast. Guys, this is going to be a challenge here for Matrius to defend. He does have the Stymphalian Bird. That's going to be a big help. On the back here, Carnivora getting dropped down. Not going to do a whole bunch of damage here. Restoration coming through from Pegasus as he is coming in to clean up the rest of Matrius's stuff here. Arcus on the back getting taken out. These units are so strong for Pegasus. This is looking like a decisive attack from Pegasus. And in that moment there, Matrius says, wow. That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. I don't know what else to say. Hoplite Peltast against Atlantean. What can you do? Speaking of Hoplite Peltast, if this comp is so good, why not just go Hoplite? Why not go Ares? And then you get Divine Damage Hoplites and you get the Architect. I don't know if that applies to the Peltast. Anyways, nonetheless. Solid game here from Pegasus. Puts all the pressure on. Thanks, guys. We'll get into the next game really, really shortly. Finals time. Qualification time. Win this game, you qualify. Win this series, you qualify. Lose this one, you go back and you fight at the gauntlet. In the bottom side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Odin. On his main. It's been a long time since I've seen Rapple playing Odin. My golly gosh, what a time to be alive. His name is the Rapple. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Set. His name is Divine. The map, Tundra. I do not know which game this one is, what series this is. I know this isn't the first game. We are not watching game number 1. That's all I know. It's either game 2 or game 3 it's either game 3 or game 4 at the moment. Apparently, according to TL, it's 2-0 for the Rapple. I'm going to update his score to 2-0. The wiki says it's 2-0. Okay, fantastic. Beautiful. So, Rapple wins this one. And we get to see something special. Rapple goes on. So, oh my god. I'm so excited right now. Because I have yet to see a real Odin player play against Set. A real Odin player play against Egyptian. Now, I've seen a lot of players complaining about how good Set is. But Rapple, this guy, he's got a brain on him. He's got APM on him. He's got multitasking on him. And he understands Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology is a game of power imbalances. And the game is only imbalanced if the other god is the only one who has the power imbalance. And the fact of the matter is, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, Odin's got some advantages in this matchup. At some point. And I'm here hoping Rapple's going to show me what it is. Because I don't know. The map is Tundra, though. Tundra is a great map for Tundra is a great map here for Odin, but it's also a fantastic map for Set, because he gets a whole bunch of Aurochs that he can convert, and these Aurochs, they get a lot of damage. Might only say 0.6 at the moment, but it can get very, 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 very big. F-Dart is asking, do you still think Divine is the favorite in the particular game? In this particular game? No, I think Rappel is the favorite. Even if Rappel is playing against Divine in an unfair matchup, I think Rappel can pull it out because I think he's that good. I mean, I'm building him up because I think he is one of the best players, one of the top 3 players at the moment playing Age of Mythology Retold. Aurochs coming around to the bottom right side of the map, looking for everything to go for. We do see the Berserk here from Rappel, searching for things. Over on the left side here, Priest is getting away with some corner conversion here. Who are the other two? The Mister and Recon. The trio, we call them. Little cheeky Great Hunt in the main base. I love that Rappel saves that one on this map. It makes so much sense. Use that Great Hunt on the second hunt over here as well. Great Haul coming up on this side for our Odin player, the Rappel. Over on this left side, we do see a Longhouse coming down as well. I have this feeling that I should be doing a little cheeky swap around because it's going to be confusing me. So let's do a quick flipperoni. All right. So, and we've got the Rappel buildings coming down. He goes for the Great Hall. He goes for the Longhouse. We do see the Wadjet coming through. Double Monuments already down for Divine. Going to have a lot of favor here to pump out those Wadjets moving forward. As we ask, I like this. Oh, part of me likes it, part of me doesn't. I would much rather keep those Aurochs alive and just eat this hunt over here, and then I can eat underneath my town center. But nonetheless, that's what Divine's doing. And what is he doing after this? I don't see any barracks. This is a really, really weird opening from Divine. I think he's going for a fast second town center or a delayed. Never mind. The barracks are just coming down really late. This is going to give Rappel all the advantage because he's got all the momentum right now. He's got his buildings down. He's pumping out his units. He's got them all queued up. He needs to split those up, which, no, he doesn't. He's got all the resources in the world. As Rappel now pushing across the map, just seeing what's happening, preventing those barracks from coming through. It's a very greedy spot to drop those barracks down onto. As, what is happening with that Valkyrie here? Rappel is dancing. He's dancing with his units. So we'll be seeing the barracks getting sniped down, and one Valkyrie is out of here. As Rappel just wants to put the pressure on. If he can deny the buildings, then he's got no units to worry about. Snipes down a villager, charging in here. Forest fire going onto those villagers onto this side here. Going to be turning those raiding cavalry around, charging in to take out the Wadjet onto that position there. This is as aggressive as it's going to get. Wadjet on this position here going to get sniped down as well. Lots of damage coming in onto those raiding cavalry, but no massive Wadjets coming through in onto this game as Rappel makes a decisive decision to push forward. And now Divine, I mean, he's got one barracks. This barracks over here can get denied as well. So he needs to get even more down. He's got 450 gold in the bank. And Rappel is just absolutely dominating Divine at this juncture. Pharaoh on that position there, going to be getting sniped down, retreating into the town center. Villagers retreating into the town center as well. Slingers going after the monkeys as best as they can, but the monkeys, they're not very useful there. They're just going to be kind of cannon fodder to dodge arrow fire. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, Rappel is continuing to do Rappel things as he comes over. Villager is stuck. Lumbercamp gets deleted there as well, and the villager's not even going to survive. The villager's not even going to survive. He turns around with the rest of those villagers there, and Rappel's going to get out of there. Meanwhile, onto this position here, those raiding cavalry charging through to take out the villagers on the back. The Pharaoh on this position here also going to be a target as well as the priest. They're going to be going down, and Rappel is just like, what are you doing, Divine? And that is a very quick that's the fastest finish I think I've ever seen in this tournament. That's the fastest finish of this tournament already. Are you kidding me? The Rabble wins in 3 games decisively against Divine. I don't know what he was thinking. His barracks came down just so obscenely late. And Rabble just goes, what are you doing? I'm just going to come in and kill you. And that's what happens. GG. Well, let's move on to the next one.